India is a large country with an ever-growing economy and industries that are progressing every day to cater to 1.3 billion population. These industries form the backbone of the nation, making India one of the fastest growing economies in the world. In the power sector, India Power Corporation Limited has been doing just that, steadily and with determination, adding power to the lives of people for the last 100 years. The journey began in 1919 when the then largest coal producer in Asia, the Bengal Coal Company Limited, needed a solution to its massive power requirements. The Sherigarh Power Supply Corporation Limited was set up in Asansol to meet their needs. It was awarded a distribution license in 1932 and it became DPSC Limited in 2003. In 2008, it developed a 2 MW solar power plant at Shibpur, a first of its kind grid connector solar plant in Asia. On a roll now, in 2013, the name DPSC Limited changed to IPCL or India Power Corporation Limited. And that is how India and the world knows us today. In 2014, IPCL commenced power distribution in Gaya as a distribution franchisee and continued for 4 years with benchmarked performance in such a short period, achieving loss reduction trajectory supply reliability of over 95% and deployment of smart metering technology, being much ahead of others and having the highest performance in its kind of distribution model. Another ace that we have up our sleeves is the implementation of SCADA, a revolutionary mechanism. It is installed at the J.K. Nagar substation, which acts as the central conduit for real-time monitoring and control over quality output and consumer feedback using automated meter reading technology along with automated digitized payment options. J.K. Nagar also houses India Power's Area Load Dispatch Center, which is the nerve center for the operation, planning, monitoring and control of the power system, ensuring India Power to achieve maximum security and efficiency, providing uninterrupted power supply to its consumers. The distribution portfolio also saw an addition with India Power acquiring distribution license for the SEZ region of Tuticorin, spread across an area of approximately 2,518 acres. In 2019, India Power is completing its centenary year as a leading holistic integrated power utility in the country.
We are proud to be celebrating India Power's 100th year in 2019. We are a unique company with a rich legacy of a 100-year-old, century-old organization, as well as the dynamism of a very young and futuristic utility. We are one of the first distribution companies who have implemented 100% automated metering infrastructure and implement SCADA and other technologies, which is helping our customers consume electricity more efficiently and making our network more reliable.
India Power today is an integrated holistic power company with foothold in different segments. With regards to India Power's exceptional operational efficiency, a special mention is imperative for its operation in the Asansol and Raniganj area. Despite being in a competitive market, the power distribution scenario is different from the rest. It has the lowest T&D losses of about 3% only. Its supply reliability is rated at 99.99%. distinguished by its customer-centric programs and digitization.
I am very happy to satisfy with the services and all the service rendered by the corporation.
Quick response team, that is maintenance team during emergency, stormy weather, they are giving full support to us and we are happy with the IPCL authority.
The quality of power is very good. And the frequency is also very low, the power cut frequency, the fluctuations are not there.
जो भी स्टाफ है, सर्विस है, सबसे बेस्ट सर्विस है। प्रोडक्शन के लिए हमें लाइन की पावर की बहुत आवश्यकता होती है, जो कि आपके यहाँ बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था है। कुछ प्रॉब्लम होने से विदिन एन आवर ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व की जाती है।
We are getting a very good service, very good support. I advise to all the industries or promoter or any other domestic use or commercial use, go for India Power.
A 100-year journey is no easy feat. So, if one were to ask, how did India Power do it? The answer will be simple: expertise and experience. We constantly upgrade our skills by adopting new technologies. Digitization is playing a major role in that direction, such as implementing smart grid technologies through USTDA grants, partnering with others for smarter metering technologies like advanced metering infrastructure systems, and setting up live smart meters, which have been lauded by India Smart Grid Forum. Now, 100 years on, India Power has had its fair share of awards and accolades across segments for best HR practices, digitization, CSR, and quality benchmarking, and the satisfaction of countless happy consumers who helped India Power not just shine in its endeavors, but helped set the legacy in stone. And the mission is to empower millions with the best at the least cost. Mission and vision. India Power is an organization of the people, for the people, and by the people. It strives towards empowering communities around us. The culture is defined by 3 Ds: discipline, dedication, devotion. And the vision is to be a leading and reliable end-to-end energy solutions provider to the country. The mission is to empower millions with the best at the least cost. India Power always strives to provide its employees with a sense of ownership and essential values. It prides itself over its strong and talented team spread across the country. It is target-oriented but not at any negative cost. Integrity, a sense of ownership, fair business structures, organizational pride, customer delight, and constant innovation is what drives India Power, empowering lives for the last 100 years. On to the next 100. India is a large country with an ever-growing economy and industries that are progressing every day to cater to 1.3 billion population. These industries form the backbone of the nation, making India one of the fastest growing economies in the world. In the power sector, India Power Corporation Limited has been doing just that, steadily and with determination, adding power to the lives of people for the last 100 years. The journey began in 1919 when the then largest coal producer in Asia, the Bengal Coal Company Limited, needed a solution to its massive power requirements. The Sherigarh Power Supply Corporation Limited was set up in Asansol to meet their needs. It was awarded a distribution license in 1932 and it became DPSC Limited in 2003. In 2008, it developed a 2 MW solar power plant at Shibpur, a first of its kind grid-connected solar plant in Asia. On a roll now, in 2013, the name DPSC Limited changed to IPCL or India Power Corporation Limited. And that is how India and the world knows us today. In 2014, IPCL commenced power distribution in Gaya as a distribution franchisee and continued for 4 years with benchmarked performance in such a short period, achieving loss reduction trajectory supply reliability of over 95% and deployment of smart metering technology, being much ahead of others and having the highest performance in its kind of distribution model. Another ace that we have up our sleeves is the implementation of SCADA, a revolutionary mechanism. It is installed at the J.K. Nagar substation, which acts as the central conduit for real-time monitoring and control over quality output and consumer feedback using automated meter reading technology along with automated digitized payment options. J.K. Nagar also houses India Power's Area Load Dispatch Center, which is the nerve center for the operation, planning, monitoring and control of the power system, ensuring India Power to achieve maximum security and efficiency, providing uninterrupted power supply to its consumers. The distribution portfolio also saw an addition with India Power acquiring distribution license for the SEZ region of Tuticorin, spread across an area of approximately 2,518 acres. In 2019, India Power is completing its centenary year as a leading holistic integrated power utility in the country.
We are proud to be celebrating India Power's 100th year in 2019. We are a unique company with a rich legacy of a 100-year-old, century-old organization, as well as the dynamism of a very young and futuristic utility. We are one of the first distribution companies who have implemented 100% automated metering infrastructure and implement SCADA and other technologies, which is helping our customers consume electricity more efficiently and making our network more reliable.
India Power today is an integrated holistic power company with foothold in different segments. With regards to India Power's exceptional operational efficiency, a special mention is imperative for its operation in the Asansol and Raniganj area. Despite being in a competitive market, the power distribution scenario is different from the rest. It has the lowest T&D losses of about 3% only. Its supply reliability is rated at 99.99%. distinguished by its customer-centric programs and digitization.
I am very happy to satisfy with the services and all the service rendered by the corporation.
Quick response team, that is maintenance team during emergency, stormy weather, they are giving full support to us.
Conclave. Theme this year is Inclusive Growth with Resource Security. We request Mr. Gautam Ray, the Chairperson of the Energy and Environment Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to deliver the opening remarks and take the session forward.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. Good afternoon, rather. has thought it prudent to organize this 13th Environment and Energy Conclave. And definitely, we are sure that it will bring newer value at the forum of the annual Environment and Energy Conclave. The theme this year we have thought inclusive growth with resource security. And definitely the emphasis will be on collaboration. We are very glad to inform you that United Kingdom is our country partner this time. And this year's conclave has been considered as one of the run-up events to COP26. Although the economic crisis what we are facing worldwide, India is also no exception. But with the unlocking, there has been a resurgence also. But not linked to it, way back in 1995, in view of sustaining the ecosystem, a conference of globally concerned parties, COP, was held in Berlin. Subsequently, every year, one meeting in some part of the world is held to throw new light on sustainability. COP21 was held in 2015 in Paris, which has spoke for holding temperature rise within 2 degrees of that of pre-industrial period. India accordingly has a firm commitment to augment green power, and this year COP26 will be held in Glasgow, where the world leaders will express their views on climate change. Keeping this in the backdrop, this year our focus for this forum was for international policy advocacy towards climate change, bringing in inputs from government, business, think tanks, academia, and also youth. Especially, we have given a slot for a youth forum, keeping in mind that let the next generation also express their view on sustainability. The recommendation of this conclave would be submitted to COP26 leadership with the help of British Deputy High Commissioner in Kolkata, with whom the Chamber works very closely. TERI has always been a partner to this conclave traditionally. We proudly present to you Kolkata Virtual Sustainable Action Dialogue of WSDS in 2021. India, as you know, has an ambitious plan to adapt the renewable sector. Out of this 371 gigawatt installed capacity, today RE is about 133 gigawatt. And there is a definite plan for prospective rise of existing 5% to 21%. Given in this situation, for a better collaboration and for exchange of views, this conclave we have thought of, and we are glad to announce that there will be participation from Asia Pacific speakers from Australia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and Indonesia. As a token of our paying back to the society and nature, Chamber has pledged to its members and stakeholders on occasion of the conclave to plant trees after the havoc impact of super cyclone Amphan in eastern region, primarily in West Bengal. With their support, I am glad to inform that more than 250,000 trees are being planted in Bengal and Jharkhand, especially in industrial regions. I understand sustainability is based on inclusive growth, collaboration, and the circular economy with more renewable input. In India, in spite of the pandemic, we have learned to live differently. We should be bold enough to take the challenge of sustainability, beat the menace, and move to a brighter world with brotherhood and camaraderie. We have today a video on tree plantation by the members and the stakeholders, and I would request for that presentation. Thank you. Thank you. In fact, we are expecting much more such participation will take place in the future. Today, we have with us Sri Rajnath Ram, Advisor Energy Niti Ayog, Government of India. And as sustainability discussions should start with the policy advocacy part, we all are eager to listen to Mr. Ram on the initiatives and the policy issues. I would request Mr. Rajnath Ram to speak on.
Yeah, so next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, the slide is not getting displayed. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah. So let me begin with the context here that there are the 5 basic elements of life, and we say the Panch Mahabhut, namely the land that is called the Asthal or the Prithvi, the water, the Jal, air that is Vayu, the fire, the Tej, and the space that is Akas. Almost all these needs, are related with some kind of economic activities and which are all dependent on the energy. If we uh, go by the 200 years ago, all the human needs for the energy were fully met by the renewable sources. But now we are landed up with the more than 80% of world energy consumptions, which is coming from the fossil fuels. And that's a finite and non-renewable sources. World's almost 1/4 of the energy consumption is for the manufacturing sector only. So there remains a need for a close link between the energy and the economy for a comprehensive analysis to ensure inclusive growth and minimize the economic loss. Next slide, please. And that's where the energy data has to play a crucial role. Next slide, please. Yeah. So data is a really, no, go back to, yeah. Data is a really critical enabler to formulate the energy policy and then drive the actions, the crisis planning, and the performance evaluation of the programs and the policy. The data management helps to plan for an efficient use of resources in a targeted and a structured manner. Data, if you have the data, the well-structured data, you can easily supervise for all the different energy-related activities. That can improve the governance process. That can provide a competitive advantage for anybody. And that's data is really, really critical for the industry to plan for the economical and the efficient production. And the data also support the analytical tool and the market analysis. And for the country, we must emphasize on the overall demand supply balance. And that is very, very critical. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the various agencies who have been involved in India for the data management are the coal controller organizations who maintain the data pertaining to the coal reserves, productions, grade of coal, demand, consumption points, calorific value, pricing, state-wise reserves, positions, historical data on the various counts. Then petroleum planning analysis is then a technical wing of the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. All petroleum related data and the natural gas, even LNG, export, import, marketing of petroleum products, state-wise retail pumps, customer base, all these data are being maintained by them. Director General of Hydrocarbons, that's all another wing of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. They maintain data with respect to the upstream sector, the hydrocarbon resources, particularly the oil and gas exploration and the production. And they also manage the new exploration licensing policy contract regime, where the Indian sedimentary basins are given to them, to the private players for the hydrocarbon exploration and production. Then they also maintain the data on the CBM, then the various technological details on gas hydrates and historical data. Then Central Statistical Organization, that is MOSPI, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. They maintain the data related with respect to almost all these sectors. And with respect to the energy, they come out with the energy balance. And they are the only agency in the country which integrate all the 5 energy ministries, and they come out with the consolidated data on the energy with the supply demand balance. Then we have the Central Electricity Authority and then the regime of the Ministry of Power. And they also have a lot of data related with the power sector, data on thermal, hydro, power system, grid operations. And very recently, I think just 1 year from now, they have added another wing of renewables. In fact, that data for the renewables, like they want to create a separate wing for that to maintaining, because India has a huge plan of uh, install for clean energy transition and particularly renewable energy penetration. So there are challenges also because we run with the 5 ministries: the Ministry of Coal, Power, Petroleum and Natural Gas, New and Renewable Energy, Department of Atomic Energy, to deal with the energy. So I feel that somewhere the lack of coordination really drives the some of the gaps in the energy data, and sometimes it becomes very critical on the convergence of the data. Particularly, like recently, we have just gone a discussion with the Ministry of Power, and then the MOSPI and the Ministry PSC. Uh, the data on the import dependencies, there was some divergence on the calculation aspect with related to the import dependence. PPAC assumes some different assumptions, and the MOSPI has some different assumptions. And within the same organization, same government bodies, we have a different data set. So that's another critical area we need to focus on. And a lot of crucial energy data is still we see that in a physically scanned and format. So that needs to be something looked upon. There are many gaps in the energy consumption data because it's more difficult to gather this data. There are also limited mandate of the government institution to disseminate the data to the general public. So we have just taken this initiatives just to harmonize the different data points, and then also come out with the certain solutions, and certain initiatives have been taken. Please change this slide. I think next slide, please. I think I'm more. Yeah. So with the recent initiatives, the formation of National Statistical Commission and the National Data Sharing and Accessibility Policy, but that also need a very strong discussion and interministerial consultations to devise and develop this data platform. Next slide, please. So Niti Aayog has taken some initiative to strengthen the Indian energy data management system in the country. Next slide, please. So this is the broad 4 category we have identified, and because that's the basic principles, we think that for a robust energy data management system in the country, to establish a common core principle and standards for managing the data in India. Even within the our intergovernmental organization, we find there are the standards for collecting the data, then also standardization of format, standardization of definitions. These are somewhere we find some problem. So that's cohesion is required. Enhanced coordination is very, very crucial because we need to coordinate with the all ministries seamlessly, and that will somehow will converge to the robust energy data management system in India. We have to also adopt the newest technology, and we have to enhance the efficiency for the data collection and reporting, the data quality, and then some kind of institutional setup for strengthening the data and reconciling the data. Niti Aayog constituted 8 subgroups, 4 in the demand sector and 4 in the supply sector. For the demand sector, that basically the major sector were included transport, industry, buildings, and agriculture. And we made them responsible, the joint secretary level officers in the government, as a chair of the subgroup. And these subgroups have submitted their reports, both for the supply and the demand sector. And the subgroups have clearly identified the various data gaps and have provided their recommendations for improvement in the data management system in the country. But they have also at the same time has suggested that institutional strength and somewhere the data is lacking, we need to have a periodical survey where these are some of the recommendations they have made. Next slide, please. These are the three initiatives we have undertaken. India Energy Dashboard that we are developing. The first version was launched in 2017. Now we are going with the advanced version where we are collecting all sort of data and with less human intervention. And we are just trying that automation can be done and it can be also linked with the API. India energy security scenario, this is another tool Niti Aayog has developed for 2047, keeping in mind that 100 years of India's independence, what would be the energy scenario for the country. And this tool is a very robust and it's a bottom-up approach model where we update this tool on a frequent basis, but last updation was held only in 2016. There was some problem with respect to the time horizons because this was the exercise started way back in 2015 before formation of the Niti Aayog, because at that point of time there was a 5-year plan exercise. That planning exercise has gone. So data was also planned accordingly for the 5-year of intervals of times. But now we are restricting this model for providing this yearly data updates and then projections for the future. We have also come out with a GIS-based energy map, and we involve ISRO for developing this GIS-based energy map for the country. And this tool would be specifically used for geospatial planning. For any energy resources or any energy installations need to be planned, and this tool would be helpful to identify if there are energy installations and the system are in place. So that will help. And this would be user ID and password protected, and access as of now it would be given only to the nodal officers from the ministries. Next slide, please. So I've already informed it about the Niti Aayog India Energy Dashboard. The Prayas Energy Group has supported us. The basic objective of this was that if all forms of energy are maintained at one place, basically the data, it can be used by researchers, policymakers, business strategies, formulators, and performance evaluation of the energy sector program organization. And that will help to a kind of evaluation of energy sectors, and also it will make the policymakers easy access of data and the easy planning of the policies. So the version 1 was launched in 2017. Now we are working to version 2, as I've already mentioned, that it should be API linked and would also include the demand side data, because as of now we have just captured the supply side, but that data is easily available. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of the dashboard, which provides that from the supply side and left side you see the supply side, the various resources, and the right side you see that the other consumption sector. Like the domestic coal, you have the supply from the domestic sources as well as the imported coal, and then you should see the block of coal, and from the coal, that block, how this resource is distributed for electricity generation, and then the other industrial uses, and then on the downstream side you see the various sectors that are consuming. So this is the Sankey diagram which provide you from the flow of energy from the sources till the consumer end. Next slide, please. Okay, so next is the GIS map. This is a sort of a snapshot for the GIS map we have developed with the ISRO, and the basic objective is geospatial planning for the country. So this is in advanced stage. We are going to launch it very soon. Next slide, please. This is the India energy security scenario. This is the web tool. This is a snapshot how it look like. In the front page, you can just see that what are the energy demand, where the energy supply, and then you see the another graph of import dependence. So here it's a two platform. One is the web tool, one is the detailed Excel model, and both can be, I mean, detailed Excel model can be downloaded. And if somebody find that the assumptions and the data taken are not correct or transparent, and if they feel that the projections could be like whatever the way they think are, so they can change the model, they can input their data, and they can see the results. So it's a downloadable tool, and one can play with the numbers and they can generate their own scenario. So that is the objective of this India energy security scenario. But the overall objective is to have a more informed debate on the energy scenarios, so that if a researcher can play with the different numbers, they can come up with the different ideas, different suggestions, and that can be incorporated and formulated in the policy. Next slide, please. So this was the just energy security scenario. We are just under the finalizing it, and which incorporates the various parameters, the short and long-term energy investment planning. It is a very guiding tool where all the four aspects like accelerating the clean energy transition, you can track the transition, how it is taking the shape, and then end user of India energy landscape. I mean, but this also provides you the implication on the cost parameters, how much the system would cost if you are going to a certain kind of scenarios. And it also indicate the land implication, land and then the GHG emission. So it's a very rich tool which provides the overall framework of the energy demand and supply and overall the impact on the economy. Next slide, please. So this is what I have already mentioned. You can see the energy imports, GHG emission, cost to the economy, water requirement, the land requirement, because now even the power, thermal power, if you are going to install, I mean, that's a water intensive. So how much water would be required, what with the completion, and those kind of things need to be, I mean, one can see from the tool. So this is the overall objective I could see. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. The overall objective of the data management should be like that. That's what we are following the principle to establish a common core principle for EDM for all organizations involving in the EDM. Standardize the definition, classification of data, data quality, enhance coordination, and then maximize the use of existing data, improve data quality, and there's some kind of institutional mechanism to reconcile data for the different sources. data on energy consumption, non-commercial energy sources is currently inadequate, so collecting such kind of data, etc. Next slide, please. Adopt best technology available to increase efficiency in data collection, the common format for similar data, automated data, better data integration, informed dissemination, customer-oriented data formats, use of modern technology, and that's already we have mentioned, and maximize the effectiveness of the staff and central. I mean, that's also, we have also inbuilt a training for this exercise, and we worked with the all the data management agencies, and in the Niti Aayog itself we conducted a workshop for how to manage the better data for the country, and we involve international energy agencies to impart this training, etc. So this is overall from my side. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Ram. It's really, very enriching, and nobody can deny that data analytics and artificial intelligence, and ultimately the collection of data, standardization, coordination, what you have spoken of, are of extremely importance. With this, I would request Mr. Mohit Bhargav is with us. He is the head of Renewable Energy Division and CEO of NVV and NTPC Limited, the largest power producer in the country. We are very proud of NTPC. He will speak on social and environmental growth as core business strategy. I would only request speakers to limit their, because we have to continue the session one after another. So, Mr. Bhargav, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Are focusing on green and sustainable growth. And India is at the center of this global energy transition and is now a major renewables hub. Mr. Roy mentioned about renewable capacity of about 130 gigawatts. Out of that, I'd like to point out that variable renewable energy is about 87 gigawatts. And this is a capacity which has come up over the last few years only. Indian government has set a very ambitious target of achieving 175 gigawatts of variable renewable capacity by 2022. And that has been further increased to an even more ambitious goal of 450 gigawatts of renewables by 2030. Probably many of you may not be aware that even in these unprecedented times with COVID, renewables was probably one of the sectors which escaped relatively unhurt due to the swift action taken by the government around the world. Our Indian government has ensured that must-run status is accorded to renewables and insulated the industry from compression in demand due to the lockdown. This also ensured that at all times, renewable sources were allowed to generate power and the other sources were asked to back down. While renewables have been the preferred choice of electricity generation everywhere, it does have one drawback, and probably all of you are aware of that. It's intermittency. That's why we call it the variable renewables. Innovative storage solutions are one way to solve this problem. We can use batteries, pump storage, or any other storage options to store power and maintain grid stability. While pushing local manufacturing of solar modules is definitely a step in the right direction, we should probably focus on expanding plans to other parts of power sector value chain, such as batteries, components, and solar module components as well, wafers, ingots, and so on and so forth. As per the recent reports of Bloomberg, NEF, BNEF, batteries are also becoming increasingly affordable. Prices have dropped by over 80% in the last decade and are expected to drop further in the coming years. Apart from storage, the other way to make renewables firmer is to venture into green hydrogen. Disruptive innovations and technology will be critical to propel RE's growth. As a responsible corporate, we at NTPC have a plan to add about 30 gigawatts of renewable by 2030, and we intend to maybe increase it further depending on how the trajectory goes. Considering the issues connected with pumping large amounts of RE power into the grid, NTPC also intends to convert the excess power from the green sources to produce green hydrogen and use it for various upstream and downstream applications like hydrogen-based fuel cell electric vehicles, productions of chemicals like methanol, wherein hydrogen along with captured carbon dioxide can be used to produce methanol, ammonia, and other chemicals, energy storage and re-electrification by blending hydrogen into the natural gas pipeline. I must tell you here that hydrogen is one of the important pillars which NTPC is pursuing, because we feel that when 450 gigawatt of RE power will come into the grid and the overall grid size may be around 700 to 800 gigawatts, it would be much better to pump molecules rather than electrons into the grid. And molecules are what hydrogen is. So we should use electrons to produce hydrogen and supply it to the industries or the areas which need it. Other than going green through the renewables way, NTPC is also has been the forerunner in adopting environment-friendly technologies. Our focus has been on green as well as clean power. So when we have a large coal-based fleet, we are moving ahead and making a commitment so that we are retrofitting our plants to meet the new emission norms. We have already awarded flue gas desulfurization packages for most of our existing fleet, and we are also taking action to meet the NOx and the particulate matter limits. On the other side, coal-based plants have ash as a byproduct, and we are committed to use 100% ash. We are looking at the possibility of supplying ash to industries which need it, like cement and building. And we are also looking at developing in-house technologies to convert ash to sand and cement. Waste to energy is another area where NTPC is focusing as part of circular economy. We are already working on setting up waste to energy facilities in different cities, including Delhi. We're also procuring agro-residue-based pellets to co-fire in our power plants along with coal. We also have a separate business development arm, which has been exploring setting up electric charging stations on a large scale. We strongly believe that ultimately transport will also move away from ICE to electric vehicles, whether it is battery operated or hydrogen operated. NTPC, as a responsible corporate, has a very important role to play in leading the way towards a new energy economy, and we are completely geared in spearheading the way towards India's energy transition. As you can see, NTPC's growth plans are now firmly centered on green, clean, and sustainable power solutions, including renewables, emission control, waste to energy, electric mobility, and green hydrogen. We are doing this with the firm and full knowledge that sustainable growth is the key to our future. With this, I'd like to conclude, and I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for allowing me to be part of this dialogue. And thanks to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for coming up with socially responsible themes every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to Mr. Bhargav. You have correctly highlighted some of the very important issues like sustainability is the basic strategy and the circular economy, what you are speaking of. In fact, the intermittency of the renewable energy can be supplemented with storage. You have rightly mentioned. Technology-driven lithium-ion cell having higher charge density and retention capacity will have good business potential in India. EV market in India is also opening up, and definitely NTPC being the front runner, we are all looking to your project, your plan, so that it can really add value to the sustainability program of the country. Now I would request Mr. Ghanasham Prasad. He is the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India. He is with us. He has agreed to give, in spite of his busy schedule, some time with us. I would request Mr. Prasad to give your special address.
Good afternoon, everyone. And at the outset, let me thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Mr. Gautam Roy for inviting me to this address. It's, as rightly said, it is the topic selected by Bengal Chamber of Commerce is quite apt, and it is the need of hour. You rightly said that there is a deep crisis which was caused due to pandemic. But I think we are all geared up to turn this as an opportunity and not take it as a setback, as a crisis. I think we should remove the word crisis from our mind and try to take it as an opportunity and try to build, as our Honorable Prime Minister always keeps on saying, that any crisis can be easily turned into an opportunity. And that is how we are being driven now by the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the slogan that has been given. And I think industry is all geared up to align themselves to this kind of a challenge which has been thrown open by the Honorable Prime Minister. It should not be taken as only coming from a Prime Minister, but it should be the responsibility of each and every individual of the country to be really self-reliant, and we feel proud in making it as a country specific and try to progress on that manner. Inclusive growth and resource security. If we see from the energy side, and which have been captured to some extent to the data analytics by Mr. Rajnath Ram from NITI Aayog. In fact, we have already been, we as a Ministry of Power, from the power sector side, we have been in close sync with NITI Aayog and trying to see that the data part gets integrated in a manner which is required for the researchers and others. In this endeavor, we also have developed National Power Portal, and in fact, the kind of disparities in the data which we used to have it earlier has been tried to resolve, and the National Power Portal has been already launched, and each and every day there is some addition to this portal. Some more data is being put into this portal. Regarding the security part and the resources, I think all of us are aware that we are mostly still dependent on coal. Gas availability issue continues. Hydro, because of high cost of generation, we are not able to take it forward in a pace and in a manner in which we should have done it. RE, fortunately, which started at a very, very high cost in the initial years, the prices have become quite competitive. And that is how we are adding more and more renewables and trying to encourage renewables into the entire kitty of generation, particularly solar. Pandemic. To my understanding, I think we'll again bounce back. There had been gaps, and if we see the data of April, we were 23% less than the last year, same period, which now in August, slowly and slowly that was reduced, and in August we are now moving towards positive, a little positive, and yet to see that we move to the pre-pandemic era, and we reach to that demand growth scenario. Research and development should be key focus again to the industries, and that calls for some new product. And in fact, if we try to see the optimality part of it, and in all the arms of the power sector, whether it is generation, which takes from the industry point of view to the equipments, or whether it is pollution control equipments like FGD, etc. Transmission equipments, distribution, a lot of scope is still there in distribution, whether we take it from the smart grid or the SCADA, smart metering, or any kind of innovations that we try to pump into the distribution sector. It is still less because we need to make our distribution sector viable. Leading to communication. In fact, by and large, every year we have seen that the penetration of communication in the power sector has been increasing with automation going into it. Generation, transmission at a larger extent till the load dispatch centers, it is already automated. But down the line towards the DISCOM and the consumer side, it is yet to be done. And that calls for some more automation towards the distribution sector, the consumer participation, and the visibility of the consumer, the way the consumer is being serviced, and the consumer interactions vis-a-vis the company's DISCOMs needs to be improved so that the consumer feel as a part of the system, not felt as if they are being administered by the companies. So a kind of communication system which is more and more consumer friendly needs to be evolved, and that may lead to better service being offered to the consumer. So I think the next focus should be the consumer centric in the power sector, and the revival of the DISCOMs and the viability of the distribution system. In fact, if these two arms of the power sector we are able to tackle, probably we will be able to ensure the entire viability of the entire sector, because the cash flows starts from the consumer, then to DISCOMs, and who in turn pays to everyone, whether it is generator, traders, transmission companies, or even to the equipment manufacturers in turn. Resources needs to be optimized. Resources are never in plenty. And that is what we have seen, in fact, starting from the earlier days when we had state resources. It was being treated as a state resource. We moved to the regional optimization, and recently we had moved towards the national resource optimization. And from 1st of April 2019, when we tried to see that the gains which can occur if we try to optimize the resources at a national level, it was introduced through a national level merit order, which we call it as security constraint economic dispatch. And this economic dispatch led us to a saving of something like 1,200 crores per year. And this is a huge amount, and we have yet to, this is just 1/3 of the kitty which has been introduced so far. And if we try to take the state and the other IPPs together, probably the savings at the end of the day would be much higher. than what is being seen at present. So what is required now is we need to change our mindset. We need to think where all we can optimize. Can I take and integrate some other resources from other places? A state may not have each kind of resources, and the potential may be different in different states. So these diversities needs to be encashed in a manner when we try to have some kind of a national optimization. And not only national, what I can further extend it to an international resources optimization, because we are already trying to harness and trying to see that we get power from Bhutan. And I think West Bengal is one of the rich beneficiary of the hydropower which is coming from Bhutan. We are hoping that we'll get some more hydros from Nepal side as well when these hydropower plants developed in Nepal. There are already some are already in the pipeline. But at present, we are exporting power to Bangladesh, Nepal, and Myanmar, and which has improved their situation as well as the situations and the conditions of our own power sector people and the stakeholders. Particularly, if I can say, West Bengal is one of them, and Tripura from the other side are supplying power to Bangladesh, which has improved the economical situation of these two states, besides other stakeholders as such. Other area where we always keep focusing is the energy efficiency part, whether it is efficient lightings, fans, air conditioners, all these equipments, the manufacturers of these equipments need to innovate, need to bring out more and more efficiency in this particular area. And we see that a lot of energy gets saved by simply introducing these small steps. One of the major challenges that the country right now faces in the distribution sector is the supply to the agriculture, and the agriculture pump sets are not efficient, which needs to be changed to the efficient pumps. We can save a lot of energy, a lot of subsidies which goes to payment of the to this sector can also be optimized so that better utilization of resources can be there. This may also further try to see that other electrical equipments can also be made more efficient, and that is how I was trying to focus more on the research aspect of the industry and the particularly those who are involved in these areas. We do keep on facilitating in terms of creating demand, which we got it done through the EESL, who did for the LED bulbs, fans, ACs, and even electric vehicles in the initial phases. And we'll continue to do handhold and try to do a lot of see that the volumes increases in these particular areas. Environment is another key area which is of focus in the power sector, and as I mentioned that India doesn't have any choice other than to right now depend mainly on the coal sector. So we need to make it as clean coal, and that is how to meet the environmental norms, the equipment like FGD, etc. are being installed. And it becomes the responsibility of the thermal power plants owners, equipment suppliers, FGDs suppliers, or even other pollution control equipment suppliers to supply them in time so that these can be installed as per the directions given by the Honorable Supreme Court and the Ministry of Environment and Forest. This also leads to judicious use of water by the stakeholders of the power sector, and which is also as communities. I think Mohit emphasized on the need of storage system. In fact, we are also forming a team and trying to see in what manner the energy storage system can be integrated into the grid, whether it is battery storage, it is pump storage, or it is hydrogen, or in any other manner or in the other developments that energy storage system takes us forward. Giving more leeway to the consumers, to the discoms, and opportunity to only a week ago, we started with green term ahead market, which will give an opportunity to renewable power to trade electricity into this segment, and the opportunity to the obligated entities, including discoms, to fulfill their renewable purchase obligations. So these are the developments which the markets in the market, and in fact, right now the kitty is quite small, and we are working on it along with all these stakeholders, so that we are able to improve this kitty in the market to a larger extent. So what is required is a coordinated approach of all these stakeholders in the power sector, whether it is generators, transmission licensees, traders, discoms, all equipment manufacturers. Industry has to play a very, very major role into this element, so that all of us are able to get the benefits out of it. In fact, in the opening remark, Mr. Ray mentioned that India's commitment of 40%, basically we had committed in the Paris COP22, and our commitment was 40% of installed capacity by 2030. We have already achieved 37.5% as of now. We are only on 2020, and maybe by 2021 itself, we'll be able to achieve this particular target of having 40% installed capacity, which we were supposed to do it by 2030. But this will not stop us from further integration of renewables. We'll continue that journey and continue the efforts to further keep on integrating more and more renewable sources, so that we give a better world to our next generation. Plantation of tree, which Mr. Rice said, has shown us in the beginning, was really encouraging. And I really compliment the efforts of BCC in this particular area. And I hope that in future, you will also involve school children and others, so that it becomes a mass movement instead of taking only through the industries. With this, I close my remarks, and I wish all the success to all the stakeholders, including the industries, in the endeavor that we try to achieve inclusive growth with resource security. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. You have really covered the entire gamut of the power sector in the India, as well as you have highlighted on what are the future directions, use of modern technology, automation, extensive use of information and communication technology, ICT, Internet of Things are the prime tools for automation and optimal use of energy. We are really grateful to you. Convey our special thanks to all the speakers, Mr. Prasad, Mr. Bhargav, and Mr. Ram. And with this, we are concluding this opening session. And I'm handing over to Mr. Deb A. Mukherjee for conducting the next session. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ray. Thank you very much, Mr. Ray. I do not wish to sort of cast a pall of gloom after the optimistic talk given by Mr. Prasad, but the point remains we are passing through very troubled times. And we do see a convergence of crisis, and we are in it all together, right from local to the global. What is the path forward? The UN, the IMF, the International Energy Agency, they are all urging government and business to build back a more just and sustainable economy. But the challenge is how we would cushion this current pandemic's health and economic consequences, protect the vulnerable communities, and yet set a pathway for a just and sustainable recovery. Any dialogue, any discourse on the green recovery, which we would be deliberating upon now going forward, needs to be discussed on a slightly wider canvas, and necessarily the agenda needs to go beyond just the low carbon climate resilient agenda to address other aspects of the SDG goals. The issues of inclusiveness, equity, sustainability. And it is in that spirit that the theme of this year's conclave has been set and the program curated. We are very fortunate to have the COP26 leadership with us from the UK, and we are joined by thought leaders and business leaders and stalwarts whose advice and inputs are always heeded to and acted upon. May I first request Dr. John Merton, UK Government's COP26 envoy, to please deliver his address. I know, Dr. Merton, we are running a bit late, and apologies for that, but we are eagerly looking forward to your address. Over to you, Dr. Merton.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all in Bengal, and thank you for inviting me to speak at this event. I'm thrilled to see a Chamber of Commerce taking such an interest in climate change and climate action, and I think it's a real mark of your seriousness as an organization that you're doing that. As others have noted, although the COP26 meeting that we were due to host in November 2020 has been delayed, this doesn't mean that tackling climate change is any the less important. We only have to look at the ongoing wildfires in California, or the dual typhoons approaching the eastern seaboard of the United States, or last year's wildfires in Australia, or even the damage caused closer to your home by Cyclone Amphan to Kolkata and the world's largest mangrove swamps, to see that climate change is not just science fiction, it's not just a prediction for the future, but it's real and it's happening now. Just a small example, in the UK, in the 30 years between 1960 and 1990, we only had 3 tropical nights, which are nights where the temperature stayed above a certain temperature all night long. In the first half of 2020, we've already had 9. So the climate is changing, and although the COP process has been delayed, we mustn't delay climate action. And COVID, as many speakers have just been mentioning, has shown us some of the benefits of cleaner air. I think everyone in Kolkata and in Delhi has enjoyed the cleaner air as a result of lockdown, even though there's been a terrible price economically that we've paid for that. And the thesis that I want to advance to your members this afternoon in India is that actually we don't need an economic crisis. We don't need COVID-19 to ensure we have cleaner air and a better climate. The technology and the economics are in place now for us to enjoy green growth. before I sort of talk longer, I think it's just worth speaking about the UK's experience, because it's never a good idea to urge someone to do something if you haven't already been doing it yourself. And one of the things we're proud of in the UK government is that over the last 30 years, the UK has reduced its emissions now by more than 45%, whilst growing our economy by over 75%. Or to put it another way, we've made the biggest emissions reductions in the G7 group of industrialized nations, whilst growing our economy faster than any of the other G7 nations. And our emissions reductions now have reached a level that we're now emitting less greenhouse gases in the UK than at any time since the era of Queen Victoria. I think we have to go back to 1880 to find a year when we emitted less greenhouse gases than last year. And we're now using less coal in the UK than at any time since the 1760s. So nearly 260 years. And as incoming COP president, the UK is committed to increasing our climate ambition globally and to helping foster a sustainable and inclusive recovery from COVID-19. Part of that ensures making sure that our level of financing to help people overcome the impacts of climate change must be maintained. And we've recently committed £11.6 billion over the next 5 years to support efforts to tackle climate change, with half of that money being devoted not just to mitigation, but to adaptation and resilience, to help vulnerable communities to adapt to climate change and be more resilient in the face of it. People who hosted previous climate conferences, and I look back to Paris in 2015 and Copenhagen in 2010, always had a challenge in that they were trying to persuade businesses and governments to trade away a little bit of economic growth in exchange for some climate action. And one of the things that we have supporting the COP26 agenda in 2021 is that trade-off no longer applies. And in India, you've demonstrated that more effectively almost than any other country. Increasingly now, as other speakers have mentioned, if you want to grow your economy, you have to green your economy. And India's remarkable progress in delivering solar power across the country is testimony to that. Solar power enabling communities to be electrified and driving economic growth in your country. The global trade in low carbon goods and services is expected to grow between 18 and 34-fold between now and 2050, and is said to be one of the fastest growing sectors of the global economy. And so if you're a business wanting to grow your company, it's natural that you would want to invest in this, one of the most fast growing sectors in the global economy. And according to Bloomberg Energy Research, wind and solar are now the cheapest forms of energy generation for more than 2/3 of the world's population. So for nearly 5 billion people, solar and wind are the cheapest forms of energy, and that can help us drive our economies forward whilst curbing emissions. And the sector is growing massively. So fast is the growth of the solar sector, partly as a result of the activities of your country, that more solar power was installed in 2019 than in all of recorded time up to 2012. And that pace is set to continue. There is now 260 gigawatts of production capacity for solar photovoltaic cells globally, and they will be added to the global grid year on year. And it's not just solar energy. The UK has made huge strides in transitioning to a low carbon energy mix. Last year was the first year in the UK when the majority of our electric power came from fossil fuel free sources. And just this week, we hit a new record with wind energy accounting for 59.1% of our energy mix during a particularly breezy day over the last week. As a result of this, countries who invest in renewable energy are seeing their energy get cheaper and cheaper. And this is a huge opportunity, I believe, not just for the UK, but also for Indian businesses to take ground from competitors who are not investing in renewable energy. And one of the challenges I make when I travel to the countries of Northeast Asia, for example, and I talk to policymakers in Seoul or in Tokyo, is I say, companies in India will be putting on power at 3.5 cents a kilowatt hour, thanks to the Indian government's energy policies on solar, how will you compete in the energy intensive sectors with your Indian competitors? And it's something to which I've yet to hear a coherent answer. And markets are pricing all of this opportunity in. And that's why we see that Tesla is now worth more than Toyota, even though they produce far fewer cars. And an American electric truck manufacturer called Nikola is now worth more on the stock market than Fiat Chrysler, even though Nikola has yet to make a single vehicle. But the market's price in the future, and the markets, what they're telling us very clearly is that the future is in renewable energy. And as another market indicator of that change, what we're seeing in markets is a down rating of the value of companies that remain heavily invested in fossil fuels. And that's driving companies like British Petroleum, BP, Shell, and others to make public their commitment to net zero and to make public their commitment to move away from fossil fuels. And you recently saw BP make an announcement that in the next 10 years, they will reduce their output of oil and gas by 40%. And they know they have to do that, because if they don't make those changes, they will end up like Exxon, which just this week was forced out of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, even though if you go back as recently as 1990, it was the third largest company in the Dow Jones. I just wanted to take a moment to pay tribute to the work of many of your members and Indian firms in terms of leading these changes globally. India, as we all know, is home to some of the biggest multinationals in the world, but they're not just driving the agenda domestically, they're driving it internationally. And I point particularly to Dalmia Cement, which was the first of the major cement producers to commit to science-based targets on reducing their emissions. And that's been a sort of an example of global leadership, and they've been followed subsequently by European manufacturers like Heidelberg Cement and Lafarge. And so I sort of wanted just to sort of celebrate actually the fact that Indian companies are driving the world agenda in this area. Tata Power is another example with their targets of 40 to 50% of power generation through non-fossil fuel sources by 2025, Tata Steel as well. And the Mahindra Group have challenged all companies in the group to set a science-based target. And so if we see lots of really encouraging examples, and I hope in the near future we will see many more through other major Indian firms. And what unites these economies is they know that investing in the green economy isn't just something they do to look good publicly, it's something they do to enhance their bottom line. And much of this is made possible by government targets and regulation, and the fact that during the COVID epidemic, the Indian government enforced a must-run status for renewables during the lockdown has surely helped support investment in the Indian renewable market, resulting in record low tariffs at the most recent solar auction. And we're proud that the UK High Commission in Delhi and the Deputy High Commissions around the country have worked closely with the national government and with local government to help support progressive policy in this area, including working with the Kolkata Municipal Corporation on the UK KMC programme on low carbon and climate resilient Kolkata, which we think makes Kolkata one of the first cities in India to launch a multi-sectoral roadmap to respond to the challenges and opportunities of climate change. And Kolkata has been internationally recognized by a group of cities, the C40 cities, and the International Energy Agency for its leadership on electrification of the public transport system. So in closing, just want to flag up that we want to work with all of the members of your chamber as we draw up an ambitious roadmap for global climate action between now and next year. And I flagged the Race to Zero as one way to demonstrate your commitment. This initiative, the Race to Zero initiative, is the largest ever alliance of businesses and non-state actors committing to reaching net zero by 2050 at latest. And we would be delighted if businesses join the Race to Zero initiative through one of the partner initiatives, and ideally the Business Ambition for 1.5 degrees C pledge. Nearly 1,000 businesses have joined the Race to Zero, including Adani Ports, Bharti Airtel, Dalmia Cement, Infosys, Mahindra Group, Mahindra Heavy Engines, Reliance, Tech Mahindra, Vakagre, and others. And we hope that many more of your members will do so in the near future. As we head towards COP26, we are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, but protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighboring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance to make sure that all financial decision makers, whether that's a national government finance minister, a municipal council finance minister, or even your chief financial officer or the manager of your pension scheme, takes account of climate change in all their decision making, so as to avoid investing in what might be potentially stranded assets such as oil and gas investments. And we hope to bring all that together so that we can show governments that actually they can be more courageous in their commitments and more courageous in their nationally determined contributions, and be confident that they can set ambitious targets for the economy without jeopardizing economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Merton, for your very comprehensive address, setting the context right for COP26. And the objective of this session is to bring together the business leaders and join them with the policy think tank and join up with COP26 leadership in what you say is the race to zero. And we from the chamber, I can assure you, Dr. Merton, would be committed to doing our bit towards that objective. Thank you very much also for highlighting the 5 areas, the 5 focus areas that you would be looking at. And I think that very comprehensively covers all the aspects for the green turnaround, so to speak, or the green recovery. Thank you very much indeed for your address. It gives me great pleasure now to welcome Dr. Ajay Mathur to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Mathur, of course, needs no introduction, but just allow me to, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say that Dr. Mathur has stood by Bengal Chamber over the last several years and had been a mentor to the Chamber and a well-wisher for all the Chamber's activities in the space of energy, environment, and sustainability. We are deeply grateful to you, sir, for agreeing to address us this afternoon, and also having, over the last few years, we have had the regional dialogue for the World Summit of TERI as part of our offering in the Conclave, and we are deeply grateful to you for also making that happen. Thank you very much, and over to you now, Dr. Mathur, for your address.
Thank you, Deb. I had actually thought that Natalie would go before I did. And Natalie, if you want to, please go ahead and I can follow you.
It's fine, Dr. Mathur. Happy for you to go first.
Well, I do. So I was given the last minute change was handed over to me a short while ago.
Okay.
That's all right with you.
Okay. Many thanks. Deb, Natalie, John Merton, Mohammed Hussain, and all the friends in the Bengal Chamber. A very, very good afternoon, and I congratulate you on this, the 13th edition of the Energy and Environment Conclave of the Bengal Chamber. As they mentioned, it has been my honor to be with you on several of the previous Energy and Environment Conclaves. In fact, I lose count, which makes me believe that I am hopefully truly a part of the Bengal Chamber. In these past years, we have looked at a number of things, and a number of things have actually happened. As they mentioned, we are immensely proud that this particular event serves as a precursor to the World Sustainable Development Summit that TERI hosts every year, the next one of which is to be held in February next year. We, at this point of time, also want to highlight what Dr. Merton said, which is the linkage of actions now with both the immediate goals leading up to the next COP26 in the UK in November next year, November 2021, and then leading on to 2030 when our nationally determined contributions come true, and leading on then to 2050. I would therefore like to take a backward-looking approach to make sure that the actions that we today fit into our longer future. But before I do that, I also want to again emphasize the very strong link between this event and the World Sustainable Development Summit. We are indeed delighted that several organizations who have been pillars of support for the WSDS will be standing with us. We have confirmed support from Bloomberg Philanthropy, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, USAID, Tata Clean Tech Capital, and I am hoping that we will continue with our longer term partnership that we have had with the British High Commission as well. And it's therefore a real pleasure to have them join this particular event as well. Now, as we look to the future, we see, and this is something that I have mentioned at previous editions of this conclave, we see that the decarbonization agenda really focuses on 4 key parameters. The first is energy efficiency. The second is the decarbonization of electricity. The third is the electrification in places where it can be done, for example, transport, particularly urban transport, and low temperatures in industry. And the fourth is the so-called harder to abate sectors in industry and transport, whether it is steel or cement, or whether it is long distance trucking or civil aviation. We believe that we are to a very large extent on a roll as far as energy efficiency is concerned. We believe that we have crossed the cusp. We are on the other side of the cusp as far as the decarbonization of electricity is concerned. And as the previous speakers in the inaugural session had mentioned, we are at a stage where in 2 years from now, the current bids say that we would be getting electricity from solar plus batteries, which would cost less than electricity from coal as discovered today. And the price of electricity from coal is increasing, the price of electricity from solar and from batteries is decreasing. We are also seeing movement on the electrification of transport and industry, although I must confess the movement is still slow. We need coordination both on the technology development and introduction side as far as electric mobility is concerned, but also on the infrastructure, whether it is in terms of charging stations and the way in which we will manage these charging stations, how will they pay for themselves, is a policy issue that we need to address quickly. Nevertheless, given the way economics are moving, the relative economics of an electric two-wheeler today are far superior to that of a petrol two-wheeler. I believe, and this is a survey that was carried out by Terry, we found that people who didn't have electric two-wheelers but were in the market for two-wheelers said that they would buy electric two-wheelers if there were enough charging stations. On the other hand, people who had electric two-wheelers said that they charged them largely at home. In other words, you need the charging stations in order to get people to buy electric two-wheelers, but then they would not be used as much. This is a central challenge, I think, that we need to incorporate as we go ahead to enhance the rate of ownership of electric two-wheelers in the country. In the case of buses too, as I've shared in previous conclaves, I think we have turned the corner. Your own city of Calcutta is seeing a massive explosion of electric buses, something which I think the city and the state can well be proud of. The impacts on air pollution are already there to see. And I think as we move ahead, the kinds of benefits that the city would enjoy would provide the kind of basis for the expansion of this program, not only in Calcutta, but in other cities as well. We continue to face the challenge of what will we do in the so-called harder to abate sectors. And they're harder to abate because carbon is very much a part of the process as far as steel making or cement making is concerned. We use coke in steel making. We use coke in forming cement clinkers, and CO2 is a byproduct. There are commercial level activities going on globally which are looking at hydrogen being used instead of coke in steel making. But I would emphasize that their commercial viability, their ability to work at the level of a plant are still to be proven. Nevertheless, I think we are moving in the direction of getting these plants to work as zero carbon emissions. Cement is still a challenge, and which is why, as Mr. Merton mentioned, the full-fledged hug that Dalmia Cements has provided to the climate goals is amazing and refreshing. It is amazing because on the one hand, we do not see a technology that can take cement making to 0% CO2. But on the other hand, it's also refreshing because it implies a commitment of the company to look at the kinds of technological options, including carbon capture, utilization, and storage, to look at a zero carbon future by 2040 when they have committed to be carbon neutral. So let me therefore move on to, if these are the big goals in the long term, what is it that we do in the short term? We are looking at COP26 in November 2021, and we are still in the process of going through COVID-19 and in the process of moving ahead of COP19. Let us see what is it that we can do in this short period to move ahead. We feel that there is a number of steps that bring together the recovery from the economic meltdown that happened along with COVID and the movements that are needed to move towards a zero carbon future. Day before yesterday, we released a report on greening, on a fiscally responsible greening of the stimulus. Fiscally responsible because we do understand that the fiscal space that the Indian government has is limited. There is only this much direct subsidy that they can provide, and that subsidy is going for cash transfers to the most indigent of people, to workers who are laid off, and for food for the migrants. The vast amount of support that has been provided in the recovery packages is in the form of credit availability and credit guarantees, which are largely focused on the rural sector and the SME sector. I believe this is important because these are the sectors where, apart from economic growth, job creation occurs. And I think it is important to note that every geography in the country looks at economic growth, job creation, and not only just job creation, but sustainable jobs as the goals of the economic recovery packages. How do we convert this into a green package? By itself, it is colorless. I believe that there are two things that are necessary, and the report highlighted these. The two things are, first, green equity. Remember that we have credit, but in order to pull in credit, you need equity. And if equity is available, which pushes green options, and I'll just come to what green options could be in a moment, as well as the skills that it takes to build those green options, then we have a move towards greenness. This is what my appeal to the Bengal Chamber is. In the short term, I would like that through processes like the COP process, we are able to gather national and international green equity to be applied to things like rural green electricity generation. Why? It's not just electricity to my household. That will become more reliable if I'm in the rural areas. That's true. But also because the availability of reliable electricity enables a number of livelihood actions to occur. Think of cold storages. Where is the need? In rural areas. But where are they? 2/3 of the cold storages in this country are in the peri-urban areas because that's where electricity is reliable. Consequently, rural electricity generation using agricultural wastes, using solar energy, can help provide the kind of electricity that is needed to maintain cold chains. Remember, tomorrow when we have vaccines for COVID, we will need the cold chains to ensure that there is a rural delivery of these vaccines. A cold chain is important now. And investment in enterprises that make electricity from agricultural wastes and solar in rural areas is one way to enable it. Similarly, if we look at small-scale industries, a very large amount of the components that are used in the appliances that we use in our factories and we use in our homes comes from the small-scale sector. I would suggest that platforms which enable us with the efficient production of electronic components in the SME sector is an area which makes great sense. It makes sense both from the point of view of the needs that we have, but it also makes sense from the point of view of emissions. It also makes sense from the point of view of job creation. They again enable a large number of industries. They again enable energy efficient platforms to be set up. Because no matter what you set up, you will need motors, you will need energy efficient motors, you will need efficient drivers to run those motors. Those are opportunities that we need to cash on. And again, the challenge there is how do we make this happen? We are already seeing that in the SME sector, and many of you would be a part of that sector, we are seeing that there is a concerted effort across the country, at least across the 20 clusters that we follow, of reducing operational costs. And people tell us that, thanks to this credit and the credit guarantees, getting credit is easy. What we want to make sure is that they also result in dramatic reductions in our operational costs. That's energy efficiency. So enhancing productivity through energy efficiency is a way, whether you're in the rural areas or in the SME sectors, that we can ensure that emissions fall and whether it is rural applications or SME applications, they become more. Now, obviously, to run all of this, you need people. There's always the chicken and egg situation of, do you create skills first and then put out the industries, or the other way around? Thankfully, there are a number of instances where we can learn. If you look at the green revolution, the two things, the skills development and the expansion of the green revolution, occurred at the same time. Not so long ago, we had the revolution in the energy efficiency in the industrial sector, the PACT program, and the creation of skills for people who could help that, for people who could certify that and monitor that, occurred at the same time as the PACT movement was occurring. In other words, it is possible to manage the simultaneous growth of the sector while also ensuring the simultaneous growth of skills. I would like to end by focusing on the kinds of things that, to achieve these skills growth and to achieve the green assets that we need, what is it that we can do, at least in the time that we have till COP16. I believe that at this conclave, at the WSDS next year, in 2021, at the COP in UK in November 2021, and at the World Sustainable Development Summit in 2022, with your energy and environment conclave at this time next year, these can form the strands of the kinds of actions, the policy and regulatory actions that we need to take to get the policy and regulatory processes moving. I can spend a lot of time identifying what are those policy and regulatory processes. But I think that is our job in this conclave and in the many meetings that are going to happen now. I think we need to deliberate. I think we need to create the environment which shows that these technologies work. That at least at a limited level, the business models work, and that policies and regulatory actions can help both in the acceleration and the scale up of the demonstration of those technologies. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Ajay, for your absolutely inspirational speech. And as always, of course, as always, thank you very much for giving us a really practical roadmap for the green recovery, so to speak, or certainly the green transition, if I may say. The points that you made about a practical way of actually handling finance to make things happen towards the objectives that we set ourselves, absolutely remarkable. The idea is to dovetail policy intervention or policy push with the market pull or the business pull. So the push and pull, if they can dovetail well, magic can happen. Thank you very much indeed for your address. I really have a pleasure to invite Natalie Toms, Director, Prosperity Team, British High Commission, New Delhi. The Prosperity Team are really taking a lot of initiative in undertaking and hand-holding projects that deliver the green agenda. Over to you, Natalie, for your theme address.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic to be virtually in Calcutta today as part of the 13th Environment and Energy Conclave. I remember meeting you last year at the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Mukherjee, just before Durga Puja, and I'm sorry not to be back in person this time in one of my favourite cities in India, but it is really good to be here virtually, and we in the UK government are really glad to be partnering with the Chamber on this excellent event. It's also really good to be partnering again with Terry on the event and to hear Dr. Mathur's remarks just now. It was great to work with you on this year's World Sustainable Development Summit, and we look forward to doing the same next year and working together on a series of seminars in the run-up to that event and to COP26. So great to hear your remarks just now. I'm very conscious in speaking today to you in Bengal that Kolkata is a city in West Bengal, a state which is particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, that you're currently fighting the impact of Cyclone Amphan as well as the COVID pandemic, that neighbouring states are facing intense flooding. And clearly the climate emergency isn't waiting for the COVID emergency. But at the same time, it's clear that Calcutta is an incredible city, a resilient city, and we know that the state government as well as central government, but many businesses and NGOs are doing great things to tackle climate adaptation and resilience, as well as mitigating the impacts. I know Calcutta is one of the first cities in the world to implement an early warning system for flood management. And as Dr. Merton mentioned, you've been internationally recognized for the leadership on electrification of the public transport system, and it's great that you plan to phase out ICE vehicles by 2030. As Dr. Merton also said, the UK is in our own way a leader on climate and on clean energy transition. And I think this makes the UK and India natural partners in working together to tackle this problem. Over the next few minutes, I might just share a couple of highlights of how we're working together with India and particularly with West Bengal and Calcutta, and how we hope to deepen that engagement in advance of COP26. As Dr. Merton again has said, we welcome the Indian government's incredible leadership on climate issues, and particularly on renewable energy. The recent solar auction, quite inspirational during this moment in time. And we're proud members of the India-led International Solar Alliance. And we're also proud co-chairs of PM Modi's Global Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, where we'll be sharing experience and expertise on disaster resilience in countries around the world. We've also made major investments in green technologies in India, with the largest contributor to the World Bank's Clean Technology Fund, from which India, I think, is about $800 million of investment for solar parks and rooftop solar. But we're also sharing knowledge and exchanging ideas to help develop policies and technologies that will support the growth of green industries. For example, through our work on energy calculator tools, or our program with the Ministry of Power on power sector reform, which was part of that exciting move to real-time electricity markets recently. And finally here, and of course appropriately here at the BCC, it's important to recognise the work of both of our private sectors. Dr. Merton talked about our work with Indian industry and business, and of course the role of green finance is also particularly important. We need to generate private sector flows to green technologies and projects and across the world. And London is the place where companies from across the world come to raise this finance. It's been great to see Indian organisations raising green finance on the London Stock Exchange. I think there's now been over 150 crores worth of capital through green bonds on the London Stock Exchange in recent years. In addition, our two governments have put together £240 million worth of seed capital into the Green Growth Equity Fund, which is going to provide a high quality conduit for international institutional investment into green and renewable infrastructure projects here. Turning to our partnerships in West Bengal, here I know that Newcastle University have partnered with West Bengal on a multidisciplinary transboundary living deltas hub project. This will build the climate resilience of the fragile ecosystem and the vulnerable communities of the Sundarbans, both in India and in Bangladesh. And we're also working with IIT Kharagpur and the Ministry of Science and Technology on our joint virtual centre for clean energy. But of course, we're always looking for what more we can do together. And I think despite the challenges posed by COVID, the opportunities for green recovery are enormous. And we're so encouraged to see so many businesses from across India and particularly from West Bengal taking steps towards clean transition. Dr. Merton talked about the fact that next year the UK will be hosting the COP26 UN Climate Change Conference, which will offer a moment when the world, state governments, city governments, businesses and academia will all unite for the clean and resilient recovery that delivers for the people and the planet. And as the hosts of that event, we're going to continue to work with all parties to maintain momentum, to ensure no one is left behind, increasing climate action, building resilience, and encouraging all countries, states, cities and businesses to come forward with ambitious action. We have a shared purpose on energy and the environment. clean energy to power our development in the future, to meet the needs of our citizens, and to build resilience against shocks and stresses. And of course, what we do at the local level is tremendously important. West Bengal can play a big role, with COP26 providing the perfect opportunity for the state to showcase the actions which it is taking. So over the next 2 days of intense discussions, I'm glad that my colleagues in the UK government, as well as senior leaders from UK organisations, will participate and share their experience on green recovery, on embracing clean energy, and addressing these challenges. For this conclave, as always, offers a great opportunity to explore these partnerships. So I wish you a very successful and productive event.
Thank you very much, Natalie, for your address, both in terms of the green recovery and also introducing the idea of adaptive resilience. And disaster resilience is something which is now integrally connected with any sustainability agenda going forward, especially in the context of Sundarbans, which we are taking up tomorrow. Disaster resilient solutions from a sustainability agenda or a green recovery is absolutely imperative. Thank you very much, Natalie, for giving us a roadmap going forward. And I'm sure with all our collective efforts, we will be able to address the issues that confront us and work towards a very meaningful recovery path, which we could present at COP26. Thank you, Natalie, once again. I have great pleasure in now welcoming Mr. Mohammad Hussain, Director General of the Power Division of the Ministry of Power, Government of Bangladesh, to talk to us about the power sector reforms in Bangladesh and how it's helping in inclusive.
Thank you, Mr. Dev. I think all of you can hear me.
Yes.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dev. I am indeed honored to be here in this 13th edition of Environment and Energy Conclave. This is the first time for me in this forum. I must be thankful to BCC, particularly when the name Bengal comes, it attached with our emotion, nostalgia. I would love to be here even in future if you invite me. Minutely hearing from us. Yeah. And Mr. Mathur is a very international dignitary. I can see I was listening to Mr. Martin, and just immediate before me, Ms. Natalie, all have delivered it very nicely and comprehensively. So my scope is very defined. I'll talk about the power sector reform in Bangladesh. If you allow me, I have a small presentation. I can share it. Then we can discuss. I think yeah. So I believe you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can. Thank you. We can.
Okay. Okay. So in fact, reform is very considered is a dynamic one. It's a continuous process. Every day we reform ourselves. As a human being, we have to adapt with the change. So reform is a daily practices in our life. Same is true with dynamic sector like our power sector. Let me give you some historical background of Bangladesh power sector, where you can see the in fact electrification of Bangladesh commenced in 1901 with the electrification of the historical Hassan Munjil. And up till 1947, The capacity was only 21 megawatt, and these are very distributed, isolated diesel engines covering some very you can say famous places. So, and in 1948, then the Electricity Directorate was established in Bangladesh, and up till 1960, the total capacity was 142 megawatt, with three power stations. One is the hydro one, the first and you can say the last hydro project in Bangladesh, which is in the hilly areas, the hill tracts, Chattogram. Then one was in the western part, Khulna, and one is near Dhaka, Siddiganj. In 1971, our generation capacity was 500 megawatt, and that was during the in fact beginning of this independent nation, where our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, he has established the Bangladesh Power Development Board with 59, and then a big, which is now a big generation hub, which is Burachal. That hub was created in 1975. The Bangladesh Power Development Board was looking after the generation, transmission, and distribution. I mean, it was the integrated sector at that time. That was in fact continuing until 1996, though in between the Bangladesh Rural Electrification Board was created, which was comprised of a few cooperatives. We call it Palli Vidyut Samitis, for electrification, enhancing the electrification in the rural areas. And the BPT was also bifurcated by creating Dhaka Electric Supply Authority, which used to look after the distribution in the Dhaka. But real reforms started in 1996 with a program called PSRP, Power Sector Reform Program in Bangladesh, and Sheikh Hasina, the daughter of the father of the nation, now who is also the Prime Minister. So she has taken up the reform program in Bangladesh, where the sector was unbundled. The transmission business was vested to a company called Power Grid Company of Bangladesh, BCC&I, and in the distribution there are, other than BPDB and REB, Rural Electrification Board, in Dhaka, the DESCO, Dhaka Electric Supply Company, was created. And as a continuity of this reform process, now distribution entities, there are 6 distribution entities. Similarly, other than this transmission, single transmission company, there are a number of generation company in the public and the private sector. PowerCell, which I am leading, is a policy making organization where we are providing technical support to the ministry in respect of power sector reform, private power generation, coordination among the power entities, and their performance evaluation. As a continuation of this reform process, in 2009, when the Honorable Prime Minister has taken over for the second time, the power situation was very severe. There was frequent power cut. Load shedding was a regular phenomena, even from 8 to 10 hours daily. So we are desperate to add some generation. So in order to do that, Speedy Power Act, Energy and Power Supply Act, was enacted in 2010. Under this act, in fact, we were able to add some generators even within 4 months to 6 months on a rental basis. So other than this generation, transmission and distribution business, in order to strengthening the activities of the sector, particularly in the renewable energy, we have created Sustainable and Renewable Energy Development Authority through the enactment of STRATA Act in 2012. The Energy and Power Research Council was created in 2018 to undergo the research and development activities. Then in 2020, where we are now working for 100% electrification, we have achieved 97% almost, and we are in fact working on now the how to provide the uninterrupted electricity, quality electricity, and also at an affordable price. So vision is that we have to provide reliable electricity to all people at an affordable manner, and we have been working for that. Within this, within the last decade, our quality has been improved. Now, literally there is no load shedding, but still there are some power cut due to the transmission bottleneck, distribution system bottleneck, and in fact, within the last 11 years, for the first 5 to 6 years, we have been focusing on the generation, how to improve the generation. Now we are in a very comfortable position. Our generation capacity is, grid capacity is more than 20,000 megawatt. Having this, the maximum demand of up till today's 13,000 megawatt, something like that. But still there are shortcomings in the transmission and distribution, so we are working on it. And improvement is happening day by day, but we have to go a long way to ensure uninterrupted quality electricity. This is a comparison of our achievement during the last 11 years. If you can see how impressive the progress. In 2009, we had only 27 power plants, and now 138 power plants. Installed capacity was less than 5,000 megawatt, which is now more than 20,000 megawatt. As I told that our maximum, we have fulfilled our maximum demand of 13,000 in 2019. We are in power trade cooperation with India. At the moment, we are importing 1,160 megawatt. We are also in collaboration with Nepal. You know that GMR is developing a power plant in Nepal, and we are now at the final stage of importing 500 megawatt from GMR's power plant. Hopefully, very soon the agreement will be signed. Our consumer base has also increased fourfold. It is now around 40 million. Our transmission line was 8,000 circuit kilometer in 2009. Now it is almost 13,000 megawatt. But we have to develop more to ensure grid stability. We are working on N-1 principle. And distribution line is also more than almost it is threefold, as we have covered almost more than 97% of the consumers. And our target is, you know, that we are celebrating now the Mujib Borsho. You know that our father of the nation's 100 years birth anniversary this year. So we have a commitment to the people that we will provide 100% electricity by December this year. So we are working on this aspect. System not only in terms of quantity, we have enhanced our capacity, but also we have improved our performance as well. You know that the system loss was 16.85 in 2009. Now it has been reduced to 11.23, and we have a target to bring it down to single digit within next year. So this is our now the structure, power sector structure as it stands. Power division, in fact, our next is the Ministry of Power, Energy and Mineral Resources. We have two divisions. Power division is looking after the electricity basically, and Energy and Mineral Resources division, they are dealing with primary energy as well as the mineral exploration. And under this power division, we have some specialized agencies like the Power Cell, then STEDA, I have talked about it, EPRC, I have talked about. We have a licensing board who is issuing license to the electricians, particularly people who are dealing with electricity business. Then we have a nodal agency for capacity development, which is Bangladesh Power Management Institute. And above all, we have a regulator, Bangladesh Bangladesh Energy Regulatory Commission. The commission is entrusted with fixing the bulk and retail tariff. And under the generation, we have as good as now 7 entities, including the BPDB, the mother organization. Then we have some companies, particularly these are all corporatized entities, somehow or other they're owned by the government. Then transmission is still a single one, Power Grid Company of Bangladesh, but we are also having the experience of our generation in the private sector. We are also trying to introduce private sector in the transmission as well. We have prepared a draft policy for PPP in the transmission. Hopefully, near future, we'll also see private sector in the transmission. In the distribution, we have 6 entities. The other than the BPDB, Power Development Board, they are still in the distribution business in 2 divisions of the country. Then, as I told, that REB is dealing with the rural areas with 80 PBSs now. We have 80 cooperatives in the country, and in Dhaka there are 2 other companies. One company in the northern part and another in the western part. We call it Regional Power Distribution Company, and another is Northern Electricity Supply Company. So these are the organization I have already discussed in the structure, so I don't want to repeat all these things. Here is our future generation as well as the fuel mix. At present, as I told, that we have the grid capacity of more than 20,000 megawatt. Still, the gas is dominating. Natural gas is dominant, though it is depleting very rapidly. And on the other hand, the demand has increased tremendously. So we are importing LNG to meet this demand. We have to address this fuel constraint, we have introduced coal in our power system master plan 2016. In fact, in 2010, we have introduced massively the coal. In 2010 master plan, out of total generation mix, coal was proposed to be 50% of our generation, but in 2016 we have reduced it to 35%, which implies that we are also, as I was listening to my past speakers, particularly Mr. Martin and also Mr. Mathur. So we have also the same concern of this, you see, this carbon emission. We are also a signatory of the Paris Agreement. We have a commitment towards reduce this carbon emission. As Mr. Martin was telling, we are one of the most vulnerable countries, so we are the victim as well. So we are trying, despite of our fuel constraint, we are trying to have a sustainable fuel mix with emphasis on the clean fuel. The problem is that, as you know, that out of the renewable energy, we have solar, which is the most harnessable. The problem is with, again, land constraint. Land is a scarce resource for us, the most populous. You know it very well. But we are trying to, in fact, have its maximum utilization through solar rooftop, solar irrigation. Recently, we have introduced even net metering, so that people will be encouraged to utilize their roof having solar power. We have conducted the wind resource mapping. We have a lower moderate potential. Still, we are trying to in fact, harness that. By the way, we are also now revising this PSMP 2016. I guess that we'll have further review of the coal in the 2021 plan. As we see that the coal was considered as a least cost option, but it is not that much least because of this transmission, coal transportation, coal handling. Definitely, in addition to its environmental cost, also the global concern of the coal. So I am projecting a massive review in our 22 regarding the fuel mix, particularly the coal will have consideration to rethink. So this is the scenario of transmission distribution I have covered so far, so I don't want to repeat it. As I told, as per our renewable energy policy, we're supposed to have 10% of our generation mix from the renewables, but we couldn't proceed that much. It is still less than 5%. But in spite of that, we have achievement that we have installed 5.8 million solar home system, which is powering at least 10 million people who are marginal, very ultra poor, and living in the isolated areas. So that's also, you can say, the innovative way of utilizing our renewable sources. As we have a constraint of renewable energy, we have focused, in fact, in the regional cooperation since 2010 with the historical agreement between Bangladesh and India, between the two honorable prime ministers who are now sitting as well. So since then, our cooperation is going on. We have joint steering committee. We sit biannually, and up till now we are importing 1,160 megawatt through two interconnection. One is Baramara Bahrampur, and we are also augmenting that. Now it has a capacity of 1,000 megawatt. We are augmenting it to 2,000 megawatt. We have aerial connection with Tripura and Kumilla of Bangladesh, and importing 160 megawatt. We are working for more interconnection, and we will definitely not limit with keep on importing. I believe that we have a very seasonal, tremendous diversity, seasonal diversity. As you know that during winter, our demand goes down even less than 50%. As demand goes 50%. On the other hand, our neighboring countries, particularly Nepal, Bhutan, because of their heating load, their demand goes high. On the other hand, because of their hydro-rich generation mix, their generation capacity goes down. So we can easily utilize this seasonal diversity as well as the fuel diversity and exchange power within ourselves. I think the historical framework agreement in the SARC convention, I think conference has opened up, and further it has facilitated by approving this cross-border trade guideline by Indian government. So now we are working on it. We have, as I told, that collaboration with Nepal. So we are at the final stage of importing 500 megawatt from Nepal. We are trying to have a tripartite collaboration with Bhutan. Tripartite MOU is at final stage. I'm looking forward to sign it anytime by the policymakers of both the countries. In our PSMP 2016.
Sorry to be a little rude and interrupt. We are really running late.
Okay. In fact, I am at very concluding stage. I have already discussed that about coal constraint, limitations of coal, and that's why maybe we'll reviewing the coal and we'll go for LNG. LNG being now it is very competitive one, so we'll go for LNG. These are the hubs for our coal. We are planning to have land-based LNG program. I think I have almost covered everything. So our challenge is to how to have a stabilized grid system, and we are working for it. So I think thank you very much. I have covered.
How do you think, if I may put it, the policy push and a market pull can dovetail in bringing about this regeneration or this transformative change? By market pull, I mean business models, or in terms of creation of market, whereby it influences the policymakers to come up with relevant policies, and then the two can dovetail. The second point I wanted to just briefly mention, do you think in terms of this transformative change or the transition, the industry transition, should we look at radical, dramatic changes, or should it be a very calibrated, nuanced change in terms of going green, so to speak? And in this context, do you think we need to rewrite the rules of business, so to speak? In other words, why and how we do business. Of course, there's always the role of technology adaptation. There's always the role of innovation in coming up with smart business models in bringing about this green recovery. over to you. We have a lineup of 8 eminent speakers in this session. And may I request each speaker to speak for about 6 to 8 minutes, because then that might give us a little bit of time to interact going forward. Over to you, Mr. Nigel Topping.
Well, thank you for the kind introduction, and it's a real pleasure to join you. I have had the pleasure in my earlier career in the private sector to visit India many times and work with India, but I've never been to Bengal, so I'm delighted to join you virtually and look forward to addressing that gap in my experience of this wonderful part of the world. So thank you for the invitation. In my preparations, I thought I'd better try and get a little bit into the head of someone who understands Bengal better than I do. So I read Amitav Ghosh's book, The Great Derangement, of course, the son of Bengal and the Sundarban. And he talks about the Great Derangement as a failure of our collective imagination to deal with the climate crisis. And so I wanted to talk about that failure of the imagination of how bad things can be and are getting and will get, but also a failure of the imagination of just how boldly we and you and business can innovate to drive solutions. So I think, Mr. Mukherjee, that really goes to your point about how radical or incremental we think about the nature of change. And I think that I will try and make the case that business lies at the heart of this story of transformation, both historically as the driver of emissions and increasingly as the deliverer of solutions. And also that India is at the heart of this story of transformation because of India's size, its population, and the dynamism of the business community. So I think that you, the Indian, the Bengali business community, are right at the epicenter of the challenge and the solution of climate change. If we can overcome this crisis of imagination that Amitav Ghosh points to. Now my role as the high-level climate action champion is to push business and investors and cities and regions, what the UN system calls non-state actors, to raise ambition and action, and then to use that to drive what I think you were talking about, Mr. Mukherjee, this what I call the ambition loop, the way that business influences policy, and then of course policy influences business in a reinforcing cycle. So if you will forgive me, I'm going to push you because that's my mandate, that's my job, to be pushy. So I want to issue 3 challenges to the Bengali Chamber of Commerce and your members around the issue of derangement and imagination. The first is do not be deranged. Do not fail to understand the intellectually and emotionally rational case for action. And I say that with full respect because we all have our cognitive biases and it's really hard. I think given the physical presence of extreme weather events in Bengal, this should be something which comes naturally to you because you all live with the consequences of climate change in your community. And as business leaders, you're all rational. And increasingly, I think we're learning to stand in the shoes of our children and future generations to understand the human tragedy and the human potential behind climate as a crisis and as solutions. But coming to businesses, I don't fail to imagine just how fast you must and can change. This is to your point about incremental or radical change. I've been particularly looking at EVs because in my earlier career I worked in the automotive industry. In 2016, after Paris, the IEA was still saying we're going to be building lots of combustion engines in 2070. In 2070, right? 55 years after the world had agreed to get to zero, they said that we're still going to be building combustion engines. 2 or 3 years ago, major economies started implementing phase-out dates for combustion engines. The UK, a couple of years ago, said they'd phase out by 2040, now looking at 2032 to 2035. We see increasingly cities committing to full phase-outs of combustion engines by 2030. In the UK, we now have 2 of our biggest bus companies who've already bought their last combustion engine bus. So our ability to imagine just how fast things can change is always slower than things actually end up changing. And even though we know that, this is the paradox of exponential change, we end up being caught out all the time. So let's not fail to imagine just how fast things can and will happen. And I say will because we know the science and we know the history of exponential change. I think that this is true also in the business community, where only a few years ago, there were very few businesses with science-based targets committed in line with Paris. And then thanks very much to the leadership of Anand Mahindra, the chair of the Mahindra Group, taking a global role in the call to action at Davos a couple of years ago, we now have nearly 1,000 companies committed to science-based targets, including, of course, the Mahindra Group. We've seen the leadership of Dalmia Cement being the first cement company to commit to net zero as early as 2040. And now we have companies from oil, cement, steel, consumer goods, companies like Apple in 2030, Amazon 2040. And that directly reads across into very big market signals in terms of renewable energy procurement and electric vehicle procurement. So I just really want to emphasize that we know how disruption happens. It doesn't happen incrementally. It happens exponentially. There's an S-curve shape to every industrial disruption. And we've seen that on renewables, we're seeing that on EVs and storage, and we'll see that in all sorts of other areas. The final challenge would be to don't succumb to a failure of imagination for the scale of opportunity for Indian business. As this disruption from climate change pans out in markets around the world, I think this represents a huge, not just local but global opportunity for Indian business if you take it, if you imagine ambitiously enough. We've seen the way that China as a country has taken advantage of this opportunity by using its large local market to generate globally competitive businesses in wind, solar and EVs. I think Indian enterprise has the opportunity to do exactly the same in these sectors and more. And here, I remember in particular when I was on the board of TMD Friction, it's the world's biggest producer of friction material for the automotive market, doing some work with one of our important suppliers, Sundaram, TVS company based in Chennai. And I went to visit and saw, I spent 20 years in manufacturing, you get to know a good factory when you see one. I went to visit and saw this amazing factory, a world-class factory. Learnt that the company had won the Deming Award, very prestigious prize, the Deming Prize. Had more PhDs in the R&D department than we had back at home in Germany. But when I went back to Germany to tell people about this, there was a failure of imagination. People couldn't believe that an Indian brake manufacturing company could have better engineering than a German manufacturing company. So I think that's like a tiger in the Sundarbans. Sometimes you have the opportunity of surprise because people don't necessarily expect around the world the excellence that I know Indian manufacturing, Indian commerce is capable of. So let me finish with a call to action. Please join the Corporate Green Leadership Alliance's work. Join the Race to Zero, something that Gonzalo Munoz and I launched a couple of months ago and already have thousands of companies, investors, cities and regions around the world. Let's have hundreds of Bengali businesses committing to net zero targets, committing to net zero science-based targets as early as possible. I'd love to see the Chamber of Commerce working with the International Chamber of Commerce on their pioneering program to help SMEs around the world set net zero targets. Let's have thousands of Bengali SMEs by the time we get to Glasgow, send a signal that the whole of the Indian economy is transforming. Use your leadership to send a signal to your broader ecosystem. For the major companies amongst you, making it clear to your suppliers that you expect them to follow you in that ambition, just as Amazon and Apple are doing on a global scale, will provoke and promote innovation that will surprise us all. Use your market signals to send, your market power to send signals. You know, when Jeff Bezos said Amazon are going to go net zero by 2040, he immediately followed that up by saying, and we'll buy 100,000 electric delivery vans. And all of our energy will be renewable by 2030. Show that you are serious about becoming and playing your global role as institutional leaders by adopting the new norms of international transparency and governance, such as adopting the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure for disclosure of climate risk and scenarios. And then use your power to go back to driving the ambition, Luke. I'm really encouraged by what I hear by West Bengal's membership of the Under 2 Coalition, and it'd be great to see that and all of your work leading to a story of this important region of the world committing to its role in the race to zero. I want to go back to Amitav Ghosh and one of his final quotes in his book. He says, "The struggle for action will no doubt be difficult and hard fought. And no matter what it achieves, it is already too late to avoid some serious disruptions of the global climate. But I would like to believe that out of this struggle will be born a generation that will be able to look upon the world with clearer eyes than those that preceded it." That generation is already here. It's the generation of our children and increasingly of our and your customers. So the moral and the economic case is made, and it's time for us to put deranged thinking behind us and to imagine the great opportunities ahead of us and to do what business does best and innovate to create a better future for the younger generations here today and for those generations as yet unborn. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing much more about the leadership of the West Bengal business community on the road to Glasgow and to helping you in any way I can to share the message of your leadership with the rest of the world. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you very much, Nigel. That was a very, very passionate address, and I can thank you for throwing up the challenges. And I can assure you that we won't let you down. We would definitely, we would definitely address the challenges that you have raised. And the very fact that disruptive innovation is actually happening, as you have rightly said, it has happened on the renewable energy, on the solar side, it's happening in EV, but we have to see how we can build resilience around our businesses whilst we look at the green agenda, so to speak. And thank you again, once again, Nigel, for your very impassioned speech. Thank you very much indeed. Next, we have Mr. Stephen Louis, Chief Executive of Exide Lalange Energy Private Limited. And over to you, Stephen, for your observations on your business and how you see clean energy technologies and the business that you are in will be contributing in bringing about the transformative change towards a green recovery.
Very much, Mr. Mukherjee. I hope that my screen is visible and I'm audible. I want to thank you, first of all, for giving me the opportunity to speak 6 to 8 minutes about something that is, of course, very important to all of us. I hope that you find it very useful. I think it's a little bit more than a decade ago that I was at a conference on energy, and at that time it was oil and gas was still very much the favorite, and I would say that the general trend at the conference was that the only thing that is green is the dollar. And well, I'm very happy to say that today, you know, I can actually tell that as a joke, because we all know that that is no longer true. And I have a few slides to illustrate that, which is where I would like to start. So if you look at just again the last few years, 7 years back, battery costs have fallen by 75%. And of course, being the CEO of a battery company, that's what I will talk about. I've been in energy storage, in electrical batteries, electrochemical batteries all my life, and lithium-ion batteries for the last 10 years. Now, a 75% price drop in just 7 years is pretty phenomenal. More than 1 million EVs have been sold in 2017. It's a few years ago, but that definitely was a milestone. OEMs have committed more than $100 billion of investments. That is a very serious commitment. Maybe it doesn't go at the speed that we want, but I'm sure we are well up on the S-curve now. So in just a few more years, we believe that 20 to 30% of four-wheeler sales will be electric and either fully powered by a battery, or at least a serious plug-in hybrid. The case of electric vehicles is known. I think most people are aware of that now. We have been able to educate the world that low maintenance and TCO effectiveness is a given. Education is very important in the market to make things work. I will come back to that later. The traditional automotive activities must really be aware now that their conventional pools of profit are gradually drying up, and over the next 15 years we're going to see them come down, which I think is a good thing for all of us. So yeah, and governments have definitely also stepped up, although what I will also talk about is that it's still very diversified how they address the issues. The uniformity there is, it's interesting to see that every country has its own way to look at this. Now, before I go there, because I mentioned, we're well up the S-curve, it may not always seem like that, but here we have a slide which shares the distribution of the powertrain architecture over a number of and what you'll see is that the green part is gasoline, the brown part is diesel. So let me see if I can switch on my laser pointer here. So this is 2020. Okay, this column here is 2020. I'm sorry, it's not very visible. But so we are at a turning point right now. The expectation is that from 2021, there will be a decrease of the number of sold new vehicles with a combustion engine without having any electrical power component on board. And those will further increase. And in 2030, we are in a situation, of course, that we are well into the TCO-driven model. And there's just one comment here that I'd like to make outside of all this good news, and that is that there is this little black bar which is hiding half of the green stack, which is still work to be done. But at least I believe that we are on the right path and at a critical or a very interesting point here, 2020. It's an interesting year from many ways that you look at it, I guess. So as I mentioned, different countries, address the EV penetration in different ways. It's quite interesting. I have a bit of an overview here. I'll start with the United Kingdom. They've really done a lot of things. And about 2 years ago, I was working in Switzerland, and before that in Belgium, and of course well connected to the UK for many business reasons. And it was always impressive to see how they make progress. Also, some other countries like France and Germany definitely have invested significantly to facilitate EV penetration. But quite a few differences, and it surprises me. I would expect to see more standardization there, or more common best practices. Going to the next slide, I've listed a couple of countries, and here I've included India over these different activities. The battery cell cost is quite similar for all the countries. Here, the cells are around $120 per kilowatt hour. the average amount of miles driven. Looking at India specifically, I think the country is lagging in terms of charging infrastructure. A lot needs to be done there, and that is really where the chicken or egg is difficult, as was mentioned before. You know, that's where policy will definitely need to help to further unlock not only EV charging, but EVs by themselves as well. I would say more recently, India has moved forward in terms of the non-fiscal incentives, whether it is, you know, tolls or parking or any of those kind of incentives. And of course, yes, on a number of other things, the current administration has really surprised me, only being here for 2 years, to be honest. Really surprised me in what kind of policies they bring forward. Very attractive. So, what are the critical drivers for India? Obviously, urban pollution, unfortunately, I believe it is the top 14 of most polluted cities in the world that are located in India, with more than 70 micrograms per cubic meter of particles. And then, of course, the CO2 problem, where we have a double challenge, but I think that needs to be addressed separately. You could spend another conference on that. The thermal mix, or the mix of power generation, I would say, which is predominantly also carbon-based. Work is going on. In fact, a new power plant is opening up right here in Gujarat, where I live, which is nuclear. And then, yeah, of course, the trade deficit and fuel consumption, the two are connected, I would say, is definitely also a driver. So this thing definitely isn't going to go away. It's only going to go forward. So that's a little bit of a recap, I would say, on a couple of drivers and things that are happening, the way that we see it. Then coming to materials and the dependence thereof, and how we handle that, the security also thereof. There is also an interesting disruption expected in the materials, whether it is cobalt, the lithium itself, the graphite, the nickel, the copper, the manganese. And especially the first four are quite significant. What you see here is the demand in terms of battery, or for battery manufacturing, in terms of the total demand. So you can imagine that if demand goes from 45% to 77% for making batteries on cobalt, then that is a significant change. So we have to. It's quite a challenge to manage that. It requires a lot of focus, and again, governments will need to get involved with this one, and the Indian government is doing that. Then the good news is that when you burn fuel, it comes out as a gas, which is very difficult to manage. What we could have done, instead of inventing electric cars, is giving everyone a balloon to attach to their exhaust and make sure that we return the gas at the gas station. We chose not to do that, and we went for electric cars. So the good news with the batteries is that your energy storage, you can't store energy electrochemically without using a metal. You need a metal to do that. And lithium happens to be the smallest molecule of metal that we have on the planet. So that's why it's such a good choice. And a couple of other chemical reasons that I will not bore you with. So the advantage of a metal is that you can melt it again and again and again, and it doesn't lose any of its properties. The only thing that you need to do is make sure that you melt that metal with the best practices available that we have, to make sure that the recycling efficiency is maximized. And by the way, this is where I would like to see governments across the world really make some work on setting better standards on the minimum efficiency that is required for recycling. I get the feeling that we are thinking, let's first get these electric cars on the road, we'll sort out the recycling later. I believe that that is wrong, for the simple reason that I believe that whoever puts a battery on the market also needs to take it back and ensure that it is recycled properly and hopefully put into a new battery in terms of the materials. I'll skip the second live thing. You know, if you ask battery manufacturers to bring a battery on the market and then later take it back, there's a cost involved with that. And you need to know that cost when you put it on the market, because you need to include that. If you don't do that, batteries will end up in a ditch or in a forest somewhere, and we don't want that either. So that is why it is important to set standards for the efficiency and the minimum recovery also of materials. So that's where I would like governments all across the world. I've seen very little initiatives on that front, to be honest. So the technology is supported. Now we need to get the push from the governments to do that. I'm already down to my next slide. So my last slide, actually. And before I talk about the transformation that I mentioned here, so much things are going on in terms of going green. But that causes us, in my opinion, a little bit to lose the focus on how that actually happens. Going green is not something that you just do. Going green is a mindset. You have to convince yourself, first of all, I will go green. And if you go green, then you convince your partner, you can convince your children, you can convince your family, your friends, your colleagues, and they will go green. But first of all, you have to go green yourself. That's on a personal level. When it comes to companies, no single company, no matter which one the richest company in the world is, can transform the world on its own. Yes, you can build solar panels, you can build cars, you can build batteries, and yet you won't be able to do it on your own. You need government support, you need people's mindset, and you need all your stakeholders to cooperate with you. So change is not delivered in solitude. Cooperation is required, and cooperation in an innovative industry is hindered by, I would almost say, by business, because companies would like to protect their IP and, let's say, hide innovations that could accelerate growth if other companies have access to it. We have seen some good initiatives to improve that, both from governments and some companies as well. But I would like to use this platform to address all of you and say, let's take a step forward on that. And definitely from our company, we will be happy to participate in that in a very inclusive way. So inclusive not only in terms of a demographic view, but also in terms of a business view. Whatever we can do to support our mission statement, which is accelerating the transformation on how we generate and consume power, will get our support to the extent that is possible for us. So I have come to the last slide, and I hope that was somewhat within the available time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen. I really like green transformation can only happen through an inclusive process and through cooperation. And thank you very much for sharing the e-mobility landscape as we see it. And what was very interesting was to link the materials security to the circular concept, which is so imperative and important in this industry, and for that matter, every other industry as well. Thank you very much, Stephen, for your ideas, for your views. Now, may I request Anna French, the Deputy Head of DFID India, to kindly tell us a little bit about the enabling mechanism to enable the private sector to a green and resilient recovery. What is the recipe, Anna, you have for the private sector to make the magic happen? Over to you, Anna French.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you for having all of the UK speakers here today. I think you've heard quite a lot of the big picture issues from my colleagues. So yes, I'm going to focus down a bit on some of the issues that we are learning out of COVID-19. You know, it's been such a big disruption for our lives, but it's also a wake-up call, I think, for us to think differently, building in alignment with nature and the resilience to shocks from now on in all our economic activities. You know, this is about thinking about resilient infrastructure, it's about reliable energy. And so, yes, I'm just going to share some of the things that we've been learning, practical experience that we have of working with policymakers to all of you. And the sector I want to focus on actually is the power sector today. So India's power sector contributes about 2.2% of gross value added to Indian economy. And it is a basic input, you know, for a lot of the economic activities that India relies on: agriculture, mining, manufacturing, service and trade. But what we have out of COVID, I think, is something to celebrate. You know, it has actually demonstrated the feasibility of achieving much larger shares of renewable energy. Renewables contributed to almost 25% of supply on some days in May and June. You know, that was remarkable, but also just to flag up some of states, Maharashtra, Karnataka, this figure reached 80% for some hours. And the private sector will need more reliable and long-term signals for continuing to invest in renewables. So we have been privileged to work with Indian ministries in rolling out reforms across wholesale and retail electricity markets that can provide these signals. The real-time market that was launched recently, this is a great example of this work. And a large number of private sector organisations are participating in this market, and I can really see that continuing for a long time. Equally, the private sector will need stronger signals to move out of thermal power. And in the UK, we've adopted mechanisms like contracts for difference, a carbon price floor, and these have ensured that all our coal power plants are shutting down by the year 2025. All new investment is going to be for renewables, and 100% of this from the private sector. So collectively here in India, you know, we need to think of feasibility of mechanisms like that that will work for the Indian context. The second thing that I just want to highlight that the COVID situation has highlighted to us, and that's the need to strengthen the resilience of DISCOM operations to shocks. So during lockdowns, DISCOMs had to wind down customer services. Revenue collections that had largely been manual were delayed, and this partly necessitated 90,000 crore bailout scheme by the government of India. And the Odisha super cyclone earlier this century and Cyclone Amphan recently destroyed DISCOM infrastructure, and that took days for power supplies to be restored. And all of this has shown why integrating resilience, and this is my second point, it is about resilience thinking into everything that we're doing to counter many of these threats that will increase with more and more climatic changes. So this will require investments from all of us, from the private sector, on building smarter, flexible and resilient electricity distribution infrastructure. This again is a key area where we are working with the government to think about what mechanisms to put in place to provide those signals to both the public and the private distribution companies and the private sector vendors and other service providers to bring in capital. Capital expenditure is needed, for example, to implement smart metering, digital payment systems, automated customer interaction, bring knowledge and technologies on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and invest in resilience support, possibly through disaster response funds that may be funded through a small surcharge on electricity tariffs. So one thing I wanted to leave you with today is to just urge businesses, and we've heard a bit about that already today, to engage in this process through inputs, innovations and initiatives. And we'd be happy to share our learnings and tools in more detail to take these forward in the discussions today. So thank you very much.
Very much, Anna, for your inputs, and I like the point about inputs, innovation, and the 3 I's that you talked about. Particularly important is the resilience of discoms and the initiatives and the mechanisms that you suggest. I think they will go a long way in sort of rebuilding, so to speak, the power distribution business. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Shubhasendu Chatterjee from Haldia Petrochemicals, whole-time director of Haldia Petrochemicals. We are indeed delighted, sir, to have you with us. And we would like to hear a bit from you how innovation and technology in terms of, from a materials perspective, resource perspective, how you see that contributing to the green agenda going forward. Over to you, Mr. Chatterjee. Mr. Chatterjee, you need to unmute yourself, please. If you could unmute yourself. Yes, yes. Now you're yes.
Yeah, okay. So, Chairman, Mr. Mukherjee, all the other speakers, everybody, including the previous deliberations. Now, because of this pandemic situation, we have to interact virtually. The one-to-one discussions and presentation is much more effective to know. But anyway, because of this present technological innovations and things like that, I think more probably this virtual interaction is very well documented. And thanks BCC&I to give me opportunity to interact on this thing. Now, there are 2 things I have to speak on. One is what is HPL doing on, in safety, environment, pollution, because this is connected very much with the green energy. And second, innovations and other things. So I think everybody in the industry most probably is have a doubt that whether HPL is running or not. And so I need to say that, after 15, we are 20 years old company, and in 14 and 15, I think we have taken full control of the company by buying out the West Bengal government, because it's a joint venture company. And after that, I think HPL has never looked back. So we are operating at 100%, and we have liquidated all our debts. Now it's a zero debt company, and we can, whatever we produce at 100%, we are getting it sold. So the couple of things most probably what we do is that besides a lot of awards we have received, including the British Sword of Honor for consecutive 3 years, we have increased the capacity by 30% and put up a new plant to extract the value-added chemical and of a 600 crores project. But the total pollution load is not increasing. We have something like 0.2 ton per annum is the CO2 emission. We are very concerned about the environment, and we are sticking to our all the commitment that we have given to the Ministry of Environment and Forest, and we are much below that even after 30% increase in the capacity. The water we are going for a tertiary treatment before it is discharged to this thing, and it's a very small amount, and we think that we can use it as a fire water. So there will be a zero discharge water. Air pollution and all are reporting online, and we have to report every week to both central government as well as the state government. So we are always on that. Second is we have a full-fledged HACF where health, safety, environment and forest, because we have developed a green belt all across our 160 acres of land where we have planted something 0.2 million plants which are now being grown over the last 20 years, and every year we are replenishing that so that no pollution goes out of the plant area. Now we are looking for a joint venture with the international technology-based companies to find a very fruitful to fulfill the objective of clean atmosphere for humanity. And we are also have a full-fledged audit being conducted on all the employees of HPL, both officers and contract level. Now, with that, I think I'll switch over to my the main topic here today, which most probably will take a little bit extra time, or 6 to 8 minutes. But this is very important. In my view, I think everybody knows that the population is increasing. Now it is 7.6 billion. Now by 2050 it will grow to 9.8 billion. So every year I think there will be a 83 million people are getting added. So we have to conserve the natural resources, and so because of that, most probably we have to think differently. We have to do business differently. So scientists and engineers have to come forward to develop material which will have a minimal impact on environment. Organizations are needed to support through allocation of sufficient resources on R&D efforts. In my view, a way forward sustainable material future involves substitution of less eco-friendly material, that is substitution of steel by lightweight plastics, engineering plastics material in automobile, in lowering environmental impact on material production, besides ensuring better fuel efficiency. Increasing life cycles of existing products, recycle and reuse of material to be done multiple times without observing any harmful effect. New catalyst additives and other development to facilitate multiple recycling and reuse. Research and development to improve utility value of existing products. Over the years, we observed man-made fibers providing similar experience as natural fiber against natural fiber, besides having longer life. This development reduces the stress on the need for grow natural fiber for growing population. Improved efficiency through digitization. Increased use of big data analytics is likely to improve the conversion efficiency significantly and minimize impact on environment through lesser material demand, lesser emissions. We are very actively initiating in HPL plant the big data and analytics for the last two and a half years. Now, develop breakthrough technology in recycle and reuse. As for example, I think recently the Eastman Chemical, they are working on a landfill to utilize and extract the molecular basic molecules. Second, the American Synergics and Trino joint venture is working to convert waste polystyrene back to the styrene monomer. SEBIC is investing into the project to convert mixed plastic waste into original feedback. So we at HPL, we are working diligently towards a sustainable material future. We have increased use of digital technology to improve efficiency. Our recent acquisition of Lamas Technology is also pioneer in developing cutting-edge technology. Through years of research and development, they have consistently improved the conversion efficiency of various products, reduce energy consumptions, and reduce emissions during the processing. Lamas Technology is working on a breakthrough technology to convert methane into gasoline or ethylene, which will help utilization of standard methane at several places across the world. This Lamas is a company which is 110 years old and developed something like 130 process units both in petrochemical, refinery and chemicals, and they have something like 3,700 patents. So we have acquired this technology company in order to improve upon this thing. So we have what we have thought as HPL, because we have a little bit of gradually building up our capability in terms of expertise as well as in terms of funding capability. The worldwide there was a interest in joint venture, and we are concentrated in the eastern region by investing heavily on a new concept, which is most probably an innovative concept, is crude to chemical, rather than it's producing more gasoline, petrol, diesel, and other fuel. So what we intend to do from the crude, we'll convert into different chemical products, which will be a value-added supply to the downstream unit. So it will have a very big multiplying effect in downstream units. So I think, whatever is, one more point that I just wanted to make, we have started funding different projects with IIT Kharagpur and other IITs. One of such effort is in developing the battery for vehicle with IIT Kharagpur, which is in a very advanced stage, and most probably indigenously developed technology will be very shortly available through the Chatterjee Group. I think let us work together individually and collectively to ensure a sustainable material future using innovation and technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chatterjee, for sharing the Haldia story with us. And it's good to note the good initiatives you have taken up in terms of the green initiatives. Thank you very much, sir. I have pleasure in inviting Mr. Raghav Raj Kanoria, a bright star who is now heading India Power Corporation. And I would like to know from you, Raghav, what are the initiatives India Power is taking and as a group you are taking towards the green regeneration process. Over to you, Mr. Raghav Raj Kanoria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee. Very good afternoon to everyone present here for this webinar. It's a privilege to be here amongst such a distinguished panel of speakers with rich experience in the energy sector and many other sectors. It's been I've been hearing to each of the speakers, and it's been a great learning. I'd also like to thank the Bengal Chamber, especially Mr. Mukherjee, Subodhi, Mr. Ray, for the kind invitation. The topic for the energy and environment, the topic for the conclave today is inclusive growth with resource security. And I think it's a very relevant one in today's time. In the last 4 to 5 months, all of us have witnessed the most unexpected and disruptive event of our lives in the form of COVID-19 that has taken us all by shock. I'm sure gradually all of us have gotten used to the idea of lockdowns and restrictions in our personal lives. However, questions regarding the future of the economy and businesses at large continue to be unanswered. India's GDP will probably contract for the first time in FY21 by anywhere between 5 to 10% based on the views of various experts. And we'll see structural changes in many sectors, especially retail, real estate, and many more. The energy space, especially the power sector in India, however, I think has been quite resilient throughout the entire lockdown phase and COVID-19. It has been most of the utilities, Gencos, transmission companies have been working 24/7 and generating and distributing electricity to millions of customers across the country. But I think the power sector also has been going through structural shift in the last few years, not only in the last few months. And I think COVID will only accelerate them. So the three key themes, decarbonization, decentralization, digitization, 3Ds, they've become new themes for the power sector globally and even in India increasingly, with the penetration of renewables. Now, more than 20% of the overall electricity generated and close to around 35% of the installed capacity, decarbonization is a reality. And I think because the momentum which has been created, probably in the next 3 to 4 years, we will cross the 50% mark in terms of installed capacity, with special focus on large-scale solar projects and even wind projects. Decentralization, of course, distributed and rooftop solar is leading to the decentralization of generation. And this trend will increase substantially with more awareness about the environment as well as the commercial benefits of having rooftop solar for the end customer. The third trend, which is digitization, is prevalent in across the value chain of the power sector, but especially in the power distribution sector. Areas like smart grid and smart metering is bringing in massive efficiency improvements for the utilities and the customers again. India Power Corporation, we are a 100-year-old integrated power utility. We have a presence across the power value chain from generation, both thermal and renewable, as well as distribution. And we have been seeing the rapid changes that have happened. And in our modest way, we have been investing both in such areas. So we have a renewable portfolio of close to around 100 megawatt, both solar and wind. And we have recently started and invested in the first large-scale PPP smart metering rollout in the state of MP. Smart metering, smart grid itself, I think, promises close to 80 million tons of CO2 savings with when we can look at its full potential. A small project in the overall scheme of things, the MP project itself will have an impact of roughly around 150,000 tons of CO2 annually based on the energy efficiency savings. These structural changes are, have been happening, and as I said, they are being accelerated now because of COVID. And I think if you look at each of these, they signify a very inclusive growth in the power sector. Each of them, whether it be decarbonization, decentralization, digitization, all of them not only talk about utilities and the work they're doing, but take into account the importance of the end customer and the role they have to play in the entire value chain. And I think in terms of the trends we are seeing, we will see more and more inclusive growth. However, one issue which still remains, I think we need to ensure that all the resources today which are available in the country are used to their maximum potential. It's clear that the future of power generation is through renewable, but there is a huge stranded capacity of thermal power plants, both coal and gas, and that does need to be addressed because when we speak about resource security, we also need to ensure that the existing resources and assets are utilized completely. Unfortunately, due to various policy issues and environmental issues, thermal power plants are facing challenges and are operating at a level of only around 40 to 50% PLF, which I think is unsustainable. So, the key requirement right now is that the government should ensure that thermal power plants are phased out in a manner which is sustainable and has an integrated energy plan that takes into account such issues like grid integration and renewables, given their intermittency and associated costs. Recent reports have estimated that the balancing cost of renewables is around 1.5 rupee per kilowatt hour or unit, which should be taken into account when accounting for renewable energy. So we also need to think about more hydro and gas for energy security and see that how it is complemented with the increasing renewables in our system. I think when it comes to new materials and technology, I am not innovation in new materials and technology. I'm not an expert, but since the topic mentioned that, I would like to highlight some areas which I thought were relevant. Two key areas. One is solar panels, and the other is battery storage, which we are also actively involved in, and we're seeing these will, of course, have very important use in the future. So we are still at an efficiency level of between 50 to 20%, when it comes to solar cells on an average. Some solar cells have reached an efficiency of as high as 40%. But I think there's a lot of research happening there. And as there's a new technology and focus on innovation in materials, I think this efficiency will keep on improving. One more area related to solar is in terms of solar waste. Today, we are not taking into account the cost and downside of solar waste, which will arise in the future. So it's estimated that issues in India will start arising only from the year 2030 because solar is relatively new source of energy. It's estimated that in the year 2030 we will have a waste of around 200,000 tons a year, and which will increase to around 2 million tons by the year 2050. So we need to focus on more sustainable materials to avoid environmental damage due to such waste. And again, I think that the kind of work which is happening, I'm sure that we will be able to achieve that. Secondly is related to storage, again, an area which is relatively new and gaining a lot of importance. I think it has very important applications and a long way to go, and new materials will help in the improving efficiency of battery storage and such equipment. So these were some of the views I had with regard to the power sector and how I see things going forward. I would like to say that there are challenges in the Indian power sector and the market in certain areas, but I think at the end India will continue to be one of the fastest growing major economies for the foreseeable future, and the energy sector is key to that, and it has a very, very long way to go. I'm confident that deliberations such as these, which we are having today, will definitely help us, and it did give me a lot to think about, and I hope that all of us can benefit from this. Thank you once again, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Raghav. Thank you very much, Raghav. That was very refreshing. You have raised a few very pertinent issues, and I'm more inclined to think that after hearing what you said, that one needs to take a balanced view when we are talking about sustainable operations. We cannot take, a very polarized position when it comes to looking at the thermal power generation. I also appreciate the points about the current trends in terms of decarbonization, decentralization, and digitization that you raised. And it was indeed a very balanced presentation as well. Thank you very much indeed. May I now request Dr. P.K. Mukhopadhyay, Member Secretary, DVC, Damodar Valley Corporation, to tell us about and let us have his take on the urban, on this green regeneration, and with some specific, with possibly a focus on disaster management and in terms of disaster resilience, if that's possible, and on the renewable energy generation. Over to you, Dr. Mukhopadhyay.
Thank you. And thank you. Thanks to Bengal Chamber of Commerce for giving me an opportunity to interact with this distinguished speaker today on a subject which is so relevant in present national perspectives. As regard to the topic, this DVC, the organizations where I am presently working, is started with this perspective of flood control. As such, DVC was created as the first multi-purpose river valley project of independent India with primary objective of flood control. So since inception in 1948, DVC is closely associated with disaster management and control. But in the process of disaster management, as you are aware, this in Bengal and starting from Jharkhand, this Damodar River, which is around 600 kilometers long, we have 4 dams. The dams are Tilaiya, Konar, Maithon, and Panchet. For at different times of the period, particularly during the rainy season, sometimes we have seen, based on the intensity of rainfall, we have seen flood in some places in Jharkhand and many places in Bengal, even few years back. But of late we have made very corrective measures, and emergency action plan has been prepared in consultation with Central Water Commission to combat the situation during the disasters or flood. Now, as regard to the area coverage, our Konar Dam covers 6 blocks in the districts of Hazaribagh and Bokaro in Jharkhand, and Maithon and Panchet covers 8 districts of fall, and there is no option but to release the water. There are 4 categories. Color code with this category, there are color code like green from minimum level, then orange, then yellow, and then red. The green, we do not have that much of effect, but the orange is more than 50,000 to 1 lakh cubic water release, which inundate 28 square kilometer. Yellow inundates 125.5 square kilometer, and red inundate 174 square kilometer. And the release starts after 6 hours from issuance of warning memorandum. Memorandum given to all the district magistrates, and the flood level in Maithon is 480 feet to 495 feet, and Panchet 410 to 435 feet. This is just a figure, but to come with how we have very fast moved into renewable, because we have, as you, with this figure, you can very well deduct that we have tremendous water resource. So with this 4 dams and with this huge water resource of 4 reservoirs, we have interacted with SECI, Solar Energy Corporation of India, and they have made our feasibility study. As of now, with this river bank in and around this Damodar River, our command area is 24,000 square kilometers. In this command area, we have constructed 8 power plants. The capacity is 7,107 megawatt. Out of that, 6,960 megawatt is thermal and 147 megawatt is hydro. Now, because of this huge water base, with the consultation of Solar Energy Corporation, it has been seen that if we use our water base for floating solar, only using 15% of water reservoir capacity, we can construct 1,776 megawatt of solar power. So that feasibility study has already been made, and now we are going for tendering for DPR, preparation of DPR. Parallelly, we are also constructing a 50 megawatt ground mounted solar in Panchet, where we have land support, and we are also constructing rooftop solar in our 50 substations and 8 thermal power plants. This will be in total 2.34 megawatt. Another important aspect in renewable energy we are going for, that is, we are constructing a pump storage near Bokaro using the river water of Damodar, where here also the feasibility study has been made, and the proposed capacity is 1500 megawatt, which will be highest, largest in India. The capacity will be 6 into 250 megawatt, for which also a DPR are in the process of preparation. So renewable energy plants are preferred alternative to thermal plants in terms of management of disasters management as well. And renewable energy generation has emerged as a favorable option for effective control and management of disasters. I just share my views and my experience of DVC, and with this, I wish all success of the conclave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, for for sharing the good work that DVC is doing and linking, most importantly, renewable energy with disaster management. And the point that you made about floating solar, I think, is a wonderful initiative that will go a long way in this promoting the green agenda. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure and real privilege now to invite my friend, old friend, Mr. Deepak Amitabh, Chairman and Managing Director of PTC India Limited, to share his views and thoughts about how the green agenda looks like and what's the way forward from his business in particular, and any general observations that Deepak would like to make. Over to you, Deepak.
Thank you, Deb. I really good evening, everybody. Really thankful to Bengal Chambers of Commerce for giving me an opportunity to be among such gathering. And the round table is towards recovery, green recovery. So very aptly thought about, and the topic which has been given to PTC is to create an environment-friendly power market for India and neighboring countries. So with this opening, let me, through our history of 20 years almost, a PTC history as well as the new decade, the 21st century in which we are, that the power market creation has led to investments in the power sector, be it generation, transmission, or distribution. This has been experienced because when we started 2000, 2001, and especially Bengal is so, PTC is so passionate about West Bengal because in that city of Kolkata only in 2001-2, the first trading transaction of the country of 200-250 megawatt was initiated, and which led to such a huge set of reforms. The setting up of a regulatory commission was set up earlier, but the power market regulation, the exchange regulations, everything has been following up in last 18 to 20 years. And that point of time, we were 100 gigawatt generation, and today we are more than 370 gigawatt in just 18 years or so. Now, this is what I talked about power market. But for power market, trading is essential activity in creation of the power market. Now, trading can be long-term, medium-term, short-term, It can be bilateral through OTC exchanges or the energy exchanges which are there, India Energy Exchange and PXL, which is currently being the exchange platforms which are there. And in exchange platforms also, we have created those products over a period of time. One was term ahead market, one was day ahead market. And recently in the month of from the 1st of June, because of there was a delay because of COVID impact, which happened in March. So from 1st of June, the real-time market also started. And the latest addition is the green term ahead market, which started a couple of days back. And everywhere, as a trader, even this real-time market which started in 1st June, it is just the beginning. So numbers are also not very high, but about 1900 million units which have been sold till yesterday. PTC, as a trader, largest trader, has contributed about 750 million units. That is good, 37-38%. So we believe, as in the exchanges, we maintain 30 to 40%. In real-time market also, we should continue doing that. Now, why I made these opening remarks? Because then it becomes essential that green power market is very, very needed if we want to grow. We have been growing very strongly in the renewable sector, but we have to go a long, long way till 2030. So to do these things, the market formation and the roles of traders and the platforms become very important. So by this time, and especially COVID has also taught us that harnessing power from environment-friendly resources is one of the cleanest and sustainable ways to generate electricity. So it is left with no doubt that we need to now focus more and more of this clean energy. And in India, renewable energy, everyone knows, the figures must have been talked, is contributing more than 23% of installed capacity. And in the energy terms also, about 13% we have been contributing in the energy terms also. And this will keep increasing, and by 2030, we want to be much, much higher. And that is what the INDC, that intended nationally determined contribution, INDC, which is there, which says about that non-fuel, fossil fuel-based electricity should be around 40% by 2030 itself. That is the statement given by Government of India. Now, this is the national scenario which I gave, but now let's widen our horizon. Coupled with above is a real good fact that South Asia as such, we have abundant resources of solar, water, wind. And solar also, if you see, if I go spread beyond Myanmar and go to landlocked to Cambodia and to Vietnam, etc., and here up to Afghanistan, let's just keep ourselves limited. I'm not going beyond Afghanistan. There are multiple time zones already. And solar is, average solar, this thing is availability is about 300 days. Enough of wind, enough of water. Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and I'm just talking about the neighboring countries and Myanmar and slightly beyond that. So green energy and consequent recovery will be driven by sharing and pooling of these resources, the natural as well as man-made. So we need to, our mindsets which have been looking at national boundary only, will have to loosen that mindset, and landscape of intervention has widened from a country-specific geographical area to regional boundaries. So South Asia region as such, if we start looking at it, and do you know, when I'm saying this statement, my mind goes back to 1987-88, when internet had just begun. You remember those days? What happened? The protocols were made at that point of time, like .org, .com, .in, all across the world. People, the protocol, they sat together and made the protocol, which led to the revolution, internet revolution, and now the penetration. We need not say, I mean, whether it's a chai wala, tea wala, or a rickshaw puller, everyone is having access to internet and to smartphone nowadays in this country at least. So natural complementary, luckily in this whole region, natural complementaries of demand, base and supply resources exist, which is very unique to this region.
And by trading, market is going to be created by introducing trading, which is based on twin principle of equitability and resource sharing. So we have seen the efficacy and deliverance of above cardinal principles in 3 countries which are our neighbors, Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. Now, just coming to Bhutan and Bangladesh, because I could hear Mohammed Saab also in the last during the last people who were sharing that Bhutan sharing with neighbors has been done on economic terms, and with Bangladesh has been meeting their energy requirement on economic advantage, because their whatever sources they are producing was much more costlier. They saw that import from India, so they saw the economic advantage. So both the principles, both these key concepts of complementaries are already existing in the present setup already. And Nepal also, over a period of time, though it has not been able to harness its potential, which is quite high. So that is the reason today it's importing about 500 megawatt from India today for the dry season, that is the winters, because their hydro is maximum generation in the monsoon season, and by October, November till February, March, they require the power. And that is what I'm talking about, supplies, demand, and mismatches also as a region, which gives, market is already there, but I see next 5 to 10 years, a regional huge market coming in. And that's the reason these exchanges, these platforms, etc., are going to play a very, very key role in this. Today, it's bilateral, like as Bangladesh person was saying that they have an arrangement, MOU, etc., with Bhutan. But today, it has to be bilateral between Bhutan and a trader in India has to enter into an agreement, PPA, power purchase and power sale. And in turn, that trader has to in turn enter into power sale agreement with Bangladesh. But going forward, when the grid capacity keeps increasing, and in India also, if we go back to 2014-15, and when I go back to 2003, in 2003, the 5 regions in India has 5 electricity regions. They were all there, but working in a closed circuit, basically. They were not even synchronized. And by 2010-11, 4 of the regions got synchronized, but southern region took a lot of time. And I think by 2014-15, India became one nation, one grid. And we believe that grid connectivity is going to play. And therefore, I say all the system operators of multiple regions have to sit together, decide on the protocols, decide on the economic, how the pricing mechanism will take place, how the competitive bidding should happen, multiple regulators who are there. We all have to sit together over a period of time and decide upon a regional power market. And especially because it has not been done fully, what we are doing is today only hydro and some thermal export, which we have been doing. But going forward, solar and hydro is considered to be renewable. And Government of India is also thinking of converting today till 25 megawatt only is taken as a renewable energy, but I believe that by the end of this financial year, they are coming with much better guidelines, so the hydro can also be considered for renewable power obligation meeting. Now, this is the background. Now, how do we do this? So first step shall be towards creating a common working group of all beneficiary countries, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, and other places also. And we should sit together and subsume. We'll have to create a master document subsuming the energy demand and supply positions of the conventional, non-conventional, renewable, everything has to be mapped together. And then how the grid is going to operate, the protocols, etc., will have to be decided. And we'll also have to develop an acceptable economic theory pricing on transfer of energy. And finally, moving on to development and deployment of resources. That is, resources, we know 3 resources which are required: land, capital, and the technology, which has been talked about in this session quite a lot.
for creating of these assets. And as I said, earlier it was one nation, one grid, which was accomplished in India in 2014-15. The Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has also given an idea of one sun, one world, one grid, large market pool of solar energy. So at present, we should focus, world focus is going to be there and a longer vision. But to do this longer vision, we have to get the regional vision first. So absolute grid connectivity, easily transferable. We have the European market model where there are so many countries, the Nordic pools having hydro, someone is having gas, someone is having nuclear, and a lot of now Germany and France and everyone shifting to the renewable energy in a big way. So that model, the European Power Exchange model, is something which is very suitable for this whole region and which we believe will start happening now. And single grid connectivity across countries. And with above suggested planning and measures in place, then we could jointly create sustainable South Asian regional power market with focus on environment-friendly energy sources. Now, just to give a background of PTC, just a small background, we are present in everywhere. As a trader, we do about 65,000 million units of buying and selling on an annual basis. And in the green energy also, now we are very much present. As a trader, we have facilitated SECI's first flagship scheme of 1,050 megawatt of wind, which is totally operational, and we are supplying this power for 25 years. As a generator also, we have a subsidiary company, PTC Energy Limited, which is currently having 290 megawatt of wind energy plants, operational plants in Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh. We are also there as a portfolio manager because we have been providing scheduling and operation advisory for let's say Delhi Metro. Now Delhi Metro renewable power procurement, how should schedule it? How do you do that using the technology, etc.? So this is one place where a lot of private investment and private people can come into. And Raghav, when I heard Mr. Kanoria in the last thing, he was talking about digitization. It's really going to happen a big way in this portfolio management, etc. And as we all know, PTC has been buying all the 2100 megawatt power from Bhutan and supplying to Indian utilities. We are also exporting about 250 megawatt to Bangladesh on a continuous basis, on a long-term basis. And we are also exporting power to Nepal as on today. And we believe that Myanmar, their electrification is very less. If we all, including the multilateral agencies, can create a large 400 kV direct circuit line stepping into deep inside the Myanmar, and through that get connected to all these Cambodia, Vietnam, etc., and help in creating a real power market, and especially future belongs to green, and more green energy is going to come. This is going to be a very interesting 10 years, the decade which I see forward. With these remarks, thank you, Dev, and thank you, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. This was a truly visionary address, but rooted on ground realities. The symbiotic relationship that you brought out in terms of power market creation and trading, the way you see the South Asian market developing and evolving, and the role and the share of green power, and especially matching demand, the demand base with supply source, and seeing how it can all work out and pan out in real terms, that was absolutely wonderful. I think this was a truly visionary address, and I thank you for that. Thank you very much indeed, Deepak. Finally, the last speaker in the round table, though it's not quite a round table, it's rather a long table now, is Mr. Rahul Tabane. Rahul is also an old friend of mine, And Rahul is going to speak to us on financing support from the UK for the green projects going forward. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Am I audible?
You are audible. You are audible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee. And it's nice seeing you after a long time, though I would say virtually, but anyways, it's better than not able to travel at least. In a very good discussion. So one of the points which I'm going to speak about today is financing of the green project or renewable projects, where UK government is trying to support global players, not only restricted to India, to realize their dream towards energy transition or sustainable development. So you have seen there were speakers before me, and Nigel, Natalie, Anna, all of them from different departments of UK government have spoken about what UK is doing on the front of climate change, trying to work alongside public and private players, help governments in policy making, and also providing financing support in a way to accelerate these projects. So at UK Export Finance, we are also a UK government department, and we come on the debt side or the loan side of the capital structure when it comes to organizations looking at financing or realizing their dreams towards energy transition. So I'll give you or I'll share a short presentation, and I hope that I'll complete it within your 8 minutes time frame. So I'll try to rush, but just allow me to share this short introduction about UKEF. Okay, so UK Export Finance, we are the export credit agency of United Kingdom. We are in existence for over 101 years now, established in 1999 post World War I to help UK businesses do export globally. So we are a UK government department. We work alongside other UK government departments such as DIT, Department for International Trade, Her Majesty's Treasury, and we have a global working relationship with over 70 private and commercial lenders and credit insurers. We are named as the best export credit agency in the world for last 3 consecutive years by Global Trade Review and Trade Finance Global. In 2019-2020, we have provided financing support of almost £4.4 billion across some 69 countries, supporting almost 350 UK companies exporting UK goods and services for various projects opportunities. We also conduct something called as supplier fairs, to which I'll come the later part of the presentation, wherein we have done a matchmaking exercise at the request of overseas companies or overseas governments to identify UK supply chain or UK companies who can help them deliver on their projects. We can provide financing in 60 plus global and local currencies. So apart from US dollars, euros, pounds, which are global hard currencies, we are also ready to support in Indian rupees, just to mitigate the currency hedging risk which is involved when the Indian companies, whether public or private, look for foreign currency support. We have an appetite to support financing across 200 countries in the globe. And in terms of the exports from UK which we can support, it not only involves UK goods, but the UK services, UK technologies, UK intellectual property, UK R&D, anything and everything that gets exported out of UK can be supported by us. So our product, our support falls in two baskets of products. So one is for support to overseas companies or Indian companies, and another is for UK companies. So on the UK side, we generally support UK companies to fulfill their obligation in terms of fulfilling their export contracts. So whether it's a working capital support or trade finance support, we take a risk-sharing approach with commercial lenders to help UK companies fulfill their international obligations. In terms of overseas companies or Indian companies or overseas sovereigns, we do provide long-term competitive financing support, which kind of helps them to offset the cost of UK purchase with long-term financing support, which is available from UK government. So what we do and what we call our product is a buyer's credit facility, wherein we come with a UK sovereign guarantee, which is provided for 85% of the export contract value. This is a guarantee which carries the rating of UK government, which is AA stable globally. So it acts as a credit enhancement support, and I heard somewhere in the panel discussion before that credit enhancement mechanisms are definitely required in Indian markets today to facilitate or mobilization of private capital. So we are in that space wherein we provide the credit enhancement support to the Indian sponsors who can take our guarantee to either commercial banks or bond investors to raise financing at an attractive cost on the back of credit profile of the UK government. For the buyer's credit support, we require a contract value of or a transaction value of a minimum of £5 million, and here we can provide long tenor repayments, which can be as low as 2 years and which can be as high as 18 years. Suppliers credit financing is basically another version of buyer's credit. Here we are ready to consider transaction sizes which are maybe lower than £5 million, so somewhere between 1 and 5 million. If you have a project which has a UK connection, we are ready to provide a suppliers credit finance. Apart from the guarantee-backed support, we are also in certain cases ready to provide fixed rate direct financing from UK government or UK Treasury. In these cases, obviously we do not require a commercial lender or a bond investor to fund the project. Here we can pitch with direct money. And in fact, just related to this conclave and this conference, I just want to highlight that in the recent 2020 budget of UK government, we have been allocated a separate £2 billion of capacity just to support clean energy or clean growth projects. And I'll speak about this in a little detail in the later part of the presentation. So overall, what is the UK EF value proposition? In summary, we can provide financing in 60 plus currencies. They can provide repayment terms between 2 to 18 years for renewables. Our guarantee is 100% unconditional, which can support up to 85% of the total contract value. Over and above that, we can also support up to 30% of local cost or the local expenses which get incurred for the project development activity in the host country. We require a minimum 20% UK content, considering the global supply chains and the operations of various multinational companies. We understand that not everything and anything can be exported out of UK, and definitely there is some amount of content which comes from other countries. So keeping that in mind, we have kept our criteria for UK origin content as low as 20%. And again, we have global banking relationship, and with all this we can structure and deliver a very competitive financing solution which is required by overseas governments or private companies to realize their dream of transition towards low carbon economy. For providing our guarantee, obviously we charge an insurance premium, which is a factor of the credit profile of the project or the project sponsor. And the second factor is obviously the tenor for which we give this guarantee. So we are open to do this anywhere between 2 to 18 years. So the longer the tenor, the premium cost will be higher. And there is also an option of financing this premium. So if we are working on a guarantee-backed product, we can allow commercial lenders to finance the premium, and you can amortize it along with the loan repayment. These are the transaction structures that we have supported in the last 100 odd years. So it's public and private sector transactions, project or structured finance, repayment guarantees, line of credit, debt capital markets. Even we have done Islamic financing quite recently in Indonesia. Eligibility criteria, I have already touched upon it. We require 20% UK content, and for clean energy projects, definitely environmental, social, and human due diligence process is definitely required. UK content, as I mentioned, it can be UK goods, UK services, and UK intangibles, which can be supported by us. Supplier fare model is again an option which is provided by us, wherein governments and private players who do not have a sight on what UK has to offer in terms of technology or equipment or services, we do this matchmaking exercise wherein we get all the relevant UK companies who are interested in that particular project under one roof and deliver the presentation about the project, wherein these UK SME and MME companies can get in touch with the project proponents and can discuss the business relationship or partnership. We have done almost 12 such supplier fairs in the past, which have been hugely successful. This is a case study of a power project in Iraq, wherein we have done a supplier fair in which almost $500 million worth of UK content has been identified with almost 100 odd British suppliers. Application to financing roadmap, it is quite flexible, and I would not touch upon that. In terms of our India portfolio, we have an appetite of over £4 billion to support on all kinds of projects in India. I would not include coal-based power plants in this, because this is a general or a wider UK government policy on not supporting coal-based power projects. But apart from that, we are very much keen to support and develop clean energy or renewable energy projects in India. We have supported the likes of Reliance, Indigo, and Jet and GAIL in the past. Overall, we provide an attractive financing cost with longer repayment tenors, option of financing in Indian rupees, and obviously a wider support from UK government network, which is already established on ground across various Indian cities, including Kolkata. As well as we have a relationship with our London colleagues who we can definitely bring into a conversation at various points in time to deliver a holistic financing solution for the project proponents. Ultimately, we offer for Indian stakeholders. We can work with corporates and private entities. We can work with central state governments, public utilities, companies with UK operations, EPC companies, and even financial institutions who are looking for a overall line of credit or two-step financing support. Just to speak about the topic which is relevant here is basically the direct lending support which we have recently announced. So on our website as well, that we are ready to support clean energy projects, and here we have kind of published the spectrum or the plethora of project opportunities wherein we can directly pitch in with direct lending. As you can read, these are renewable energy projects which can have energy production, transmission, appliances, energy efficiency, wherein new and refurbished buildings, energy storage, smart grids, pollution prevention and control, then environmentally sustainable management of living natural resources, terrestrial and aquatic biodiversity conservation, clean transportation, electric vehicle mobility, sustainable water and wastewater management, climate change. So these are the kind of projects which are available for our support. Just to add last 2 points, I mean, last year we have provided our support for a wind power project in Taiwan and a solar power project in Spain. At the moment, we are engaged with various Indian state governments as well as private players to establish our support for their projects and help them realize their dream towards the energy transition or clean energy and sustainable development. And I'm happy to be a part of this panel, and thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to speak.
We're delighted that the World Sustainable Development Summit.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Thank you very much, Rahul. Thank you very much, Rahul, for sharing with us the UKEF value proposition, and really appreciate all the good work that you have done. And I'm sure there would be takers to take on your take your services in the Green Recovery Plan. We are really running late. There's been a huge time overrun, almost 45 minutes. We do have some questions, but what we will do is we will address the questions and share the answers with you as part of our report of the proceedings. So excuse us for that. I would like to thank all the India Inc. Business leaders for sparing their time, sharing their thoughts and their vision. Really appreciate and thank you very much indeed. I hand over now to Angona to take the proceedings forward. We would soon be having the virtual regional. Over to you, Angona.
Thank you, sir. So we'll be moving on to the Kolkata Virtual Sustainable Action Dialogue of WSDS 2021 with Terry. Before that, we'll take a 5 minutes break of a video of one of our partners.
India is a large country with an ever-growing economy and industries that are progressing every day to cater to 1.3 billion population. These industries form the backbone of the nation, making India one of the fastest growing economies in the world. In the power sector, India Power Corporation Limited has been doing just that, steadily and with determination, adding power to the lives of people for the last 100 years. The journey began in 1919 when the then largest coal producer in Asia, the Bengal Coal Company Limited, needed a solution to its massive power requirements. The Sherigad Power Supply Corporation Limited was set up in Asansol to meet their needs. It was awarded a distribution license in 1932 and it became DPSC Limited in 2003. In 2008, it developed a 2 megawatt solar power plant at Shibpur, a first of its kind grid connector solar plant in Asia. On a roll now, in 2013, the name DPSC Limited changed to IPCL or India Power Corporation Limited. And that is how India and the world knows us today. In 2014, IPCL commenced power distribution in Gaya as a distribution franchisee and continued for 4 years with benchmarked performance in such a short period, achieving loss reduction trajectory supply reliability of over 95% and deployment of smart metering technology, being much ahead of others and having the highest performance in its kind of distribution model. Another ace that we have up our sleeves is the implementation of SCADA, a revolutionary mechanism. It is installed at the JK Nagar substation, which acts as the central conduit for real-time monitoring and control over quality output and consumer feedback, using automated meter reading technology along with automated digitized payment options. JK Nagar also houses India Power's Area Load Dispatch Center, which is the nerve center for the operation, planning, monitoring and control of the power system, ensuring India Power to achieve maximum security and efficiency, providing uninterrupted power supply to its consumers. The distribution portfolio also saw an addition with India Power acquiring distribution license for the SEZ region of Tuticorin, spread across an area of approximately 2,518 acres. In 2019, India Power is completing its centenary year as a leading holistic integrated power utility in the country.
We are proud to be celebrating India Power's 100th year in 2019. We are a unique company with a rich legacy of a 100-year-old, century-old organization, as well as the dynamism of a very, very young and futuristic utility. We are one of the first distribution companies who have implemented 100% automated metering infrastructure and implement SCADA and other technologies, which is helping our customers consume electricity more efficiently and making our network more reliable.
India Power today is an integrated holistic power company with foothold in different segments. With regards to India Power's exceptional operational efficiency, a special mention is imperative for its operation in the Asansol and Raniganj area. Despite being in a competitive market, the power distribution scenario is different from the rest. It has the lowest
Communication Outreach and Advocacy Unit, TERI, to take the session forward.
Distinguished by its customer-centric programs and digitization.
Thank you, Pangana. I hope everyone can hear me.
All the service rendered by the corporation. Quick response team.
Yes,
and my screen is there, and I hope everyone can see the screen as well.
We are happy with the ITCL.
Yes.
Yeah.
Authority.
The annual flagship event of TERI is hosting one of its free events within the Bengal Chamber's annual conclave today. I welcome all our participants, guests and speakers for this event who are on the Zoom platform as well as on YouTube and the other platforms that the Chamber has already set up. The Chamber and TERI's partnership is growing stronger, as Dr. Martha mentioned.
How did India Power do?
While WSDS 2021, which Dr. Martha did mention in the previous session, will be marking 2 decades in February next year. And given the current global crisis, it is inevitable that all of us, countries, businesses, and the common man, now need to review and explore new patterns of growth for the future. Hence, the summit theme this year is redefining our common future, safe and secure environment for all. TERI has set up a lot of activities in the next 18 months. It proposes the following 4 phases and this includes pre-events. The one today is the 3rd in the series, and we shall host several more in the coming months, and all these discussions will converge at WSDS 2021 with some dedicated sessions with business leaders focusing on their green business efforts. Post the summit in February, we shall host consultations with diverse stakeholder groups to put together a charter of action for COP26. Finally, at WSDS 2022, we once again need to evaluate and strengthen the COP26 deliberations, assessment and outcomes. I have to mention that the Bengal Chamber, who needs to be abundantly thanked for this platform, as Dr. Mathur himself did it, but I am reiterating what he said, particularly Mr. Deb Mukherjee and his colleagues Angana and Suchismita. We are delighted that we have been able to use this platform to have this pre-discussion today. We would also like to acknowledge again our appreciation to Bloomberg Philanthropies, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, USAID, and Tata Cleantech Capital Limited in supporting our activities over the next 18 months. Further, the British High Commission's support in the pre-COP discussions will indeed be valuable. It is indeed a proud moment for us at TERI to have these partners, and we invite all of you who are participating through this endeavor. With this, may I request Mr. Ajay Shankar, Distinguished Fellow, TERI, to deliver his special address at the Kolkata Virtual Sustainable Growth through Resource Efficiency. May I also, before he begins his session, invite all the participants to kind of put in all your questions to the ensuing discussions that takes place with the speakers on the chat box that is already available to share. So please share your questions and make this discussion as vibrant as we want it to be. Thank you and welcome you all to the third virtual Sustainable Action Dialogue of the WSDS 2021. Over to Mr. Ajay Shankar.
Thank you, Annapurna. It's a privilege to be speaking at this important event and at this juncture. I'm conscious that we are running a bit late, so I think I'll make my remarks a little shorter than I had planned to make them. The topic that we have right now is economic growth through resource use efficiency. And this is intrinsic to the whole discussion that is taking place across the world and the whole conversation around achieving a truly circular economy. Prior to the Industrial Revolution, we were living a sustainable ecosystem. We were fully renewable and sustainable in all that we did for thousands of years with agriculture before the Industrial Revolution. Now, the success of the Industrial Revolution has been unimaginable and it's given us lifestyles, consumption levels, comforts, which were beyond the wildest dreams of those who lived before the Industrial Revolution. But that confidence in technology and science also gave us some hubris. And we didn't quite see the consequences of what we were doing. So starting with the first concerns on global warming and climate change, we are now acutely conscious of the limitations of what the resources of the planet can sustain over time. And resources, I would suggest, mean both. The natural resources that we use and also the way we affect natural resources by what we put back into the system after consumption as waste. So at both levels, there are serious challenges. The most dramatic one is, of course, on climate change, where the latest IPCC report is quite alarming and worrying. And again, I would like to mention here that TERI had a leading role through its then Director General, Dr. Pachauri, in steering the IPCC process and bringing the serious consequences of global warming and carbon emissions into the common consciousness of people across the world. But going beyond carbon emissions, we have a problem on just about everything. In India, we have a serious problem on water. In North India, we've been mining water, and I don't see how we can sustain that kind of agriculture for very long. In fact, if I were to speak very frankly, I would say the water crisis is like the iceberg of the Titanic, which will hit us in India before global warming hits us. And the way forward in this century across the world is to use the power of technology and persuasion and regulation to achieve a fully and truly circular economy. Because the planet has boundaries on about just everything. So we need to move in that direction very quickly. Fortunately, technology has brought us to a point where the recycling industry, especially in Europe and Japan, has moved very far. And therefore, it is now theoretically conceivable that a truly circular economy can be achieved in the coming decades, which would mean that for every finite resource on the planet, we will create a sustainable lifestyle of consumption and production where that finite resource is not exhausted in the foreseeable future. Or if it is something which can get exhausted, then we create new ways of meeting our needs, as is happening with renewable energy vis-a-vis fossil fuel-based energy. But we have to take this across the entire spectrum of production and consumption and waste management and recycling. Now, if one has to see economic growth through this prism, and we need to and we should, then there are three ways of looking at it. One is that firms which are smart, which value their brand, and have deep pockets should lead the way in being responsible producers and responsible managers of the waste of the products they produce. And they can go in the market and say that they are, more green than the others and even command a price premium. After all, with organic agriculture, we are seeing a price premium in the market. The other is that if they are ahead of the curve, then the day when regulation would come in, they would be well prepared to succeed in the market where there is regulation. Then we have the community of scientists, technologists, research institutions, R&D institutions, and startups who have a very, very wide canvas within which to get bits and pieces of the challenge of moving towards a fully circular economy and creating technologies, getting patents, and be in a position to make a lot of money as the market for their discoveries and inventions and patents becomes mature or ripe. So I'll just give one trivial example. Today, the entire electric vehicle industry and the mobile phone and laptop are all driven by lithium-ion batteries. Now, whoever can come up with a battery which would be a substitute for lithium-ion batteries, even with some limitations, and gradually it will get better and better, has a huge market waiting for their patents and for their inventions and discoveries. So one could list lots of these things, and I think the challenge for those of us who are really engaged in pushing the agenda for circularity and resource use efficiency is to have serious conversations, identify the technological challenges, bring them center stage, get some resource allocation for R&D funding within India, within the rest of the world, and see how we can achieve progress more rapidly than we have achieved so far. And I'm a great optimist. I'm sure that once we all get together, we would really surprise ourselves and the world in how quickly we can make a transition to a circular and a fully sustainable economy. Thank you. And with this, I would request my colleague, Souvik Bhattacharya, to now make his comments. And to all the other panelists, my request would be to be a little briefer than they had planned to be earlier.
Good evening, sir, my fellow panelists, delegates attending the online event, and ladies and gentlemen. The current COVID-19 pandemic and the consequent public health crisis that have brought economic activities in a kind of a complete halt. And as economies are struggling to return to normalcy, we will have a different operating model. The practice of the social distancing, as we see, has already kind of entered in our daily lives, be it in the individuals, even the places where we are working, the governments, the communities, the industries, and so on and so forth, have in fact come to grips with the challenges of minimizing the loss of human lives in the face of this pandemic. So jobs and livelihoods and economic growth will be the key focus areas of the economic policies, and that we have already seen from the recent policy that was announced a couple of months ago by the Indian Prime Minister, which is based or anchored on 5 major areas that include the economy, the infrastructure, systems, vibrant demography, and demand. The recovery packages essentially constituted cash and food for sustaining life and spurring demand, particularly among the farmers, the labor, and the low income. Cash flow easing and working capital for the manufacturing, trading, and services sector. And expenditure for managing the COVID in terms of the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment and related infrastructure. So kickstarting the entire economic process after this kind of a disruption also gives us an opportunity for the economic as well as the environmental revival. However, each of these 5 pillars that we just have seen as a part of the policy and also in a series of discussion over the last few months, the 5 pillars have significant potential to ensure an economic bounce back based on resource efficiency, which Sir had mentioned quite elaborately, and whose implications can help meet many of our much cherished goals in a most cost-effective manner. So the language around the world on green recovery is about sustainable finance and sustainable jobs. And the language on green economy in India has to be not merely going back to that pre-COVID policies and strategies, but something that is beyond the conventional market systems or the market supremacy. So there is, however, growing understanding of the imperatives of such a transition as evident from the draft National Resource Efficiency Policy with the Government of India came up. The second one is the first resource efficiency strategy roadmap that was prepared by the Goa government. So we are seeing some kind of green shoots, if I have to say so far, RE policies and similar thinking for promotion of sustainable consumption and production in India is concerned. But at the same time, there are also ample to think or learn from what is happening at the ground level. So for example, we have seen examples of individual social entrepreneurs having developed eco-friendly and cost-effective products as a part of their fight against the virus. There are several prototypes of touchless hand washing systems produced, particularly using the recycled materials and reused materials, which are being produced either in the small carpenter shop or even in the welding shops. And in addition, because of the tremendous of the e-commerce companies who have been really putting recycling of their packaging materials in the forefront in terms of cost saving and promoting a better environmental footprint of their products. There are enough examples to present that resilient supply chains, which we have already kind of discussed in a bit, but it has the potential to grow faster because they can move rapidly to meet customer needs when market demand shifts. So the issue of the premium for local production and the sharing of the premium with the local producers would be critical if we have to really expand the existing local supply chains to a kind of a new normal. So this will also help in producing at scales that have the potential to supply sustainably leapfrog transition in a more responsible consumption and production system. Obviously, as I mentioned about the localization, the implications so far, the benefits are humongous. If you look at the kind of scrap that we are importing, as well as the coke, if we move from the conventional abiotic to the energy sector. So this increased scrap recycling, say for steel production, is estimated to help India imports of scrap as well as coking coal in the steel making sector to the tune of somewhere around 700 billion to and 170 billion respectively for these commodities. And at the same time, if we look at the huge number of mobile phones that are being discarded on a daily basis and the kind of really noble metals that can be extracted are also significant. So not only is going to help in creating jobs in reverse logistics and recycling, it is also going to promote investment opportunities on technologies for material recovery and significantly help in reducing India's import dependencies. In fact, the Ministry of Information Technology had come up with a very interesting scheme a couple of months ago under the promotion of manufacturing of electronic components and semiconductors to the tune of almost 25% and for setting up of businesses in India that really promotes production. And I think this is also an opportunity for the community of investors and the technology developers to really tap and explore how they can bring in the element of circularity and see this as a kind of a opportunity to really leapfrog into promoting sustainable technologies that can bring in those materials back into the system. The alliances are extremely important, and we have already seen in the case of the European Commission in 2019, wherein they launched the Circular Plastics Alliance, under which the businesses and all relevant stakeholders teaming up and collaborating to improve the design of recyclability of plastics which are used across various sectors, right from daily consumer goods to high-end automotive sector. Another example of this network, although this is much more global than regional, is the Resource Efficient and Cleaner Production Network that promotes resource efficient cleaner production and facilities collaborating that include technology transfer of transfer of relevant knowledge, experiences, and technologies. One of the key challenges in the post-COVID era will be like mainstreaming the resettlement and the rehabilitation, and that is a kind of a big financial challenge, particularly at the state and the local government. I see that the Manrega schemes has the tremendous potential, in fact, to not only create additional livelihood opportunities for these people, but also promote greening of the natural resource, because 63% of the resources goes to natural resource management. So we see possibly some higher activities coming up in this space, provided that we are able to really identify and target them in the short to medium term. Regarding the fiscal space that Dr. Mathur was talking about today in the afternoon, so one of the things that possibly could be taken up is the entire role of the utilization of the DMF. Not that we can use the entire one, but as per the amended Minerals Act, 40% possibly of the resources, almost to the tune of 23,000 crore, which is at present lying with them, can be used for the well-being of the state. Well, there are opportunities in the case of biomass-based feedstocks, because that would be where the local renewable energy supply provisions would exist over and above the solar penetration, which we have seen quite an ambitious implementation over the last few years. And the concept of integrated production process, where waste of a byproduct, which I was just talking about, the entire concept of industrial ecology, getting into a feedstock of the others, not only in the conventional processes, but also in the future processes, including, say, an example could be of a biorefinery. So there is already a rich body of information and best practices of resource efficiency in selected sectors, not only in India and outside. But what is needed is to understand the incremental investments in the form of viability gap funding for the green to compete with the non-green activities. And one of the real examples have been the support and the 25% capital incentive scheme provided by the Ministry of Information Technology. So there is also a need for government interventions to factor in innovation, scaling, reskilling, developing products and services within the market. And most importantly, how we can really scale up the entire aspect of production link incentives across various sectors, which can prove really significant productivity improvement in the future. So the time is ripe to adopt a recovery process based on the principles of circular economy, which will help in enhanced understanding of the interlinkages from the resource use perspective, and how India can utilize the latter more efficiently and unlock the associated benefits in the short and long run. Thank you so much for your attention, and look forward to more interaction in the coming minutes. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
sir. Then may I now request Professor Ghosh for his comments?
Good evening. Am I audible?
You are? Yes, you are.
Yeah. At the outset,
To be a little briefer than you had planned to be originally. Okay.
Pardon?
Make your comments a little shorter in terms of time than you had originally.
All right, no problem. Good evening to all, and at the outset, I must thank Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General TERI, for inviting me to this Kolkata Virtual Sustainable Action Dialogue in the Sustainable Development Summit by TERI and BCC&I. We are experiencing the man-made disaster at present, which is, in my opinion, 1,000 times bigger than the impact of Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing. And we have to identify the cause, and together we must destroy it so that we never come across such an unprecedented situation. That is the most vulnerable point which I like to highlight here. There are restrictions, lockdown, imposed challenge with respect to many things, including raw material access, product access, distribution channel, and many more things. So coming back to the point of resource efficiency and circular economy, we know that the resource efficiency and the circular economy ultimately leads to an outcome with lesser cost and sustainable green economy, higher productivity, lower material consumption with higher turnout, closing the loop in the areas of production, consumption, and waste management and reverse logistics. In the pandemic, what we have learned and what can be taken forward to make our processes resource efficient and circular economy? The first thing which we have seen is the speeding up and delegate decision making. Previously, for the same point in any industry or anywhere, we were holding the decision for many people for many reasons, and the papers going to different tables and getting delayed for one signature, other signature, and as a matter of fact, it was really cumbersome. Today, in this situation, we are holding a just-in-time system, and fit-for-the-purpose planning. Resource allocation is given where it is required only, and instead of annual basis, we are going for a planning of shorter period of time. Second thing which we have experienced and which is very much necessary is that enhanced circularity of natural resources, and that is being already carried out in many organizations throughout the world by redesigning the products and processes. And my experience goes, I'm working with many number of groups of SMEs, pan-India and also UK. I have seen they are utilizing lesser amount of material with nearly 40% of the workforce, but having run at 90% of the capacity. So in that way, they reduce the consumption pattern, they reduce the consumption of natural resources, and Thus, SMEs are becoming smarter. But I am not telling that all the SMEs are doing this, but there are many SMEs in India and UK, in my experience, they are carrying out better results than previously. Now, the other point, new business models. If you consider, like day before yesterday, I called a rickshaw puller for some of the, carrying out some of the goods, my personal goods. So I was just discussing what you are doing now. He told that, look, this is my job now, but usually my business was ice cream vendoring. So in that way, he was selling ice cream to door. And as during the pandemic, the kids and the people are not interested to take ice cream. So in that way, he has shifted his business for pulling the car rickshaw. And he told that, sir, I am earning more than previous. The similar thing, all the shops who never thought of door-to-door delivery have adopted this service. So this is a new business model for the small business as well as there are for the big businesses. The third thing, most of the industries now will have to, or many of them are already practicing the robust reverse logistics and recovery of material. Because there is a restriction to access to the raw material and natural resources and the distribution. So they are now by force implementing reverse logistics within the organization. And as a matter of fact, knowingly or unknowingly, their resource efficiency is increasing day by day. And another is redeployment of talents and also the utilization of the infrastructure. You know that throughout the world, at least in India, we know that many of the IT sector who employ a bigger number of people in our country, now they have shifted their business pattern from working from the office to the working from home. And as a matter of fact, the result has not been declared for the business, but what has been seen that there is no problem for the organization to run their business. On the other hand, they are saving quite a big amount of money with respect to the infrastructure provision and other things are concerned. So the shifting their operation and the resilient supply chain, because previously the supply chain was very big. And as a matter of fact, sometimes there was the lengthy supply chain means there are a lot of problems. But today, due to this pandemic COVID, the supply chain made resilient. And as a matter of fact, they have shifted from bigger supply chain to a smaller supply chain, which is surely reducing the cost and as well as reducing the wastage in the process. The other thing what previous speaker mentioned, that shifting from fossil fuel to renewable sources and use of modern communication system. A class 2 kid, it was never thought that they can utilize the webinar and all other virtual platform. But today, they are using it very efficiently. Of course, there are negative results of this. I'm not going into the detail of this. And more importantly, there are 2 points which I must mention. One is the recent involvement of 4,242 ULBs. 2 years or 3 years back, many of them were not knowing fully well what is the resource recovery and what is the resource efficiency, what is circular economy. But today, in 2000, just in last week, the result was declared. 4,242 ULBs are doing very well with respect to the resource recovery processing. India is concerned, which has a multifold effect in the country. And of course, the Atmanirbhar Bharat will definitely give us an impetus towards resource efficiency and circular economy. One more important thing, 2 years, 3 years, or even 5 years back, we were very much disappointed with the data management of the ULVs. And very recently, due to the pandemic, COVID pandemic, we are, all the data of today or yesterday is at the, whenever we require it, immediately at the fingertip, it is there. So how much waste is generated, how much waste is recovered, how much is other things, how many people are affected, how many people are died, how many people are recovered, everything is on the fingertips. So this is a great thing which has been done in India, and we have to take the lead from this experience, because if I don't have data, I know nothing. If I know data, then there are a lot of improvement where the resource recovery, where the resource efficiency is falling down, everything is known and we can take more actions. So in that way, one more important thing which I must mention here, that India has developed a draft national resource efficiency policy in 2019. Of course, that has to be revisited now because of the pandemic situation. But most importantly, whatever be the revisiting and revision, the government of India must make it a confirmed policy at the earliest, whatever is possible. So these are some of my points, what I thought I should share. And more importantly, and one more thing, the general waste generation throughout India has reduced by 40%. Of course, there is a huge amount of single-use plastics, which is enhanced by 30% in the metro cities. Of course, in the new normal series of explores, metrics, and data in the age of coronavirus, it is necessary that we document all the changes in behavior and practices and develop a guideline for the change scenario. And I'm quite sure that pandemic has given us a lot of hazards, lot of problem. It is a tragedy to the human, but on the other side, from the pandemic situation, we have lots of things to learn and we have to be smarter. We know that where we are weak and where we have to improve. With this, I wish that we will make a more circular, more circularity in our processes and enhance resource efficiency by adopting different practices in India and outside India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh. May I now request Dr. Divya Tiwari to give her comments. Dr. Divya Tiwari.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can see you, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, and nice to meet you, Mr. Jaishankar. I didn't get the opportunity to interact with you earlier. And nice to hear all the panelists here. I'll introduce myself because I'm not a regular we work in the area of waste management, and hence this topic is very close to our heart, which is resource efficiency. And Sahas is a Bangalore-based organization, but currently we have projects across 9 districts in the country. And we are also doing a lot of work in rural areas. So, what I will talk today will come from our experience in rural area, because when we are talking about resource efficiency, I would say cities by far are, following a certain kind of pattern. If we really want to turn the table, if we really want to turn things around, the need of the hour is to make our rural areas, our villages self-sufficient, because that's where the game is. Cities are by and large, you have the industrial and the regular supply chains exist. So, yes, resource efficiency is a driving factor, but putting all these current scenarios in the picture, a lot of people have gone back from the cities. We can see it in Bangalore on daily basis that there is definitely, at least 30% reduction compared to the regular population that is there in the city. The roads are empty and, PGs are not, people are not there. So a lot of people have gone back to their smaller hometowns or to their villages. And some may come back for, livelihood, but I'm sure having lived in the village now, they might prefer continuing to live there if they have livelihood. And they are certainly, if we can make the whole economy and, consumption pattern more decentralized, there will be more livelihood opportunities and the government will not have to generate jobs. The aim should be to generate livelihood rather than jobs. And that's where we feel that, if you look at it from the resource efficiency perspective, the two tie in very well. This is the demand of the hour to generate livelihood. And if you do become local consumption, local production centers, that will also, environmentally and socially, it will do a lot of benefit. So I, since we work on the ground, so I had some very specific, ask and action points. So if I look at the consumption patterns in the villages, one thing which, people can immediately switch to, which can be done locally, is the sanitation and hygiene products. The entire shampoo, soap, sanitizer, cleaning products, all these, can be locally produced with natural products. This is already proven, shown. It can be done on a small scale and it will make a massive difference to the amount of waste that is getting generated in the villages. If you look at, the amount of shampoo sachets and amount of, I personally saw aloe vera sachet in a village. So, there is a lot of demand for hygiene and beauty products and dry snacks. I have seen myself that if you, earlier in South, if you go to any condiment shop, there'll be no shop which will not have bananas. Every shop, even if it's a clothing shop or a stationery shop, it will have a bunch of banana. But unfortunately, I was in one of the rural areas and I saw a child. There was a tea shop. The tea shop did not have a banana thing. And a small child walked up. He gave 1 rupee to the person there and he picked up a chips packet. That's how he started his day. So things are, because the kind of, the media hype that we have created around chips and biscuits, it has created a huge impact on what is happening in our rural areas. Kids are eating wrong things. There is a culture of starting the day with a bread or a biscuit, not with a proper breakfast. Mothers don't cook and people are, spending all their time watching videos. And these things are not available. You don't have bananas available in Karnataka. It is unbelievable. So I really strongly feel that government has to come up with policies which will drive, if not everything. I understand there are certain products where centralization is critical, be it infrastructure, steel cannot be manufactured on a, decentralized manner. Steel will be manufactured in a centralized manner. But there are a lot of items which today have proven business models in decentralized manner using local natural resources. But the two things need to be done. One is obviously policy and taxation benefit from the government. Government needs to drive this. Second, the behavioral change. The rural population is looking up to, the flashy ad of, Akshay Kumar and Amitabh Bachchan, selling Maggie and whatnot. So we need to have a counter messaging. Thankfully, through WhatsApp, a lot of these, yes, it's a nuisance, but a lot of positive messaging is also going on healthy lifestyle and healthy options. But it is important that government takes it up on a large scale and brings about this behavioral change, which will, then encourage people to, choose correct products, to consume right kind of products. So that is the second ask which I have. And the third thing, which we feel is, organizations like TERI and other development organizations can provide is there is a lot of information sitting in the local traditions and heritage. We are losing it. So if organizations like development organizations can do this, there are local knowledges around what kind of food you should eat, what kind of construction material you should use, what kind of farming methodologies you should have without relying on these centralized systems of fertilizers, etc. Those need to be extracted, documented, and popularized locally. Karnataka will have something else, Tamil Nadu will have something else, Assam will have something else. So there is a need to look at these things and extract this knowledge and get some actionable things out of it and popularize these ideas. So these are very and the fourth thing which we have been asking, to cut down on fertilizer subsidy and rather promote organic compost. That's really the need of the hour, and all of you in Delhi, you should drive it. I don't have to talk about how harmful the pesticides and the fertilizers have been to our entire agriculture, food production methodology. So if you can go back to composting, a lot of waste which is today sitting in our cities, we don't have anybody who wants it. You can have a supply chain where this goes back to the villages, and you really have the circular economy. So from waste perspective, two things. I feel if there can be policies which will push for hygiene products, beauty and hygiene products to be made locally, consumed locally. So you have that much less packaging going into the villages. And dry snacks, chips and biscuits can be done locally. People can eat chips, but they can be made in the village. You don't need Lay's chips. You don't need Britannia biscuits to be sent to villages. It can totally be done locally. You'll generate jobs. There'll be a better quality stuff and less packaging, so less waste. That is one. And second is on the fertilizer and composting. And we'll be very happy to provide details and data around this. But, this is the ask which is coming from somebody who works on the field. With this, I'll close.
Thank you. Very clear and practical suggestions. We'll certainly see what we can do with it. May I request Dr. Rachna Arora now to hear her thoughts?
Sure. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah. You're visible and audible.
Okay. Thanks a lot. And I understand this is like just the end of the day for all the participants who have also been hearing. I just have 2 slides, if you can allow me to just put it so that I think it also draws a little more attention to what I would like to just see. So just give me a minute. And these are just 2 slides, not 5 minutes that I have. Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes.
So I think something that have not been a little bit attention to what's happening across the globe. Because I work with GIZ, and currently we're implementing a project which is with the European Union. I'll just spend a minute on that project as well. But currently, I think what's happening or being discussed across the globe is a European Union Green Deal, a EU Green Deal, which was actually just released pre-corona. It was released in December 2019, and I think what the EU, what the 27 member states have been trying to do is to still keep it as a priority, because I think this is the center of how European Union looks at driving the future, driving the economy further. And I think now the biggest challenge is, and still people are quite optimistic, it would actually look at an entire regenerative growth strategy, considering the EU Green Deal principles, and also considering the Green Recovery Stimulus Package. So, of course, I think what is in the heart of the circular economy dialogue is the climate change, is the SDG agenda, which still remains as a priority, but it also pushes the European Union to actually reduce its material footprint further, and also still consider that the circular material recycling rates still remain the pre-COVID, at least if not similar, with higher targets, with higher reduction. We can still achieve a reduced material footprint. So I think that's at the core of the EU circular economy package, which was also released in March this year, and the green recovery targets which are there. Now, I think what has been recently undertaken also is a G20 finance ministers discussion or a meeting, where also there was an agreement to actually have more recovery stimulus packages, which is more inclusive, and people-centered. I think what Divya was also trying to put in is that these recovery or this looks at people-centric approach rather than just an economic agenda, because I think this is what COVID has actually really taught us of how exactly do we make policies and strategies which are much more inclusive, and of course it reduces the inequality, which is also to be considered considered significantly. So that's from the European Union Green Deal. How can this be recovered or related, at least from the Indian perspective? I think not just from the work which we do on ground, but also just seeing on several dialogues, especially on single-use plastics. I think this is very, very clear. And the way biomedical waste is now being dealt with every city, every local village and everywhere else. I think we also just need to see how this thing could actually get reversed. So the targets, and I've also been part of some of the committees with the government where we have seen the targets around, say, for instance, on electronic waste, the full discussion now with the industries to actually pull it back, no? Just get back to the, so kind of just reduce these targets which are existing. And I think this is where we are not doing a business as usual. We'll have to look at innovative ways of why the stringent targets, stringent policies, and of course need to consider greening as well as also need to consider sustainable approaches. So I think this is where a lot of packages across different ministries, across different departments need to consider resource efficiency, circular economy at the heart, so that sustainability remains within these existing programs and schemes as such. And I think local production brings a lot of focus on resource efficiency, but also need to consider ways and means of how these short-term goals could actually lead to sustainable lifestyles. The way we have spent our 6 months are actually very different from what we were doing earlier. Can it remain as a consumer? Can we still adopt sustainable lifestyles, reduce our environmental footprint, reduce our environmental impact? When there's severe pollution in Delhi, why is it now that we, of course, remain at home, we work from home? Maybe this is an approach which we continue if we have similar air pollution levels in Delhi in the future. Can we still follow these kind of practices across organizations, across consumer markets, so that we adopt a little sustainable lifestyle which actually foresees a better future for all of us? And I think also what COVID clearly brought out was the public health interconnectedness with the environmental issues. And I think this needs to be considered across different policies as it is. Then I think jobs remains one of the key focus, but I think jobs considering not just 1 hour, which is recycling, but also just looking at repairability, because there have been very, very innovative business models that have come across different cities in the last 6 months, which actually showcase that there is a demand from people to actually have more repairable products. Look at reusability principles. It is a demand from the consumers, but on the other hand, with some particular strata or with some set of people, reusability could also become a challenge, because of course not people want to use products which have been used by someone else. Now this is a challenge, but I think it is coming up with very interesting business models across different cities, and this needs to be promoted through innovative local solutions, as Divya was just mentioning, across different cities, across different states. And I think what remains as some of the key elements to define a resource efficient recovery would be, of course, just an inclusive and equitable economy, but also looking at a lot of cross-sectoral collaboration. Now, this is also a learning which we had in the project that we are implementing with the Ministry of Environment on resource efficiency. We actually need different ministries, different sectors to actually collaborate if we are looking at a better resource or a circular economy environment, because otherwise it's easy to say, but it's not usually works out as a successful business model for the industry to adopt principles and practices as circularity would like us to do. Supply chain risk is a big issue, and I think this becomes very, very clear now with COVID. And of course, local sourcing, local production remains focus for the government. It still needs to come up in a very, very clear way. The messaging has to be clear for the industry, and of course, viable models have to come around it. The rest of the things I think I've more or less covered. I'll just take a minute to actually put forward. I don't know if it's already there, but EU and India actually adopted a declaration just a month back in July, which looks at an entire declaration on circular economy model. And this is, I think, a big success for two countries to actually come forward and for two economies to actually come forward and just say that circularity and resource efficiency remain at the heart of our response to COVID, and also in terms of future designing the business models and the way economy could actually grow. So this brings forward the entire agenda of SDGs, climate change targets, and also looks at bringing in new business models and research and innovation as one of the key principles or targets to achieve these kind of technology moves. Just a minute to just talk about what we do as a project. This is a European Union funded resource efficiency initiative, and it actually promotes the circular economy package or thinking, which is in the EU, tries to adopt that to the Indian policies, and just it's setting the framework around it. So Shavik mentioned the National Resource Efficiency Draft Policy, which is still with the ministry as a draft. But of course, I think this needs to be now relooked from the COVID lens and just be considered, because a lot of production, if it happens in India, of course, I think our resource efficiency principles could actually change drastically as compared to the policy which was put forward in 2019. But what is also very clearly to be looked at, the resource recovery part, because a lot of rare metals or other minerals are still not available in India. So these things have to be considered when we come at defining targets and indicators for this strategy to take its real shape and form. And these are some of the impacts of what we have done, but I would just leave that. Yeah, I think it's just too late to actually talk about it, but I'll just leave these slides and I'm happy to come back for any questions and clarifications. So thanks for.
Thank you. Thank you. Brought it to our attention. May I now request Professor Veena Sehajwala for her comments and thoughts?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's an absolute privilege and an honor to be here. I'd like to thank your Director General of TERI, Dr. Ajay Mathur, for the invitation to speak. So I'm located in Sydney, Australia, the University of New South Wales. And indeed, it's quite exciting, because it wasn't only a few hours ago that I guess Dr. Shavik, a part of this collaboration that we're having between Australia and India to talk about circular economy related to plastics. And I'll pick up on different types of materials. We've heard about plastics, we've heard about electronic waste, rare earths, and all of these different types of materials that are clearly there in our economy. But the central theme that brings it all together, of course, which is the topic front and center in everyone's minds, whether it's Australia or it's India, it's around that ability to create livelihoods. We've heard about references to livelihoods and jobs. So I think that's certainly an important issue. If I might just share this screen if I can, and I'm not sure whether you can actually see my screen. Touch upon the point which kind of nicely sums up what we've been hearing from everyone. The theme of decentralization has come up. Obviously, we're interested in understanding how we're going to be efficient with our resources. But I think the important element, if we start to think about how we connect the recycling and the ability to do that recycling of materials, but to do it where we align it with transformation and production strategies at a micro level. And this is where, of course, some of the technological advances that we've been making in Australia around our micro factories. These micro factories are really about enabling us to take all kinds of end-of-life materials and to imagine a solution which allows you to recycle, reform, and manufacture products. So whether these are products... sorry.
Veena, can you just look at your computer screen? The slide seems to have shifted to the Zoom page.
Oh, okay. I'm going to just try and see if I can share the screen. Okay, let me... Sorry about Yeah. Is that okay now? Can you see my screen at all?
I can see you and hear you.
Can you see this? Can you see the screen, the slides?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, terrific. Sorry about that. I've got too many screens open, and it's getting midnight in the night here in Sydney, so I must be getting a bit sleepy. So I just wanted to make the point as to why microfactories, and I'll use examples of how we've actually deployed these technologies, microfactories in Australia, showing real-world tangible outcomes, both examples picking up one from remote regional towns, really tiny populations, which has again been brought up today, but also picking up an example from a large capital city like Sydney. What we've done in both of these examples are develop solutions for microfactories where the scale is just right and fit for purpose. So I think that's the other part of the conversation, that often when we think about our ability to manufacture products, the key thing that everyone wants to talk about is, do we have economies of scale? And I guess the point of distinction here in setting up and developing microfactories is that these are actually economies of purpose. And what I mean by economies of purpose, as opposed to economies of scale, is it's very much about understanding what are the volumes, what are the needs, and indeed whether you're talking about recycling precious metals, rare earths, or some of the more types of more ubiquitous materials like plastics and glass. In all of these cases, of course, you've got to imagine what makes economic sense. We have to, of course, keep in mind in all of these production capacities, as much as possible, as again we've heard today, is minimizing the transport cost and footprint. So the ability of a microfactory to create these solutions in a decentralized manner that deliver benefits to local communities is going to be important. So whether we're talking about decentralization, as we've of course been hearing about renewable energy, let's start to think about renewable materials. And so if our end-of-life waste resources can be channeled directly into our capacity to manufacture and transform them into products, that enables a win-win outcome. So, even if you think about in COVID times, if you think about the personal protective equipment, PPE, that I'm sure medical professionals need to use, imagine if you could manufacture your face shields and all the protective equipment, and imagine if you could do that in a way that you could access locally available, polymeric materials, your plastics, have small production capacities in a microfactory setting to be able to manufacture your PPE. And that's exactly what we've done in our microfactories. We've taken, examples of different kinds of waste plastics that are already available in our economy, transformed them into different types of PPE, and face shields is a classic example. The reason why I use that is something that we can relate to the fact that when we live in times of COVID, and clearly that's a challenge for everyone in the world, how do you access essential goods? And certainly that's a classic example. And in this particular instance, what we have actually demonstrated are that microfactories that we run at the university. So in addition to the research labs, the Smart Centers research labs at UNSW, we also have microfactories, and these demonstration scale facilities that we run at the university cover some of these critical production capacities that include materials like plastics, like glass, and of course a lot of our electronic resources where we transform them into useful, valuable materials. We've heard about rare earths being mentioned, so that's a big focus of what we're doing in the world of electronics. How do you harness a lot of the rare earth materials, and of course the expensive precious materials as well. So in these types of examples, I just wanted to get to the point that if someone's sort of thinking, well, how do you enable collection systems to take place? How do you enable, we've heard about challenges associated with packaging. We've heard about challenges associated with delivery of sustainable and more affordable solutions in our economy. The example I wanted to pick up in the rural areas and regional areas here in Australia, we've got a microfactory that takes waste glass and waste textiles and converts those into green ceramic products that we're now putting into building applications. So all these are just examples that you can actually take locally available waste resources, in this case glass, that's available to create a lot of products like tiles for floors, walling application, insulation materials, and we're doing that almost entirely out of waste resources. So taking materials like our synthetic textiles, our glass-based materials, we've created insulating products that are fit for purpose for built environment. So again, in all of the thinking around how we actually meet the needs, not just from an affordable housing perspective and a more sustainable housing perspective, is, remember, I was referring to the words economies of purpose. So in this case, if the purpose is to be able to create products that are not only going to be suitable and are engineered products that can be manufactured in microfactories, they can also be produced in the volumes and quantities that are going to be needed. So what a small town might need and a lot of communities around it might need might be quite different to what a large city like Sydney might need. So we've got property and construction companies like Mirvac in Sydney who are using some of these types of products that we've manufactured out of our microfactories. So I just wanted to sort of paint that big picture that microfactories have certainly been deployed. Yes, it's an emerging technology being developed at UNSW, but the advantage of developing these types of solutions where you can actually deliver decentralization, couple recycling with manufacturing, really allows a win-win outcome for everyone. So yes, there may be informal sectors in recycling that clearly we know exists in India and indeed in many other parts of the world. The critical issue is how do you enable the hard work that goes into collecting our end-of-life waste products, but converting them into a value-added product means the person who's collecting waste and generates a livelihood through these informal sectors can actually generate a better outcome in terms of wages by creating a more value-added product and enabling that entrepreneurial skills that we've heard about so often to actually deliver highly valued products in the economy. So the ability to decentralize means that it also enables a win-win outcome, of course, for our people and for our planet. So thank you so much for the invitation to speak here again this evening, and appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So I must thank the panelists for being a little briefer than they had planned to be. So thank you.
I guess it is time for the concluding remarks. And may I say, first of all, many thanks to all the panelists, to Mr. Ajay Shankar, both for his initial setting the scene for this session, as well as for chairing it, to my colleague Sauvik Bhattacharya, Professor S.K. Ghosh, Divya, Rachana, and of course, Professor Veena Sahajwala. And Professor Sahajwala, I'm truly grateful to you. It's past midnight, and yes. You seem fresh as if it was early morning. Many thanks. I think no discussion on resource efficiency and recycling is complete till we know of the concept of microfactories and a very powerful concept to take the utilization of wastes away from the way we always do it, which is to go one level lower in quality rather than making it into a product which is higher in quality. This is true the way resource efficiency occurs today. If you look at, for example, paper recycling, which is very, very common in India. All of the paper is collected and goes into pulping factories around our major cities. I'm told there are something like 23 pulping factories around Delhi, where this collected paper is recycled and made into the lower grade of paper, which is cardboard. And today the situation has come when the kabadiwalas are not willing to buy cardboard, because there is nothing that the cardboard can be converted into. It tells us of the importance of both collecting the scrap material, the used material, which is extremely important if we want to move towards a resource-efficient economy, and of ensuring the quality of the collected material. In one of your members, one of the esteemed members of the BCC&I, Tata Steel, has created a company called Tata Scrap Iron, which collects scrap iron. But one of the major problems that occurs is that the scrap iron comes in very many different qualities. And I think it is important that we move to the kind of quality that is needed. And if we, as the collector, need to pay for it, then that payment has to be adjusted in the price that is given. Consequently, I believe that certification of waste materials is a must. Now, certification cannot be a high-cost effort. It cannot mean a person moving to, for example, collection of waste paper. Consequently, for various classes of wastes, we need to provide certification categories. Certification category A1, A2, B1, B2, whatever. But what I think that will do is help in making this market much more liquid than it is. The second thing is, as I said, collection. It's one thing to have the waste material on the user's premises. It's something quite else to have it in the premises of the recycler. There are costs involved in moving it from my premises to the recycler's premises, and these costs need to be met. In the case of first grade paper, we are actually paid in India for collecting it. But once it comes to cardboard, there's nobody willing to pick it up. I think it is telling us that to enable resource efficiency, the costs must be included. And the costs, so either it's an economic issue or it's a regulatory issue. We have talked about the need for regulation. I think it is important. If you go to the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve, there's a guy there who sells, there are many people, but there's a guy there who sells chips, which come in these multi-layered packages or whatever it's called. You know what he does? Because of the regulations, when you buy it from him, he'll cut open the packet and put it in a paper bag and give it to you. And he collects the multi-layered plastic bags because it is, with the force of law and the force of the stick, the Forest Department ensures that the Biosphere Reserve does not collect multi-layered plastic or plastic of any sort for that matter. Consequently, this is possible when the number of sources are few and when we have a strict and strong implementation. It cannot occur where you have very many polluters. In those places, we need to create an economic point of view. And my thesis is, it would be great if this money is collected at the time when we are buying a product. It's collected, goes into a cess, and once a person has bought the material back for recycling, he's provided that money. And out of that, he can pay for recycling, out of that, he can pay for the collection, and whatever he makes from the recycling. We need to create business models that enable the circular economy to become effective. My colleagues in this panel have spoken about the resource efficiency side. That's obviously important. It will work I know from personal experience that, because there is a very strong personal incentive, there's a productivity incentive, there's a money incentive in enabling a smaller amount of energy, or for that matter, any resource, because what it means is that I save money. So that is something that works. We need to ensure that this, at least through the things like the star labeling on energy, becomes available for a range of raw materials. But on the other side, we also need to make sure that the recycling occurs by enabling collection and by enabling the certification of the quality of the material that is collected. With that, I would like to again thank all our panelists and all of you who are still here for this extremely interesting session. Many, many thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ajay, for your concluding remarks. And I think it's all coming together, and there are a few very interesting ideas that came up in this discourse. Particularly, I thought of two aspects that I thought I could mention. One is localizing of SDGs. That was something that crossed my mind for quite some time, that when we look at business value chain, to look at inclusive development and business value proposition in a localized manner. And that is something which has been talked about in this dialogue. The other thing was the purpose-driven economy, not economy of scale, but economy of purpose. And I think that is so very important when we are talking about circular economy. Certainly, resource efficiency and the transition to circular economy would not just help in natural resource and material security, but certainly would improve the environmental and economic outcomes. I think if Dr. Ajay Mathur has made energy efficiency work in India, I'm sure he can make resource efficiency also work in India. So it's just a matter of time, and we will see how it will all pan out. I do see the linkages between material use and the different types of circular business models. And I think it all links up to all aspects of food and energy, water security, food and energy security, for that matter, ethical value chains, business value chains, climate change, and practically every economic activity. So it all comes together. I'm so happy that Bengal Chamber, we were able to host this virtual dialogue. And I can see definitely there's a symbiotic relationship now that is really growing from strength to strength between TERI and Bengal Chamber. Thank you very much, Dr. Mathur, for making this happen. Many thanks to Mr. Rajay Shankar for chairing it and making the initial remarks. It was absolutely very pertinent. And thank you, Annapurna, for making this dialogue a success, and to all the panelists. On behalf of Bengal Chamber, I extend my thanks and thank you very much indeed. Over to you, Angana.
We will take a break of 5 minutes. In this break, we will see the video of our partner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Steadfast development of the nation, rapid urbanization and increasing electricity consumption thereon. All of this has strongly impacted India's power consumption trajectory. Ever-increasing electricity bills, coupled with an increase in power consumption, is in turn affecting the environment deleteriously. The need of the hour was an innovation in the energy sector, which could help the customers get more and at the same time reduce the power consumption. As a key, in 2009, Energy Efficiency Services Limited (EESL) came into existence. This joint venture of NTPC, PFC, REC and Power Grid, constituted under the Ministry of Power, aims at providing universal access to sustainable energy solutions to enable a low-carbon future. To enable faster and easier adoption of sustainable and energy-efficient solutions, EESL laid the foundation of an innovative business model, that is, pay as you save. It focuses on solution-driven innovation with no subsidy or capital expenditure by the customers. The entire investment by EESL is recovered through monetized energy savings over a scheduled project period. Launched by Honorable Prime Minister in 2015, National Program for LED-based home and street lighting, the Unnat Jyoti by Affordable LEDs for All, that is Ujala, and Street Lighting National Program witnessed the success of this innovative pay-as-you-save model. Both the schemes had a common goal of replacing all conventional lights with energy-efficient LED lights to save electricity and reduce carbon footprint. This successful model is aiding in effective implementation of many ambitious projects like Smart Meter National Program, Super Efficient Air Conditioning Program, National Electric Mobility Program, and setting up of EV charging infrastructure across the nation. To ensure adequate power supply, EESL has also ventured into technologies like gas-based tri-generation. In addition, EESL is also implementing agriculture demand-side management, building energy efficiency program, solarization of agriculture feeders program, and national motor replacement program on a large scale. EESL is also accelerating energy efficiency in municipal pumps. It has successfully implemented 2 path-breaking initiatives of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, that are 70 lakh solar study lamp scheme and Atal Jyoti Yojana. Ajay. EESL is a super energy service company which is implementing the world's largest energy efficiency portfolio across various sectors. Its initiatives have been applauded by the World Bank during One Planet Summit and at the South Asia Procurement Innovation Awards.
Energy Efficiency Services Limited, or EESL.
It has also been awarded the Best Public Sector Company Award during the Forbes India Leadership Award 2018 and also acclaimed internationally for its commendable work in energy sector. EESL, enabling more with innovation, more transformation and more transparency.
Good evening. Welcome to the last session of the day on roundtable discussion on sustainable energy security for the subcontinent. I welcome Mr. Arun Kumar Mukherjee, who is the mentor of our Energy Environment Committee, to take over the session. Sir, you are on mute. Sir, if you could unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, Suchin. Good evening, everybody. And I also would like to extend warm welcome to our 3 distinguished guest speakers from Nepal, Bangladesh, and Bhutan in this roundtable discussion. The theme of the discussion is sustainable energy security for the subcontinent. It is well known that electricity plays a vital role in sustained economic growth, infrastructure development, poverty eradication, and security of a country. However, the need today is to provide the reliable, affordable, 24/7 power to everybody in the country for inclusive growth and development. Globally, the power systems are undergoing a phase of disruptive transformation due to climate change issues. The interaction between technological, economic, and political forces is catalyzing the most dramatic transformation today. The global electricity demand is supposed to go up by 30% by 2040. However, this growth will be multiple times for the subcontinent as the per capita consumption is much, much lower than any developed countries today. And there is huge opportunity to increase the consumption for improving the quality of life. The energy sector in SAARC region is on front line of concerns about climate change due to the dependence on natural, fossil, solid, liquid, and gaseous fuel. The transition of energy mix is a necessity for maintaining the sustainable energy security of a country. It is encouraging that for maintaining the sustainable growth, all the countries in the subcontinent are collaborating with each other, and cross-border trading is a part of energy security today. Every country, as a signatory in Paris Agreement, is now focusing on emission issue, meeting the challenges of ever-growing need of clean and green energy. The challenges are similar for every country on how to diversify from the naturally available energy resources. For India, it is from coal to renewable. Bangladesh, it is natural gas to renewable. Bhutan, from hydro to renewable. Nepal, from biomass hydro to renewable. The good part is, being a member of International Solar Alliance, the future roadmap for development is being charted together. We have heard from Mr. Amitabh that Government of India is deliberating with the idea of one sun, one world, one grid, which will allow flow of green energy across nation through one grid, tapping the global energy potential. The pandemic has resulted in both problems and opportunities. The demand has come down drastically, resulting in very low PLF and sometimes the shutting down of the plants. On the other hand, the cost of solar power has come down lower than the present traditional power cost. Also, the capital investment has come down substantially, making the solar project viable and more attractive to investors. Natural gas price has also come down, resulting in lower cost of generation. It is interesting that in this program we have enough opportunity to understand what is the energy scenario in India and how we are addressing it for the long-term and medium-term approaches, medium-term policies. It is interesting to understand that how our neighboring countries are looking at the challenges of meeting the electricity available to all the citizens and the industry so that the growth can be inclusive. May I now request Mr. Ghising from Nepal Electricity Authority, Managing Director, to share his experience on how the electricity sector is shaping up in Nepal.
Mr.
Ghising?
Yes, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Yes, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, you are audible.
So, yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak something about Nepal's power sector. At present, in Nepal, generation capacity is around 1400 megawatt, and our demand is also at the same level, around 1300 to 1400 megawatt. The generation projects are almost all the generation projects are hydropower projects. 100% hydropower generation. We have the supply of hydropower projects mainly can be supplied during wet season. Wet season is generation is more in wet season, and dry season we have very less generation. So due to less generation in dry season, after December, we have some import from India, mainly during December, January, February, and March, April, May. We have more import from India, and the less import from India in wet season. Sometimes we have some surplus in the different times of the day, during night time and during daytime. Sometimes we have some surplus, but peak time in wet season also we have to import some energy from India. So generally we have import from India through NBVN and PTC from different points. Actually, from last 3 to 4 years, NBVN is the major supplier to Nepal's power during mainly in dry season. We have many hydropower projects under construction. Around 6,000 megawatt hydropower projects are now at different stages of construction. There are the hydropower potentials of more than 43,000 megawatt financially, economically viable hydropower projects. But still, they are not exploited yet. Only very few projects are being exploited and are under construction. The big projects, major projects, are not still are not under development. We have many reservoir project sites, many big reservoir project sites. Even one project we have 10,000 megawatt reservoir project sites. Different river basins have different hydropower potentials, but those hydropower project sites are not developed yet. So we have great potential of hydropower, and this subcontinent has big demand, electricity demand. I think just now, I think you have mentioned that demand of the subcontinent is still at the lower side. Per capita consumption, if we calculate it will not exceed more than 1,200 units per capita. So demand is still at the lower side, and in future demand will come. More and more demand will come. If we expect development in the future, the demand will be more in this subcontinent. And the energy resources, India, as you said, that India is going towards solar projects, solar energy, towards solar energy. But how we can make inclusive growth and green energy, how we can get green energy in this subcontinent. I think to get the reliable supply and green energy and inclusive growth, to get inclusive growth with the reliable supply of energy, I think hydropower in this subcontinent should be exploited very soon. Solar may be the cost effective, but if there is no hydropower or peaking hydropower, then solar may not be the reliable source for future energy. So if we can develop hydropower in Nepal and Bhutan, all the resources, I think these hydropower potential can be the reservoir and the battery storage for those renewables also. If we can exploit all these reservoir sites of Nepal, that will give more benefit to the downstream countries for other benefits also. This flood control and irrigation benefit, and those can also be accounted for this regional benefit. I think when we consume and when we utilize our hydropower electricity, then that will give more benefit to the downstream countries also. For flood control, if we see Nepal's rivers flowing to Gangas, almost 45% of the flow of wet season is from Nepal's hydropower projects, Nepal's rivers. So if we can control, regulate Nepal's hydropower, Nepal's river basin, then that can also benefit flood control in Ganga basin, mainly in the area of Bihar and UP. So this can be the one benefit that we can achieve from this hydropower generation. And during dry season, Ganga river basin can be flooded with hydropower generation. So in dry season, the lean flow of Ganga can be augmented, and that can be utilized for different benefits. So not only the energy benefit through hydropower in Nepal or maybe in Bangladesh, Bhutan, there are other benefits that can be shared between these subcontinental countries. So for this energy trading between Nepal and India, maybe in Bangladesh, and between Bhutan and this countries of this subcontinent, sub-regional countries, cross-border infrastructures, transmission lines are being built in this region. We have been already connected to 400 kV transmission line between Nepal and India. And another second cross-border transmission line, Butol-Gorakhpur transmission line is under implementation, 400 kV transmission line. And there are 11 400 kV transmission lines already in pipeline between Nepal and India. That may interconnect between Nepal and Nepal, India, and Bhutan, Bangladesh also. So this sub-regional group countries can benefit from this transmission infrastructure also. So Nepal is now power importing country. By next year onwards, we may be exporting in wet season. Because within 1 year we are going to generate additional 1,300 megawatt in Nepal. The additional generation will be added, so that energy can be exported to India in wet season. And we have very good complementarity between Nepal, India, and Bangladesh, Bhutan, because our generation is more during wet season, and demand is more during wet season in this India and Bangladesh due to hot season. And our generation increases those months. So in dry season we have more demand, but our generation reduces by 1/3, by 2/3 maybe. So this complements each other. That when demand increases, our generation increases. When demand decreases, our generation also decreases. So this is very good complementing each other. So if solar is more in India, this generation of solar in the system is becoming more and more percentage share of solar when becomes more in India or in Bangladesh, and then this reliability of the system will be, I think, another constraint. So that when solar becomes is out, hydropower can immediately peak the system. So this regional balance for reliability and quality of supply, and for inclusion of this all types of generation mix, Nepal's hydropower potential should be exploited, and I think we have to look into this Nepal's hydropower, Bhutan's hydropower to be developed as soon as possible, so that the resources for of these other resources, maybe gas in Bangladesh, coal in Bhutan, coal in India, can be deferred for future generation. If we don't exploit hydropower soon, then that is going to be spilled forever. So it is the need of the time that everybody should focus to generate hydropower from Nepal, this mountainous countries, and utilize as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gesing. Only thing, what I understand, you also have the wind power possibility of 3000 megawatt, and there are also a lot of challenges in hydropower generation, particularly with the heavy rain and sliding of the mountain boulders and etc. Would you like to share with us how you are handling these challenges?
Actually, geological condition of these mountainous areas, we have to take care of those issues also. I think we have been developing hydropower in this mountainous area from I think from last 20, 30, 40 years. During construction time, it may be there may be some geological surprises we see after construction. I think for runoff river, we have different type of projects: runoff river projects, peaking runoff river projects, and reservoir projects. After construction, I think we don't see any problems. We have one reservoir projects during last year's this earthquake time also. There is no any casualties in hydropower projects. I think those projects are safe. But during construction time, we have to see carefully. The geological surprises may come, but after construction, it's safe. For reservoir projects, I think if there are big dams, may have some problem during this earthquake time and this natural calamities. But the design aspect, we have to look into the design. We have already tested this Rockfill Dam of one of the project, Kulekhani project. It's a long time, I think 30 years. It has been already past 30 years. There is no any problem during the earthquake time and any in other flood season also. So it is the design issue and how we handle the areas. Mostly our rivers flow from mountains to hills to plains, and the areas where we build the dams are the very narrow gorges. So the narrow gorges, and after that, before that narrow gorges, there are flat areas where we can feel big reservoir areas are there. So resettlements are also very less. We don't have much resettlement in river basins. Only if the plain areas will have more river, more settlements. But in the hilly areas, there is mainly very few settlements. So resettlement issues are also very less. And dam areas are very narrow gorges. So those areas, I think they are not much fragile for this earthquake and everything. I think that those things are how we can manage. That is another part. I think this design part and the issues of geological investigation, the area selection of the areas where we have to build the dam and where we have to build the power houses. That is the technical part. But there won't be such landslide, and due to landslide there won't be any problem. because the areas where we select for the hydropower sites usually have good geology. We select the good geology for powerhouse and dam site, and so there are very few landslide areas where we have to go for the powerhouse access roads. When we build access roads, some areas may be affected by landslide, and the most of the powerhouse in this region, mountainous areas are underground. Tunnels are underground and powerhouses are underground, and the underground structures are more safe for the hydropower projects.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr. Gising. We have noted that there is huge potential, about 40,000 megawatt, which can be commercially exploited. And in future, if these are really developed, then definitely in this subcontinent, the flow of power or the green energy will be definitely easily possible. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Safiquddin, Managing Director, West Zone Power Company, Bangladesh Power Development Board, to please share your thoughts on social transformation through universal electricity access. In fact, in the earlier session, we had the understanding on the policy and the structural issue of the electricity development and energy development in Bangladesh from Mohammad Hussain. So I would request you that if you can share the situation at the micro level of demand supply management and how you are meeting the challenges of distribution, the system loss, etc. Mr. Safiquddin.
So you have to unmute yourself. Yeah. So you're not audible.
So is it now okay?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So I have to use my share screen for presentation. So can I do this?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Unmute. So can you see my slides?
No.
Sir, you stop your presentation. First, you open your presentation, then share the screen.
Yeah, I've opened my presentation already.
No, please stop your screen sharing. First, you open your presentation, then share. Yes, now we can see
Yeah.
you.
Now you can see.
Yes. Sir. Flip to the slideshow.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, good evening to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries for inviting me to participate in this 30th edition of Environment and Energy Conclave. The main theme is inclusive growth with resource security. Honorable moderator, Mr. Arun Mukherjee, and all other participants in this discussion session. So I would like to say something about this very sustainable energy security. Actually, what we mean actually energy security. If you go there, as per International Energy Association's definition, which says that whenever the energy will be uninterrupted and affordable to all people, that is the precondition for energy security. So it involves with political, economic, environmental, social and technical issues. It has two aspects, long-term energy security and short-term energy security. If you say for long-term energy security, it can be achieved through investigation and planning for a long time, and not that, for example, if I say in context of our country, Bangladesh, we have prepared this PSMP, Power System Master Plan in 2016, which is about to be updated, revised due to the change situation. So this is a long-term energy security, and another one is short-term energy security. As you know that whenever there was scarcity of electricity, there was huge power shortage in our country, then the government had to take short-term energy security in order to supply electricity to all the people. So in that case, whatever steps taken by the government is something like installations of small level generators by IPP that was done to mitigate the sufferings of the people due to power shortage. And if you say about access to electricity, as because we are talking about excess of electricity, actually as per World Bank version, the excess of electricity can be defined as the ability to avail energy that is adequate, available when needed, reliable, of good quality, convenient, affordable, legal, healthy, and safe for all required energy services. So, this very excess of electricity also includes this very framework into consideration. That is, how many hours electricity is available, how affordable is it, how many appliances households could likely operate. These are the framework we have to take into consideration whenever we think about access to electricity. And you know, whenever we talk about access of electricity to household, then we have to measure the capacity, the quantity of electricity required to household, availability or duration of the electricity access, reliability, quality, affordability, legality, and healthy and safety. Of course, we are coming to the social transformation, which is very much linked to access to electricity, and particularly universal access to electricity. Because this very access to electricity, actually, it is for improving living standards, and it is indispensable for eradicating poverty and achieving sustainable development. And as you know, electrification provides a solid basis for development of local communities. So we can say, whenever we say about access to electricity, we mean safe, potable water, food security, modern health services, better health conditions, employment, livelihood, lighting, information, communication, entertainment, education, and much more. Actually, electricity gives relief or releases from hard work to humankind, increases productive working hours and overall productivity, provides opportunities for self-employment, in particular for women in rural areas. So we can say electricity access has become one of the intractable challenges in development and therefore emblematic of the call for poverty eradication and economic and social transformation. I'm not going into in depth of all discussion about SDGs goal, which actually supports the social transformation. And actually, we can think that all SDG targets are linked to social transformation. But in that case, we are seeing that in SDG target 7 on energy, which says ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all. So if you recognize all the SDGs goal, that you will find none of the other SDGs can be achieved without adequate access to energy services. If you come to some of the SDG goals, for example, no poverty, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, all requires access of electricity. So this requires a social transformation. If you come to the SDG 2 goal, zero hunger, clean water and sanitation, everything depends on access of electricity, and that requires social transformation. SDGs goals are also linked to good health and well-being, which is said in SDG 3. For example, I can give you an example which I have collected data from various media, and we have come to know that about 4 million people die prematurely by using polluting fuels, especially in the households for cooking, heating and lighting without adequate ventilation. And in that case, women and children suffer most. So we can say whatever measure is taken for eradicating this very, the pollution at different levels due to fossil fuels use, still then we can say, and it is estimated that 1 billion people globally are served by health facilities without electricity. So another SDG 4 goal is quality education. It is also, it also depends on electricity availability in all sphere of life, in all sections of the people and country. Without accessible electricity, there cannot be a good educational environment in any area, any zone. So, and on the other hand, now we are dependent on IT facilities, ICT uses. So in that case, you can say that if you don't have better educational tools using IT facilities, ICT, the quality education cannot be achieved. So if you come to the climate action SDG 13, we are also emitting carbon dioxide gas, but still then we are trying to limit our carbon dioxide gas emission by introducing more and more renewable energy for electricity access. And at the same time, reliable electricity access can improve the resilience of households and communities to catastrophic impacts of climate change, such as drought, losses in agricultural productivity, and extreme events. So actually, where we stand in global perspective, if you see the World Bank Energy Progress Report of 2019, we are finding that over 840 million people without access to electricity. And some 80% of those without electricity live in rural areas or in informal urban settlements. And if you see 1 billion suffer poor quality service, the majority of whom live in peri-urban or rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. Close to 3 billion people lack access to clean forms of cooking energy, having rely heavily on biomass fuels combusted on inefficient appliances, often in unventilated cooking areas. So whatever data we have collected, still leaves 66 million people without access in 2030 who are either remote or poor or both. If you consider the perspective of Bangladesh regarding access of electricity, our vision is very much clear, in line with the SDGs. That is the vision: universal access to quality electricity in a cost-effective and affordable manner. Mission: ensuring reliable electricity for all by 2021 through integrated development of power generation, transmission, and distribution system. In this very slide, I have tried to put up the scenario in last 11 years between 2009 and 2019. There you have seen that a lot of improvements have been done in terms of new power plant, addition of generation, peak demand has been increased, transmission line has been constructed, grid substation capacity has been increased, distribution line has been constructed, people with electricity access is increased, per capita generation is increased, number of consumers is also increased, number of irrigation consumer pumps is also increased, ADP allotment is also increased, distribution system loss, what you are talking about, has been reduced to a substantial amount. If you say about the fuel mix, that is here we are seeing that we have the fuel mix, coal 2%, that was the least one, gas 48%, captive 10%, renewable 3%, imported 5%, high-speed diesel 8%, and HFO 24%. So still then, we could not go beyond using fossil fuel to the maximum. I mean, we have calculated that we have the fossil fuels use of 96.7% of total generation. Now we are coming to renewable energy status. Here we are showing it. We have the solar, wind, hydro. Off-grid there is no off-grid hydro. On-grid hydro we have biogas to electricity, biomass to electricity. So here we see the solar is the highest one, 413.58 megawatt, around 64%. Hydro is 230 megawatt, 36%, wind 2.99%. So in this respect, I would like to say that if we consider solar, we have the potentiality here because the irradiation is very good here, but we have some constraint for solar addition because we have the limited space but a huge population. That is the main constraint of the land. And we cannot destroy the arable land, for that reason. We cannot expand the solar generation, but still then we are trying for disruptive technology to use for solar capacity build-up. So in that case, we are thinking about floating, I mean the solar, floating solar. We are thinking to put up solar, the panel to all government offices, even to the institutions, even to the educational institutions. We are planning to do that in order to increase the solar generation. Wind, we have the wind generation, but is a minimum quantity, and for that particular reason, what you are talking about is about the wind resources. We have the wind resources, but not up to the level, the good level, I would say, because we have just carried out this very wind velocity measuring, that's where wind mapping. There we have found that the speed of the wind is moderate level. So we are trying to go for installations of the wind turbines to that sort of area where the wind speed is good enough for wind energy potentiality. So, and of course, still now we don't have any offshore turbines. All are in onshore. So we are trying to exploit this very offshore wind energy potentiality. We are working on it. So in future, we think that we will go for offshore wind generation. Hydro, actually, we don't have hydro potentiality because our contour of land geographical conditions and contour of land is not of that type, so that we can exploit hydro potentiality from any part. So actually we cannot go for hydro generation. Biogas to electricity, that is going on, biomass to electricity is going on. So in that case, we are very much optimistic about the solar capacity build up and addition to solar generation in future, as well as wind generation up to that very level. Actually, for electricity availability and access to electricity, we are importing from India some 160 megawatt of electricity, as you know, and we have the target in 2030 for 3,500 to 8,500 megawatt, and for 2041 it would be 9,000 megawatt, and we are contemplating to import this very electricity from Myanmar, Nepal, and Bhutan. All those from all those various countries. As you say, we have the success stories as well in the renewable energy. As you know, that on that very day we are talking about this very solar home system. So before that, I would like to show some images of the peak images here, where you are seeing that in the rural areas, people used to use candles or kerosene lamps for education or some homeworks, household works. But now what they are doing, you see here, due to electrification to the Upazila level. So around, you see here that already 257 Upazilas electrification is completed. Total Upazilas number is 461, out of that 257 completed, and 198 numbers waiting for inauguration. So we are going to electrify 84,800 numbers. Out of that, 82,305 numbers have been electrified already. So in every respect, we are trying our level best to give access to electricity to all spheres of our area. So here we have tried to show some images. As you have seen here, the people in the rural areas are using laptop or computer. The students are studying in the light, I mean the electricity, and also you are seeing a lady is working with PCB, printed circuit board. So it's a tremendous success story for Bangladesh, I would say. So as you say, the solar home system, it is another way to make electricity accessible to all. And by this time, we have installed more than 4.5 million solar home system. And about, through this very process, 13 billion people are getting solar electricity. You know that this work is going on in a very tremendous pace, speed, I would say. Around 65,000 solar home systems are now being installed every month. So average year-to-year installation growth is about 58%. And actually, if you consider the kerosene, which were used earlier for, these very lamp and other uses, it is actually this very solar home system has replaced 180,000 tons of kerosene per year. And so we can say around 70,000 people are directly or indirectly involved with this very program. So another interesting thing you are seeing that we have introduced solar powered board schools for the benefit of isolated waterside communities, because you know in our rural areas there are some areas where people are not residing in the main land, but of course not in the areas where all facilities are available. For example, educational institutions, clinics, and all other utilities. They are who are residing beside the river. For those people, we have introduced solar powered board schools, and you are seeing there the class is going on. Teachers are taking class, as well as you are seeing even in the board, the students are learning with computers. And another success stories are solar irrigation pumps in rural areas. That is also, you are seeing in the images that earlier what we used to do in the irrigation pumps, those were actually diesel operated engines. Now those are being replaced by solar irrigation pumps, and you see the smile on the face of those very people with the water coming out from the solar irrigation pumps. So the farmers are also harvesting in the field. And also another development is our solar-based drinking water system in coastal areas, because in coastal areas, due to salinity, the drinking water availability is scarce. So there we have introduced 120 solar-based drinking water systems in the coastal areas through sustainable energy for development. So through that process, drinking water is made available to the people residing there. Another success story is the prepayment and smart prepayment metering in order to reduce energy wastage and also increasing transparency, consumer convenience and control, because what our government always says that we have to reduce the energy wastages, and as well as we have to improve the customer service. Keeping it in our mind, we have introduced very smart prepayment metering system, replacing age-old, that analog and digital postpaid meters. So the main feature here is with the prepayment meter, as you know, that people don't need to go to the banks for paying their bills now. They can pay the bill. Earlier, whenever we introduced prepayment meter, not a smart prepayment meter, then people had to go to the vending station for vending their cards or take the token. But now, even they don't need to go to the vending stations. Rather, they can pay the bill in advance through mobile apps. So from anywhere, any place, at any time, it could be at dead of night, at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, even in the early morning. There is no such problem in paying the bill. That is a revolution in our country, I would say. Through that very process, with around 6 distribution utilities so far installed. You have seen here, the target was by June 2021, it was 66 lakh, 56,030. So by June 2020, the achievement is 34 lakhs, 53,344. And I would like to inform you that in the right side, you see Bangladesh Smart Electrical Company Limited. This factory has been installed in joint venture with a foreign company under Western Power Distribution Company. Now we are manufacturing this prepayment, not only prepayment, a smart prepayment meter in that very factory to utilize it in our all utilities. So it is also an achievement or success story in our country in the field of smart prepayment metering. Carbon emission, it is also there. We have to, though the global share is very negligible, as you see here, 0.21%, but still then we are concerned about it, and we are trying to reduce this very carbon emission by avoiding this very fossil fuel. Still now we are trying to mitigate this very problem, but until and unless we can achieve substantial generation addition in renewable energy, we cannot say that we could do better in carbon emission reduction. If you say about the achievement, we have achieved a lot during these 11 years. Where our generation has been increased. Accessible electricity is now 97.87% growth. That is 93% accessibility has been achieved in our country. Rate of literacy is increased. Mobile phone subscription increased. GDP per capita increased. Population below national poverty line is decreased. Population below international poverty line, it is also decreased. Unemployment rate increased. Infant unemployment rate decreased. Infant mortality rate decreased, which is very common in our rural areas, as you know. Maternal mortality rate also decreased because of the accessible electricity we could make to the remote areas of the country. Life expectancy is also increased. Average yield rate of paddy is also increased due to the irrigation problem that has been eradicated with the renewable energy. I mean, this very photovoltaic irrigation pump. Agricultural GDP is also increased substantially. We have the future plan. Of course, after seeing this slide, you could be somewhat pessimistic because of the coal, which is about by 2030 we have the plan for mixed fuel, and it could be coal with our own and imported 151%, nuclear 10%, renewable 7%, cross-border import 9%, gas and LNG 23%. It could looks like disappointing, but because of the issue what I mentioned earlier at the initial stage, because the price of the energy or the power should be minimum to the or affordable to the people. That is the main issue, because in order to reduce the cost of the energy unit, we are planning to use this very coal which is available in our land and also importing it. So this is we are doing for generation addition. Moreover, we are also giving emphasis to capacity build up in solar generation or the renewable generation. We have also challenges because of this very improvement in the generation as well as some planning. We need huge capacity addition in the generation, transmission, distribution. We are going to introduce nuclear power, solar, wind and other renewable energy, high voltage transmission lines for better voltage in the remote corner of the country. We need the communication backbone, geographic information system, smart PPM metering, SCADA automation, smart grid, underground PDS, gas insulator service, etc. Electrification of islands. It is also a challenge because there are a number of islands where there is no electricity from the grid line. By this time we have introduced renewable energy. For example, we are talking about the solar home system, and also we are going to introduce mini grids over there, and also in some of the grid tied areas we have introduced that very grid tied solar generation. We need to develop the human resources as well as we need huge investment requirement for engagement of private funding, attracting development partners, and we also need policy reformation. So we can say in 2018 we have incorporated the private generation entrepreneur, private financing it is about 44% and government financing 56%. So we have also the problem or challenges in the excess generation capacity, because now we have the additional or surplus of generation. So we have the problem of waste of generation capacity, low efficiency, generation cost increase, and also poor plant load factor. As we have come to know as per data available for 2018 in India, it is 65.240%, and in Bangladesh it is 54% as the data available in May 2019. So what could be the way out from this very excess generation capacity? That is, the government is planning something like this, phasing out of high cost, less efficient IPPs plants, because when there was a severe scarcity of electricity in our country, then the government invited IPPs to install the generation, and we are now, because we have become surplus in the generation, so we are trying to phasing out of high cost, less efficient IPPs plants, revisiting national generation plan, because already we have said that we have the master plan, so we are also revisiting the national generation plan in order to mitigate this very problem. Cross-border trade export, it is also of high priority to the government, because efficient use of ideal generation capacity can be usable whenever there could be cross-border trade or export. Improvement of plant load factor can be done. We can enhance competition across regional markets, and also we can increase grid stability through HVDC interconnection, which has already been done with India. We are also trying to improve the load factor improvement. So in that case, we are using holiday staggering, tariff modification, raising consumer awareness, something like this. Challenges now is another new challenges we are coming across is due to pandemic situation, because the reduction in demand has drastically taken place, reduction in demand, and we have poor utilization of generation capacity now. So ultimately, what has happened? A drastic fall in productivity and also economic degradation and also degradation in all sense. That is due to pandemic situation. So now the carbon emission reduction is the current trend is somewhat like this, as I have shown in the graph from 2009 to 2018. We would say that we have been trying hard to reduce this very carbon dioxide emission as far as possible. So we are just sticking to that very greenhouse gas emission reductions by 2030, unconditionally 5%, and with international support, it can be reduced to 15%.
Mr. Sabikuddin, if you can finish your fast.
Yeah, I'm going to finish it, no problem. So these are the scenario. So you can say that we are trying our level best to introduce the renewable energy in order to make electricity accessible to all corners of the country. And for that, this is the last slide I'm showing you, that because already one of the participants has told that we are just, if you cross-border import and export is done, electricity trade is done, then we can mitigate the sufferings of the people still who don't have access of electricity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Sabikuddin. Excellent presentation. It's such a holistic parameters of how the inclusive growth and accessibility can be provided by addressing all the areas available to a generating and distributing company and a country, which is also heartening to see how the every pillar of the SDG you have been able to integrate with your planning and action plan. Thank you very, very much. May I now request Mr. Sonam Tobje, Chief Executive Officer, Bhutan Power Corporation Limited, to share the scenario in his country.
Hello, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Mr. Tobje. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Actually, when we are discussing about the power scenario in here, today I am in a blackout in the western part of the country, so there's some problem in the grid, so you will not be able to see me.
Okay.
Because I'm sitting in the dark. Anyway, very, very good evening. First of all, let me take the opportunity to thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for giving me this opportunity to speak on such an important forum and gathering on the theme inclusive growth with resource security. The topic that I would like to speak is on the happiness in universal renewable energy access. I have divided my talks into four components. The first is that I will give you a brief macroeconomic data related to the electricity related resources. Then I will talk on the access to electricity in Bhutan. Then I will talk on the achievements, what we have been able to achieve. Then what is the impact of the rural electrification on the people of Bhutan and on the energy security and the initiatives that we are trying to take to modernize our grid system.
Only request is, Mr. Tobje, we are already late, so if you can finish it up everything by 15 minutes.
Yeah, it should take less than that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so our total generation is around 2,326 megawatt plus 800 plus 8 megawatt mini hydels, and around 2,900 hydro is under construction, work in progress. Our peak load is around 388 megawatt, of which of the total generation, so 71% of energy that we generate is exported to India. Our global loss is 6.52%. BPC, we serve around 200,000 plus customers, of which 81% of customers are residential, and the bulk of the energy that we consume in Bhutan is consumed by the industries. Now, with regard to the energy sources, Bhutan, because of the swift flowing rivers that we have, our main source of energy is through hydro. Energy mix consists primarily of hydroelectricity, owing to the abundant ability of fast flowing rivers. Therefore, we are fully hydro based. Bhutan enjoys the green renewable energy axis due to the abundance of the hydropower resources, of which we have harnessed around 2,335 megawatt. And I'm happy to report that till date we are carbon negative. Coming to the access to electricity, now let me take this opportunity to say that Bhutan is blessed with enlightened and visionary leadership, has always pursued and promoted green, sustainable development. Development philosophy of the country is based on gross national happiness, which enshrines the infinite vision of our monarchs and sentiments of our citizens, which promotes sustainable development while conserving our pristine environment through good governance system. Happiness to the people of the country is key for any developmental activities that is to be initiated by the government. Universal renewable energy access is therefore one of the key development enablers among many others, such as road, health facilities. Having access to clean and renewable energy can improve one's livelihood and well-being with improved service deliveries and business opportunities. Therefore, rural electrification is an integral part of Bhutan's development strategy to elevate property, to improve the quality of life, to reduce the use of forest resources as a means of fuel source, and to stimulate economic, social development in rural areas. Subsequently, the 5-year plans that we have initiated started a large-scale rural electrification program. Now, the vision of Peace, Prosperity and Happiness document that was published in May 1999 prioritized electrification of the rural population by the end of 2020. We are in the mid of 2020 today. And the rural electrification master plan was then completed by 2005. To elevate property and stimulate inclusive economic development, the government began large-scale rural electrification process. Accordingly, Bhutan has accelerated the time frame to achieve universal access to electricity and to make modern energy available to the entire population. Therefore, electricity for all by 2020 was brought forward to 2017, and the government further brought forward aggressively to 2013 for the last mile connectivity. With the modest electricity coverage of 30% in 2002, covering roughly around 27,000 rural customers, Bhutan today has successfully achieved electricity coverage of 99.99%, constituting around 120,000 rural customers. Now, with the early coverage, is not technically or economically feasible. Nonetheless, the government to connect to grid for promoting greater economic activity. Therefore, universal electrification of Bhutan is an extraordinary accomplishment given the speed at which we have electrified in spite of the difficult terrain of the mountainous country. Now, when I have said that we have achieved 99.99% electrification, these were not without challenges. The journey was tough. The implementation of these programs posed challenge mainly due to difficult geographical terrain and site accessibility was the major challenge. Transportation of the materials were also the main challenge. Despite all these challenges, with the support of the government, with the support of the local community who contributed so much for rural electrification, so we were able to overcome all these challenges. Now today, post-electrification, now the challenge is for us to operate, maintain and provide reliable power, especially in summer due to monsoon. Now to make the electricity sustainable, the government has given 100 units free to the rural homes. Now the 100 units free are being assessed based on the typical electricity consumption by the rural homes, that is taking lighting and cooking into consideration. The post rural education, the social studies were conducted, so which has showed that the RE has greatly helped to boost the rural economy, improve the health of the rural population, improve the hygiene and sanitation in rural homes. School-going children can have, it was found that the school-going children can have more hours to study, and this has also reduced dependence on fuel. Now, as the socio-economic development of the country progresses, electricity consumption is expected to increase, thus posing a considerable risk on Bhutan's energy security. Now, when coming to the energy security, before resorting to international level, the policy is to look for an alternative energy within the country. Towards this, we are now venturing into wind power and solar power as a pilot project. So we BPC have established a 600 kilowatt wind energy, which is doing fine. We have also we are also going to construct a 180 kilowatt solar power on a pilot basis. The such program will help in achieving a watt of wind farm which is in active consideration with the help of Asian Development Donor Financing. So government is vigorously pursuing on this so that we are able to achieve energy security within the country. So with all the electricity coverage of 99% and all our transmission system in place for distributing energy within the country and for facilitating energy willing to India, now we are working on modernizing our network system. We are working on smart grid. We are working on distribution automation system, and we are in the midst of modernizing our grid system, especially with the main thrust on automation. Now, with the COVID pandemic today, the COVID pandemic has taught utilities around the world, including us, to front load and take initiatives in our grid synchronization, grid automation, and smart grid like any other utilities. So we are also pursuing on this. Currently, Bhutan today is in lockdown since August 11, 2020. Most of the economic activities are at halt. The most that has suffered are the tourism and industry sector, the hospitality sector. The government is trying hard to keep afloat the economic activities. We are fortunate to have His Majesty the King at the front lines leading the battle against the pandemic. BPC is trying its best to provide electricity to all the customers despite the lockdown, and in particular to medical facilities in the country. We are also impacted by the pandemic. Our demand for energy has come down, especially from the industries, and from the hospitality sector. Nevertheless, we are working towards keeping our activities afloat and planning for the future, so that post-lockdown, post-pandemic, we are able to immediately recover and take initiatives so that we are able to give our electricity supply to our customers qualitatively and efficiently, making all the customers in Bhutan happy. Thank you, and Tashi Delek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tobje. It was very interesting presentation and sharing. And we thank you specially for taking the pain. Despite not having the power connection, you have made sure that you are joining this round information and all your efforts, how you are making the electricity accessibility inclusive. Thank you very much.
So the light has come in.
Yeah, I can see you now. Thank you very much.
It's Ongona back again.
Oh, Ongona.
So we are closing the first day here. So tomorrow, please join us again. We have very interesting session. The Honorable Minister in charge of Power of Government of West Bengal, he will be opening the session. Then we'll have a session on Sundarbans, then e-mobility, and another session with youths on what they think of sustainability. So join us tomorrow. Till then, bye. See you.
Bye. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night. Good night to everybody.